I can't, no, I can't be the one that'll save you, the one that'll take you away. But you stay. Go ahead, you can blame me, but there's ice in my veins now. Oh, baby, what's the point of being honest if I just end up changing my mind? But we can mess around, chase that high, but I won't be around when you cry, cry. The tears on your face are falling in vain when you cry. The same old mistakes, I left you in pain, oh baby.
Yeah, we be new up on the scene. We be young, rich, living that dream. Little bit of bougie, yeah, that's me. Little bit of old school, but unique. We take over, my girls, yeah, we run this. Chase that paper till the billy keep it sunk. It's we too cute, yeah, we know it's a madness. We too hot, yeah, we know we the baddest. You can't stop us, stop us. Yeah, we know we the baddest. Can't stop us, stop us. Yeah, we know we the baddest. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better. You can't stop us, stop us. We stronger than before. We better than you know. Keep winning like a pro. You can't stop us, stop us. No, we stronger than before. We better than you know. Keep winning like a pro. We be new up on the scene. We be young, rich, living that dream. Little bit of bougie, yeah, that's me. Little bit of old school, but unique. We take over, my girls, yeah, we run this. Chase that paper till the billy keep it sunk. It's we too cute, yeah, we know it's a madness. We too hot, yeah, we know we the baddest. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better.
running, yeah. Oh, what you think is funny? Funny, yeah. Oh, rags in the candle. I'ma go, don't go Rambo. I'ma get lit, no candle. Bedroom looking like a scandal. Drop it low, make that go down to the floor. Let me see you shake some more. Rags in the candle. I'ma go, don't go Rambo. I'ma get lit, no candle. Bedroom looking like a scandal. Looking like a scandal.
I've been spending so much time looking in the mirror, didn't even know who I'd be. I've been focusing so hard on being this way that there was no one around me. Now I know what it is to be fine. Now I take my time. With every step you take, it's easy to just fall apart. But if you walk away, you'll never heal inside your heart. So take one day at a time, start the climb. Feels good because you know now it's a start. Feeling open and renewed cause you know what you knew wasn't always the truth. Feeling ready for a change, if a change comes, you will still be you. Now you know what it is to take your time.
Wait, can I change my answer? I think I get a lot of shit from saying I could just imagine the comments. He's overrated.
제타 디비전의 라즈です.
사태드 김덕진입니다.
And this is Running Back.
Batsy on my team because he's a credible teammate, really supportive.
배지요. 배지는 잘합니다.
He's not typically the highest fragger on the team, but he brings a lot of value to the team that a lot of people may not see, and he's my Korean hyung. Oh, no, he's not. He's younger than me.
Maybe Laz, the impact he has in games is not very appreciated enough.
젠지 no meteo.
Jet boys.
Bad fan.
I think it should be Patipan because we hyping him to how he play again, but he don't really show up.
Yep.
I think ZETA that
Because we're a rival.
저렇게 기복이 있는 느낌? 요즘에는?
I think RQ.
LRQ, DRX를 제외하고 PRX를 차수로 비비는 팀은 처음 봤어요. 제가 이상해요. 걔네 그냥 잘 쏴요. 그냥 이상해. 이상한데 잘 쏴.
G가 좀 과소평가 받는 느낌? 졌을 때 경기를 봐도 뭔가 다 한 끗 차이로 진 것 같아서.
Most overrated team might be Genji.
젠지? 저희 팀이 좀 과대평가 받았다.
깊게 들어가면 다른 팀에 비해 저희 팀이 이제 리빌딩 최근에 늦게 됐었고 연습 기간도 다른 팀들보다 훨씬 적고
처음에 4승을 해버리니까 사람들이 와 진짜 미쳤다 막 이렇게 해버리니까
저는 초창기 때 4연승한 것도 경기력이 그렇게 막 좋다라는 느낌은 없었거든요.
Can I just say us? Yeah, I think we're pretty overrated.
I've been to LA a lot of times. I love LA. I think it's a great place to be. So I think just eating tacos there.
LA? I don't even know. Maybe amusement park? Hollywood? I don't even know what's there in LA. Hollywood, okay, Hollywood.
Honestly, nothing. I just want to go to LA and then play Valorant.
I just wanna play Valorant.
Going to Disneyland.
Definitely Chick-fil-A. I want to see like the Hollywood sign.
I want to see that Hollywood sign again. And also, I want to try Chick-fil-A with him.
ハンバーガーアメリカの食べたい。
でっけえハンバーガー食いたいです。
Honestly, just keep on hating. You know, it feels me. It's kind of exciting. I read all the messages. Every message is from everyone. So keep the messages coming.
We look at the harsh comments, take it as like motivational boosts for us to get better.
Just keep on hating until we win and you become our supporters.
못할 때 욕해도 괜찮은데 억까만 이제 하지 마십시오. 네.
한번 뭐 싫어할 거면 끝까지 갈 것 같긴 한데 알아 하십시오.
I love you all.
Fork up, tucked away in the hell, needs more. Step in line, find one apiece. Step gets another one. Step with the 4K will put them down. 14-12, a 2-0 win.
Hi Secret Fam, I'm Secret Dubstep and this is my story. I'm Secret Dubstep. Everybody calls me JV or V. Yun yung nickname ko. And I'm 30 years old. Obviously, not the best age sa esports, pero laban lang tayo. I grew up in Ilagan, Isabela. So we are a family of 4, including myself, my brother, and my parents. Ang kasama ko dito sa bahay is yung kapatid ko, si Gino, and si mami ko lang. Yung dad ko kasi nasa overseas, nasa Europe siya. Before competing, before esports and everything, mahilig kami maglaro sa console ng kapatid ko. So gaming grew into me talaga. Kumbaga, yun yung passion ko, bata pa ako. Pero yung compete competing, hindi ko siya talaga naisip na passion before. Naging passion ko lang siya siguro or naging seryoso ako sa competing nung naging varsity ako ng basketball ng high school. Kasi nung high school ako, hindi kami nanalo dun sa nationals namin. So parang medyo nabad trip ako kasi sobrang frustrated ko. Hindi ko na-imagine na ganun pala yung feeling ng matalo. So dun nag-grow yung competitiveness ko. Hindi ko naman masasabi na super close kami ng family ko, pero nung nasa college kasi ako, mag-isa lang ako dito nun sa Manila. Nung college ako, nasanay lang ako na mag-isa ako. So, parang yung pagiging independent ko, nag-develop din dahil dun.
Siguro may time na nagagalit ako sa kanya na anong mapapala mo dyan sa game na yan, sabi ko. Mag-focus ka muna sa pag-aaral mo. Kung yan ang passion mo, pagkatapos sa pag-aaral mo, yan ang gawin mo, sabi ko sa kanya. Kaya sabi ko, sige, kung saan ka masaya, susuportahan kita.
Actually, before pumasok ako sa esports, nagtatrabaho ako ng IT sa IBM. So, yung unang role ko sa IBM is software developer kasi IT graduate ako. Yung tinagal ko dun is saktong 1 year actually kasi parang na-realize ko every time pumapasok ako sa office na hindi ito yung bagay na gusto kong gawin araw-araw. Yung 8 to 5 p.m. job, yung 9 to 6 p.m. job. Parang para sa akin, siguro willing ako to take the risk. And happy din ako sa mga taong tumulong sa akin ever since. Sa loob ng 1 year na yun, pinagsabay ko yung esports and work. So, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. is my IT work, my IBM work. And then 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. is my esports work. Doon yung practice namin. So, after namin matapos ng 1 a.m., syempre galing ka sa monitor, parang di ka makatulog agad. Siguro after 1 hour or 2, 3 a.m. ako nakakatulog. Gigising ako 8 kasi kailangan ko pumasok sa work ng 9. Lagi nga ako late nun. Parang 10 or 11 na ako nakapasok. Sorry sa mga boss ko na. Actually, hindi ko nababalanse yung work and esports nun. Isa din yun sa mga reason kung bakit kailangan ko mamili ng isa. So parang ang nangyari lang sa akin nun is mas nagfo-focus yung attention ko on one thing. Medyo nagfo-fall off ako on the other thing. Dumating na nga sa point na gusto akong tanggalin ng team ko kasi ayun nga, nagwo-work ako. Hindi nila alam ko ano yung nasa puso ko. At the same time, naintindihan din nila na kailangan ko mag-work kasi breadwinner din ako sa family ko.
Kasi that time, lumapit siya sa akin. Sabi niya, nahihirapan na ako sa dalawa kong work. Sabi niya, IBM saka itong CS ko pa yata that time. Sabi niya, kung saan ka masaya, pag-isipan mong mabuti. Isipin mo kung ano yung talaga yung gusto mo. Yung gusto mo na magiging masaya ka. Doon na din ako.
So yung dubstep nag-start siya sa CS. Every time I warm up, nagde-deathmatch ako, yung pinapakinggan kong genre is dubstep. And then nagtataka ako nun kasi parang, so ano tong music na to? Parang ang ingay, ang chaotic ng sound, tapos ang distorted. Pero gusto ko siya kasi gusto ko yung beat, yung drop. So parang nagtaka ako, anong klaseng music kaya to? Doon sinearch ko yung genre, doon ko nalaman na dubstep yung tawag. So parang nakulan ako doon sa name na yun. So ginawa ko name ko siya sa Steam or sa IGN ko, ginawa ko siyang name hanggang sa nag-grow na siya into what I am now. Kumbaga naging brand ko na siya for myself. Isa sa mga major influences ko sa esports is yung ex-teammates ko. Lalong-lalo na yung dalawa kong kuya, si Dom and Carter. And isasama ko na din yung longest teammate ko, si Dispenser, yung past na teammate ko din dito sa Secret. Sila kasi yung teammate ko nun sa Counter-Strike sa Mineski. And bagong-bago pala ako sa esports nung nasa Mineski ako. So feeling ko parang ako yung pinaka-noob, ako yung pinaka-beginner dun sa team na yon. So lahat ng tinuturo sa akin, nakikinig ako, lahat ng sinasabi sa akin, pinapakinggan ko. Kumbaga, wala akong ego nung oras na yun eh. Parang willing to learn, willing mapagalitan for your good din kasi isa yun sa mga bagay na magbabago sa'yo. Kumbaga, i-develop ka ng mga corrections ng mga teammates mo. Kasi para sa akin, ang mga magti-teammates, sinasabi ko ano yung mali, kung ano yung tama, kung ano yung dapat di mo gawin, kung ano yung dapat mong gawin. Kasi si Vash, nung nasa Mineski ako, nasa Dota team siya. So, kilala ko na siya 6 years ago. Tapos nakakasama ko siya sa bootcamp. Alam ko din yung attitude niya, lahat-lahat. Kumbaga, alam ko kung bakit sa lahat ng larong hawakan niya, magaling siya. Kumbaga, alam ko na din yung lahat, yung mga hilig niya sa food, yung hilig niya sa ganito, ganyan. Nakakatawa kasi nag-joke siya nun na dami mo pang linalaro, magiging teammate din naman kita bandang huli. Kumbaga nakakatawa lang. Kasi si Bash yung isa sa mga tao na elibs na elibs ako. Si Dispenser naman, sobrang tagal ko na siyang teammate. Nakilala ko si Dispenser sa rank game sa CS. So parang nagkatanungan na kami na, uy, taga saan ka? Taga Pinas ka ba? Low rank kami parehas eh. Hanggang sa naging pro player kami ng CS, naging pro player kami ng Valorant. Hindi man siya nag-stick until the end. Masaya ako kasi sobrang tagal ng time na nakasama ko siya. Malaki yung impact niya sa akin kasi isa din siya sa mga tao na dinock up ko bago pa ako sa mga games. Naisip ko na kung paano maging magaling katulad nito. Lagi ko iniisip nun na hindi ako yung the best eh. Kasi feel ko hindi pa best yung sarili ko kasi alam ko madami pa ako ma-improve. Kasi nag-switch lang ako from being a CS Pro to a Valorant Pro like after 4 months ng release ng Valorant. Pero nung day 1 ng Valorant, naglalaro na ako and I started to love the game ever since. So yung pinaka nagtatak sa utak ko nung nag-switch ako from CS to Valorant is kung medyo gaano kabilis yung Valorant. Kasi sa Valorant may mga lumilipad na karakter, may mga nagda-dash, may mga nagsasatchel, may mga tumatakbo. Hindi ako sanay sa super fast na game. Mahina ako sa mga fast-paced games. So, yun yung pinaka nag-struggle ako kasi hindi ko sure kung paano mag-react or paano maglaro sa mga ganitong klase ng bilis ng laro. Pero so far, na-overcome ko siya. Kasi the more you play the game naman, the more you learn eh. So yung feeling ng pag-join ko sa Team Secret is very surreal to me. Kasi never in my life na na-imagine ko ilagay yung name ko sa jersey ng Team Secret. So for me, parang hindi ko na-imagine sa buhay ko na magiging part ako ng organization na to. Kasi isa sila sa mga super famous organization, not just in their region, but in the whole world, diba? Pero Team Secret is something na nag-impact most sa akin kasi na-imagine ko ba yun? Secret dubstep. Parang di totoo eh. Parang ang streaming for me, though super nakaka-drain siya, it helps me thank my community kasi nagbabasa ako ng chat nila. If may tanong sila sa akin, binabasa ko. Most of the time kasi natatandaan ko yung names ng mga regular sa stream ko. So nakakatuwa na pag nakita mo tong tao na to, like 4 days, 5 days in a row, medyo nalalambot yung puso ko kasi feel ko parang napaka-supportive nila or talagang gusto lang nila manood. Ang pinaka-way ko na ma-reach yung audience ko is through my gameplay talaga. If may nangyari like pwede kong i-reenact or i-explain sa viewers ko na bakit ganun yung decision making ko, siguro malaking bagay na sa kanila yun. And yun yung feel ko, inaabangan nila yung time na ituturo mo sa kanila na bakit naging ganito yung decision mo sa round na yun. So streaming and competing, hindi ko ma-recommend for everyone kasi I don't see the balance in it. And feel ko baka isa siya sa magiging flaws nyo sa career nyo if you're trying to go pro. Kasi yun nga, you can only choose one.
Shy type, si JV. Tahimik siya, pero mabait. Very supportive sa family niya, lalo na sa amin ng anak ko, kay Bunso, kay Gino. Lahat naman na pangangailangan ko, binibigay niya. Alam ko naman yung mga limits na dapat na hindi hingin sa kanya. Siyempre, binata, maraming mga dreams si JV.
Para sa akin si Dubstep, siya yung tao hardworking and makikita mo na yung discipline niya as a player. Full effort, work ethic, andyan lahat, professionalism. So, solid maging teammate si Dubstep.
Yun, so solid na teammate si Dubstep. Talagang makikita mo. Sobra kasing talino niya maglaro. Hindi lang sa game, pati sa outside. So pagdating ng discussion, very open, very professional. Kaya talagang naging solid yung samaan naming tatlo. Especially kay Dubstep. Kasi yun, talagang laki ng tinutulong niya sa team.
For short-term esports career goals, siguro is to win most of the events this year. If not most, I want to win every event this year. So for long-term goals naman is to be able to build a team na will last so long na yung parang hindi kayo yung change ng roster. You will stick to this lineup most likely for the longest term. Isa yun sa mga long-term goal ko kasi wala pa akong nakitang team na nag-stick lang dito sa lineup na to for the longest time. And feel ko naman yung lineup namin is very unique right now and one of the best lineups na I've ever played with.
my Dabi, just keep your feet on the ground, just be humble, lahat ng suporta. All out si Mami. Love you!
Siguro ang message ko kay Dubstep, syempre to be more healthy. Syempre wag magbago si James. Ayun, sobrang thankful ako naging kamp ko si Dubstep and sana malift namin yung trophy kasama siya, syempre, diba?
Yun, good health lang din talaga. Tapos sana mahanap na ni Dubstep yun, the one. Hindi, yun. Siyempre, kasama na yun. And yun, kasama ko naman kami lagi yan dito kami pag may problema, medyo sacrifices natin para dun sa goal natin. And alam ko naintindihan mo naman yan. Nandito tayo sa suko.
Yep.
Gusto ko mag-thank you sa mga teammates ko kasi lagi nila akong sinusuportahan sa ginagawa ko. Ang saya nila kasama. Parang masasabi ko na kahit dalawa lang kaming magkapatid, feel ko ang dami kong kapatid dahil sa kanila. Sana magtuloy-tuloy ang success namin. Gusto ko din sabihin sa kanila na thank you kasi sila yung nakasama ko na i-chase tong opportunity na to. And grateful din ako sa kanila kasi if wala sila, hindi ko alam kung nasan ako ngayon. And good luck sa atin and sana wag natin kalimutan na always have fun.
In future, siguro medyo kilala na siya ngayon sa mga kabataan, lalo na sa mga mahilig maglaro. Siguro sana, feeling ko lang na makatulong siya or makapagbigay siya ng advices sa mga young generation na kahit papano, may future, ibig ko sabihin. Na hindi lang na sana isipin ng mga kagaya ko, mga magulang, na sana suportahan nila yung mga kabataan. Kung ano yung hiling nila at saan sila masaya.
For the young ones out there, tuloy nyo lang yung gusto nyong gawin. Pero wag nyo din pabayaan yung pag-aaral nyo kasi even though we are trying our best na i-pursue yung esports, meron tayong babalikan sa buhay. Hindi tayo maiipit sa gitna. Kasi importante na may matapos ka. And even though you are young right now, huwag kayong ma-pressure sa mga super young players na laging nagko-compete na. Huwag kayong ma-pressure sa edad nyo. May timing lahat ng bagay and I hope na huwag nyong kalimutan na isang talon lang yan. Baka magbago na yung buhay nyo. Hey Secret Fam, thank you for listening to my story and I hope you have learned something from my esports experience. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel and also follow our socials at Team Secret Fighting.
I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give.
after the game ends, it's really break our heart.
ZETA Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
We won't give up. We will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Taiwan Esports, DFM가
저희 젠지는
For the power of friendship. 諦めないで勝ち上がります。もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
What's up, Valorant fans? Welcome back to VCT Last Chance Qualifier Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me we got Achilleos and Paper Thin. Now we are on day 3 of LCQ, and it's been a really rough, last 2 days, sending teams home. Again, they call it Last Chance for a reason. I mean, how has it been for you guys watching? It was really close yesterday.
It was.
Really
I mean, both series very close. Obviously, at map 3 in that second set coming through, Talon with a heartbreaker loss to the side of Gen G. But even the first series, 13-10, 13-11, something like that across both maps between Global as well as RRQ. It sucks to have to say goodbye to these squads that we've been talking about for this entire season, but this is just the way that it goes. People have to be sent home. There can only be one standing at the end of this tournament. The teams today, though, can breathe a little bit more easily now that they are in the double elimination section of the bracket. But, again, you don't want to fall down. You want to be able to stay at the top.
Yep.
Yeah, and you can see how hard these teams have been working, right? Like, it's so close between everybody. I think just about every map went double digits for both sides, across all the score lines yesterday. So, look, it's going to be really interesting here today now that, Team Secret and ZETA, who had buys here into this double elimination part of the bracket, how well they're going to be able to read their opponents off of what they've already seen and those kind of things. How are RRQ and Gen G going to be able to recover from some pretty difficult matches yesterday, some pretty long days, especially for Gen G yesterday, going into overtime on that final map to claw their way into their match against Team Secret today. Look, this should be another really good day. I mean, all these teams so evenly matched. Everybody's been talking about that. It's so difficult to predict who's going to win this event because everybody seems relatively close in terms of their overall power levels.
Yeah, I mean, I made the claim a couple days ago on this very desk. I said whoever wins between Global and RRQ, I think that team makes it through to the grand final. That could very well be the case after today. We just have to wait and see if RRQ are going to be able to get it done once more.
Well, yes. I think that's absolutely true. After we find out today, we're going to have a much better idea. I think one thing for sure, though, is that we've seen massive improvements across all the teams that came back in. Even the ones that didn't make it through. Everyone's definitely been working real hard the last 2 months while they're here. Let's recap yesterday now. We had Gen G, we had RRQ and Global Esports. Clinton.
It became objective. It really is, as much as I wanted to see SK Rossi perform well, as much as I wanted to see him step up in a big moment like this for GE, he was the weakest link on that team. He bottom fragged across both maps, whereas on the other side of the coin for RRQ, it was EJ absolutely having a just stellar day. So that really is probably what makes the difference in these rounds. When you break down the difference in those stats, that is actually probably those 6 rounds that separated these two teams.
I mean, it's that, but also especially going into this first map, which was Global Esports' map pick here of Split, not being able to pick up those pistol rounds, something that they were so consistent at during the regular season, they fell shy of that mark, and then that set them up to immediately have that deficit, not, have to wait until you get to that rifle round and really start putting up figures and whatnot. So it was just, they're not doing themselves very many favors by dropping those pistols, by not having everybody firing on all cylinders the whole way throughout. They did have some great eco rounds. Everybody had some good individual moments, but there were also some boneheaded ones. Even Moneyat, multiple times, TPing forward, not reading that there was going to be somebody right on top of where he's trying to TP to, ends up getting picked off. It happened time and time again. RRQ, I mean, they were having a little bit of a pop-off there at the end, keeping themselves alive, getting into that double elimination section. You can't really blame them, but it was just RRQ kind of having the upper hand at every twist and turn.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, to really hit home on kind of the duelist difference from yesterday, the 100% first kill to round win ratio, that's often going to be predicated on the success of your duelist. And so for RRQ, they really were able to, solidify any advantage they had. That's tough to do at this level of Valorant. To have 100% first kill to round win percentage ratio is absolutely insane. So, GE, it felt like if they weren't able to find that opening advantage, they just weren't able to really recover, despite, I thought, a pretty good game being called by Aaron. I thought everything was pretty solid in the back line for GE. RRQ was just a pound-for-pound better team yesterday.
Yeah, it was both mechanically, and they were just getting the reads better over GE, and obviously it reflects on the scoreline of 2-0. Now, right after that, we had really close games, and I know a lot of us were feeling lots of emotions going through the Gen G and Talon matchup. I honestly, personally, by the end of it, even going into the final rounds of the third game, I thought it was Talon who had it in the bag, but then something shifted, something changed.
It was so back and forth. I mean, once we got that map 3 kind of locked in, we knew, okay, we're going the distance. We're going to have this Haven be the decider for everything. It was completely up in the air from there as far as who's going to be able to take the series. And that was very evident as well, just in the round count across all 3 maps, honestly, because there was so much back and forth between these squads, aside from this opening half, Pearl. That was the time where it's like, okay, Gen G firmly in the driver's seat. They managed to get that 9-3, but I didn't get baited by it. I think most people did not get baited by it because I had to mention, you know, over at Ascension, how many 3-9 runbacks we did see from teams at that tournament, how much we have seen this season. And that's exactly what we got from Talon, being able to come back after having that monstrous deficit. They get themselves over onto that defending side, and then they just start crushing from there. But things started to slip a little bit more and more. It was a really, really hot start from Garnet across those first 2 maps. He was absolutely dominant, and then things started really slipping through his fingers, and he wasn't able to put up the same numbers, have that same high impact performance, especially with the operator in hand here on Haven.
Yeah, and it looked like Sylvan was uncomfortable on the first 2 maps for Gen G, switching into that controller, which had been his home for most of his career in Valorant in Korea. But once they got to Haven, it's, you know, again, that comfort zone for Gen G eventually came through. I was really worried for Gen G here going into Haven that, you know, once Talon started racking up some rounds on their attacker side, it was a very solid attacker half for them that I thought, okay, well, Gen G's mental might not be able to handle this. We saw that skid that they went through during the regular season. Like, is that going to rear its ugly head here again? But somehow they were able to claw back, and, you know, eventually everybody kind of got in the same page. TS as well, huge shout out to him. Just that steady hand that he was able to bring both as the IGL and as that initiator yesterday was absolutely phenomenal.
IGL initiator who top ranked for the team across the board throughout that entire series. So really strong performance from him, and that's why we were begging to see this guy back on initiator for the longest time. But one of the biggest concerns for Gen G, as they're still not out of the woods, they're far from it, is this first killed around win conversion rate that they have going on here, because there was time and time again that we saw they would get a pick on Talon and then Talon are able to run the round back. Or Gen G win a pistol round, Talon either go for a force or they go for a full eco, and Gen G still somehow drops that second round, whether at the start of the map or in the second half. That cannot happen as you get ready to go into your next matchup here. You're playing against Team Secret once again. They have had so much time to prepare and practice. Obviously, they didn't know necessarily who they're going to be playing against until last night. So as far as individual and very specific strats that you could set up to try to counteract, less time to do that. But they still had so much time in the hyperbolic time chamber to get ready for this matchup. They are a prep-heavy team. When Warbirds has that time behind him, he can turn these guys into absolute demons. So for Gen G, you cannot be getting those early advantages and let them slip away from you.
Absolutely, and I think that is the most important thing here. There were slip-ups from Gen G yesterday. You could see a lot of emotional hesitation, actually, just in the wavering of their aim. So hopefully they've managed to rest up, but we will dig into that later when they face up against Team Secret. But first, guys.
Oh boy.
Game time!
Game time!
But not that game time that you guys are waiting for. We have a different game that we're going to
this is watch the casters embarrass themselves game time.
Yes! It's a Hey, we're
Hooray.
gamers segment, and we're going to make it another word game because, again, we're casters.
I did real bad at this yesterday. So
well, it made it more difficult, apparently.
Yeah.
All right.
As if it wasn't hard enough. They've leveled it up. It's going to be another word search game, but what happens is you have to find 3 words. It'll be hints to what the actual answer is. So I think they realized collectively this is the smarter desk, and that's why they made it harder. So we're gonna go into the. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Will.
I appreciate
Will
it. Yeah. No. Just throw them under the bus.
Yeah,
It's fine.
Will and Quack, I'm just kidding. They're smart people. So, all right, we're going to pull up the crossword. You guys at home, definitely play along. So, again, we're going to pull up a word search thing, and there will be 3 words hinting at a person,
player, right?
a player or an agent. It's like it's a who.
They said it's a who.
It's a who.
Yeah.
It's a who.
Yeah.
It's like that
Horton
game, guess who,
Gears.
or you gotta like knock the player, you know.
Yeah, and then with these 3 hints, we guess who this person is. So let's pull up the first one. You guys ready?
Yes.
All
I
right.
have my own.
We
I'm
have
ready.
not seen these.
No, we
Yeah.
have not. I am looking at this for the first time.
All right, let's check
All right,
out
I already
these words.
see Gen G.
I see sub.
Gen
Gen
G
G sub. So it's eco.
Is the word eco again?
No. But I see sub.
There's sub.
Genji.
Oh, yes.
Genji.
Is there
there's
neon
a third word
hidden in here somewhere? Like if neon's hidden in here, then I'm like, this is definitely eco.
Okay, there's the Genji.
Joy. I see joy, but that's not. There's no KJ. There's no killjoy. So
Yeah.
I see joy. That doesn't count.
Let's see.
What other words do we have?
We're supposed to find 3 words, right?
Yeah.
So I assume Genji sub KO. Oh, is this? Wait, I see KO. So this is God Dead. 100% this is God Dead.
All right. Do you agree with this?
Why would it say sub though?
That probably was just an accident.
Yeah.
That might just, maybe that is just a random word.
That's
so
like
maybe
a throw.
Yeah.
In that case, we still have only found 2 words.
Hey, Genji KO, that's all you need to know.
If it's Genji KO, then yeah, it has to be God Dead. So we're gonna lock in God Dead.
Yeah.
Let's
Did we
go
do
with
it?
God Dead.
It's God Dead.
It's God
What's the
Dead.
other one?
Tissue. Oh,
Oh,
I see
tissue.
Ah.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, we were missing tissue.
Good
Hey, we still
work.
got there.
Good work.
Good
All
job,
right.
team. All right.
We've got 3
We
of
are
these.
actually the better desk.
All right.
Okay, I get it.
Next one. Yes, you see it now? You see it now? Let's go. I see Zeta
I
right
see
there.
fun with 2 U's at the very top.
All right, Zeta's
really
at the
important
bottom.
stuff there.
Zeta's over at the bottom left here. So
Yeah,
Yes.
Zeta.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
yeah. Zeta.
fun
So-
with 2 U's. I see neck at
Pub.
the top.
Is there anybody who likes to go drinking?
I see fig. Those are,
Yeah.
healthy plant tea. Yeah.
Buhagwa?
Yeah.
I see
fruit.
doll. They eat that in India. It's fantastic.
Ill.
Okay. so far we've actually only gotten
Yeah,
Zeta.
we've really found a lot of important words on this one today.
Um,
Ion? Cyanide? What is this? Like
passionate, all the way
Oh,
top.
passionate.
Top left, all the way down to the bottom. Laz.
Oh,
It's Laz.
Okay.
Passionate.
I'm locking it in.
wow.
It's Laz.
He's
Do you
locking
agree
in
with
Laz.
passionate?
It's got to be Laz.
Is there
Zeta,
is-
passionate player. It's got to be Laz.
Chamber on here?
Him staying at the monitor, back at Champions, not leaving the stage in between the maps.
Really? Is
I'm
he
not
the
disagreeing.
most?
Boom, Laz, gotcha. Oh, and IGL was there as well.
Yeah.
IGL. Okay.
This is the smarter
All
desk.
right. It is. It is truly the better
Hope
desk.
you're listening, Will.
He's
All
in the
right.
back room.
All right.
One more. Ace in the chest.
All right, last one. Team, let's go.
Okay, right off the rip, I see yoga. Does anyone do yoga?
Yoga. Yoga.
I'm circling it
Which
just in
player
case.
looks like a yoga guy?
I see the-
Singapore's. I see Singapore.
You see Singapore.
Yeah, just the diagonal
Oh,
here.
yeah, Singapore.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Oh, yep.
Okay.
Singapore.
I see EJ. No. It's
So that's Singapore. Does Jinger Devai do yoga?
If the word desk is in here, then I know who this is.
True, that's fair.
Yeah, I see yoga. Is that part of another word, maybe?
I don't know. I also see sold.
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 Oh, no one's been sold.
No, that's not a word.
That's not a word.
Nope.
I hope this is very engaging for all of you.
Yeah, I know.
I hope you're having as much fun with this as we are.
Oh, wow. This one is
Yeah.
tougher.
I see host.
Sold. E-sold? B-sold?
Oh, wait.
Solder?
It's Victoria. It's a bait. This is Victoria.
Is this
Oh.
Victoria? What did you find?
You found
Yoga,
host.
Singapore,
Oh, yoga,
host.
host.
It's Victoria.
Oh, it's
I don't
Victoria.
do yoga.
Boom! I don't
What a
know.
D. Good job,
Oh,
guys.
corgi. So the yoga was just
corgi.
Oh,
Didn't-
corgis.
Didn't see the corgi.
I didn't see the corgis.
Yeah.
Oh.
But yoga would have been interesting too. Corgis. Oh, yes, I have 2 corgis. Like CGRS, who is not from Singapore. Okay. All right. Well, that was the game. Good job, guys. I feel
Aced it.
I feel
Aced
like
it again, yep.
easy. All right. With that, we're gonna go on a commercial break, and when we come back, we are gonna go into the first series of today. We've got Zeta and RRQ, so don't go away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings.
Don't even need to compete, I'm already him. We already know the outcome way before it begins. The message is don't bet against them, you know I go for the win. I'm limitless, I finish them, then revive them just to kill again. Who really want it now? Undefeated, my number get called again. I repeat it, I hustle, I'm motivated, please believe it. The struggle just made me strong enough to beat it, to get my mama house. That's the reason I'm sleeping on the couch, for the dream that I know is worth it. If I put the work in, you know I deserve it, practice till I'm perfect. It's all for the win, 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 win. We fight for the win, 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 win. Woo! Yeah, it's all for the win, 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 win. Yeah.
Hello, Valorant fans. Sorry, I was getting really into that game earlier. All right, we are going to go into the first series of today. We have ZETA and RRQ. Now, ZETA is a team that we were a bit, sad to see not be able to make it to Masters in Tokyo this year. They were so close, so I'm sure they're really hungry today to make sure they make it through. Let's break down this roster. You guys know these faces really well.
Yeah, this is, the classic ZETA Division roster we've known for the last couple of years here. It's just going to be a question of what order are they going to be in. We've already seen that the teams are willing to adapt some of their agent roles, some of their agent pools for this event, and don't, I liked what I saw from Gen G yesterday and shifting the players more into their natural roles for more what we're used to seeing from them in the past. Don't go with these sunk cost fallacies of this is what, we did in the regular season. Let's just try to build on that. Let's, you got to think new. You got to think different. You got to adapt here coming into this LCQ. So for me, look, I got to be honest, I'm just wanting to see Laz on Chamber. That is like the only thing that I'm thinking about today is Laz on Chamber.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the big hopium right now for ZETA coming into this one. Is like, okay, with some of these Chamber buffs coming back through, given that we have been seeing more and more teams be willing to pick it up, even back at Masters Tokyo, is Laz going to do it? Because that is where ZETA came onto everybody's radar. That's where they made that miracle run all the way back in Reykjavik. Can they do it again? Can they make their way through this LCQ if Laz is picking that up? And if he's not, how improved does everything else look? And do they do some shuffling? Because I'm right there with you as far as the Gen G swaps go. That is just putting people back on things that we have been seeing them do fairly consistently in the past. The thing that I don't want to see is a total shuffle around, kind of like we were seeing from the side of Global Esports, where it's really only Rossi and Mariette that are still playing their normal roles. Everybody else in that team was shuffled around, and I think that might have added a little bit to the roughness and the slow start that they did have at the beginning of that series. So I'm looking for ZETA to come out and either just put Laz on Chamber or do very similar things to what they've been doing in the past, but obviously more consistent.
No, that's fair. Now, RRQ, we saw them play yesterday. They even subbed out to GE. I see they were putting him in the first matchup of today. Yeah. I mean, they also had a really good showing yesterday, but they also made some mistakes. I don't know how. Do you think they are going to have a good showing against ZETA?
Yeah, no. This is going to be a very, very, very close match. Just like it was the last time these two teams squared off. It was a 3-map set. Yeah, the last map there was pretty one-sided for ZETA, but the two maps before that were very, very close between these two teams, and especially with the way EJ was playing yesterday, if he can continue to show us that kind of stellar performance, these guys have a real shot. 2GE came in, filled in very nicely today, so it kind of makes me wonder if Ascent is going to be our first map, because that is a map that ZETA has shown that they like to play, and, RRQ are not afraid to play it either. But anyway, look, this team is so solid top to bottom when they're in good form, and they seem to be in good form yesterday. Both teams actually, I thought, looked really strong yesterday, so this is going to be really, really tough. It's just a big question of how well has ZETA been able to prep for this. Usually ZETA comes in a lot of times into these matches with some really good early ideas, and then they start to kind of fall apart a little bit as the match goes on. So I need to see a deep, a well thought out ZETA, a ZETA that's willing to also adapt to throw some different looks at you. I don't want to see that really slow style the whole time. I don't mind it most of the time, but you need to throw some different looks in.
I mean, another thing, again, that we were talking about before is just getting that first kill and being able to convert that into a win. You can see across all of Pacific, both teams kind of similar. 64% for the side of RQ, 68% there for ZETA. In the head-to-head, it was very much ZETA favorite in that regard. So if we can continue to see that cleanup here, get those kills and be able to convert that into a round win, whoever can do that the best is going to give themselves a really nice opportunity to go ahead and just get the win locked in for themselves. But it's going to be high pressure here, and it's, again, a very fast turnaround for RQ coming into this series. They did play yesterday. It was the first set, so they have a little bit of extra time, but still, you have to go home, come back, get reestablished, and then, you know, try to focus up and get prepared for the ZETA that you have not seen perform in months.
Exactly. I mean, and you can see here that ZETA overall in their, you know, VCT Pacific stats has a slight edge in most of them, not all, but this is why I'm saying this is going to be ridiculously close. You can see how evenly matched these two are. In their head-to-head, yeah, ZETA was a little bit better in a lot of different categories, so you know, I'm looking at this attack, you know, this attack side win percentage here, and their last head-to-head was really poor for RQ, so that's why, again, I'm going to be really looking at EJ to be the one kicking down the doors, getting those first bloods, getting him into positions where they can get those post-plants, because that post-plant win percentage, 47%, is also not going to cut it here against ZETA, you know, because ZETA loves to play that slow, disciplined style, so you got to watch out for that.
Yeah, and I mean, with the win percent on Lotus, we saw them banning it yesterday versus GE. We also know that GE aren't that averse to playing that map themselves, so it does make sense. But RQ, ever since kind of feeling like it was a good map for them, they picked it twice at the beginning of the season, saw it from them as well at lock-in, and then they realized, no, actually, this isn't going to cut it. And it looks like they've just widely stuck to banning that one away. So I think that we can anticipate that that is going to be happening here. We'll have to see, you know, who has that first ban. I believe ZETA with the higher seed should get to elect with whether or not they want to be team A or B. So a lot of teams do elect to go for B, so I'm expecting that RQ is probably going to be first banning. And I think that Lotus is just going to be taken off the table right off the rip.
Especially since they got absolutely destroyed on it the last time these two teams played. It was a 13-6 in favor of ZETA. Sugar Zero on that Omen was absolutely nuts the last time on that Lotus. I wouldn't be surprised if Pearl here is the ban for ZETA still. Just kind of looking to shy away from that map that really doesn't seem to suit their style. Even with the changes now, making it a more defender-sided map, a more defender-sided team generally is ZETA with their style. But we'll see exactly how they want to go through. I mean, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see like Ascent, Haven, something like that here today. The very stock standard kind of maps, especially with what you saw yesterday with RQ for ZETA. You got to see Ascent and Split. You know, those are maps that you could maybe attack here in this map pool.
I mean, obviously, in the past, we've had, you know, when it was kind of first brought back into the pool, we had quite a lot of aversion to it. Not a lot of teams were willing to go to Split. My curiosity is, does Split end up being the final map in this series for ZETA Division?
Well, that's like the ZETA Division, like El Clasico.
That's just the buff. That was the buff that allowed them to help them make that run back in Reykjavik. So if that comes through again, I start feeling a little bit better about ZETA's chances for sure.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
It's a mystical force.
Yeah. Well. Okay, let's see what happens with that. Now, we got to talk about our key players. Depp is someone that we've been looking at all throughout the league. I mean, his performance has been incredible, definitely one of the best in Pacific. But EJ also showed up yesterday, too.
No, this is I think, going to be another make or break point, just like it was yesterday with GE and RRQ. You know, is Depp going to be that Depp we saw in the first half of the year where he was topping all the stats, basically, for duelists? He started to slide towards the end of the year. That's kind of why ZETA wasn't able to keep up that momentum, make it into a deeper run in playoffs, make it to Masters Tokyo. You know, Depp, when he's at his best, is when he's aggressive, when he's playing loose, when he's playing off the cuff, when he's able to kind of think on his own, when he's able to think on the fly is when I think this guy's the best. He gets that op in his hand and he does really unusual stuff. You know, he plays off of like cosmic divides on both sides of the wall, like trying to use that op in that way. We've seen pushes on Haven where he gets really deep into the opponent's spawn with like a Blade Storm and just tears them apart because nobody's ready for it. So I need to see stuff like that today.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so consistent. You're talking about the stats that he was able to put up. I mean, we're talking about like top ACS, most kills in the league, just significant, you know, KDA figures as well. And he wasn't really usurped until we were getting ready to go into the playoffs. And that was by Saya player, who was always nipping at his heels, was in that second place position. And then obviously, you know, being into the top three, being in the playoffs, having that deeper run, Saya is able to overtake. But depth for the number of games that he played in comparison, still incredible figures. But him versus EJ, this is the matchup. If EJ is fired up, if he's playing like he was yesterday, if Depp is playing at his best that we have seen from him during this season, then this is going to be an explosive matchup.
Should be a lot of fun. EJ was so good with the op yesterday in particular. The Blaze Storms too. Everything you need out of a Jet, EJ was that guy. So certainly if he can keep that momentum up, if he was able to rest, stay in that same sort of mentality, this should be a really close map, assuming that we get to see the better version of Dep, like that early season form of Dep, which I think we will. I think this is, a guy who can definitely show you those performances. It's just a matter of what the game plan is for ZETA today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one criticism I guess I could give to EJ is just one of the things I would love to see from him is just having an actual dominant ratio when it comes down to first kills, first stats, because he ended up going even, at a 7-7. But again, that was a very even matchup, very close to maps that were played between them and Global Esports. But if he can come in, be able to get a pick, get away, and not be dying first in some of these rounds, I think that's going to give RQ a very solid edge.
Yeah, well, RQ's look massively improved yesterday. All the teams, like we said, have been improving over the last 2 months when they were on their break. So ZETA, I expect to see, honestly, really top performing plays from them today. But now let's talk about our predictions, because all of us can definitely agree this is going to be a close one. And what did you guys say here? Are we
have a 3-3 split?
We are split here. Okay, Achilles, you are leaning on the side of RRQ to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was going through this when I was doing some Ascension co-streams and whatnot, because we had the bracket come out, and I was like, all right, then let me take a look at this. And I ended up kind of simulating that it's going to inevitably be RRQ and ZETA in the grand final. I think that definitely could still happen if ZETA gets knocked down to the lower bracket here today. But I also made the claim that whoever wins between Global and RQ are going to be that team is going to make it through to that grand final first and foremost as the upper brackets, or the upper bracket seeded team. So I think that RQ, given what we've seen from them, I think that they just look fired up. They have managed to be kind of the only team to really make a six-man work well with the swap outs between Emin and 2GE. Every other team has struggled in that regard. It feels like they have that so well fleshed out. Emin coming in yesterday to play the Rays and stepping back, 2G comes in to play the Omen. I think that the way that they approach the game, the way that they have just been working with the coaching staff to get everybody ready for series over series has been incredible, and they have had some of the biggest growth globally from any VCT organization, because you have to remember, coming into Pacific season, everyone was saying, oh, okay, well, that's the worst team in all of the leagues. And here we are, and it's not. It ended up being DFM because they couldn't get a win. Crew now has theirs racked up, etc. Carmine Corp's making a bit of a run back, taking down BBL just earlier today. And RRQ has just been looking better and better with every series that they play. So I have to go with them.
That's actually absolutely right. Not just yesterday, even earlier back in May against DRX and PaperX, they just performed so well. Now, you pointed out, Clinton, throughout the April-May series, ZETA had slightly stronger stats. Why did you choose ZETA today?
Well, I mean, I picked ZETA to win. The
chamber buffs.
The chamber buffs. I really think that you can now start leaning into Laz to allow him to kind of be that natural superstar. It took him a while to adjust to that initiator / IGL role. Eventually, he looked pretty decent, but I think you just got to let this guy do what he does best, and that's just, mow people down with the chamber utility. So I think that's where I'm going to lean in here. Again, I also did pick ZETA to win the last chance qualifiers here in Pacific for 2023. So I kind of have to go with them, but like a lot of this, like I was talking about this on Plat Chat when I got put to the task. I'm like, a lot of this is kind of on like hopium and copium for me. Like I'm just straight up just like, I hope they'd make the right decisions with their agent pools and their kind of decisions with those kind of things, and I think they should be okay.
Yeah. I think you're right, and we've pointed this out before. I think Pacific's one of those special regions where we really don't know who's gonna make it to the end. I mean, there was even a point where we're like, maybe it could be DFM making their miracle run, but that
didn't last long.
it didn't last long. But you know what? These teams will be back next year, and now we're gonna go into our double limb for VCT LCQ Pacific. So let's go over the stage and see the walkout, see how the teams are doing. This is day 3 of VCT Last Chance Qualifier Pacific. Both of these teams were so close to reaching Masters, so you can imagine the redemption they're both fighting for today to reach Champions Los Angeles 2023.
I mean, not only fell short of reaching Masters, but for RRQ, fell shy of being able to be in the playoffs. They were right there on the cusp, but couldn't get it done. They couldn't get themselves in. For ZETA, they had that opportunity, and they just couldn't make it to Masters on the opposite side. So, I mean, both teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail. Both teams certainly feeling like they have been left out of some big moments, some history-making moments in VCT. As make sure that the shoes all tied up. You don't want to trip on your way to the desk.
No, absolutely not. I've done that, and it's not pleasant.
And if you do, remember, fall onto your elbows. Don't catch yourself with your hands, because you need those wrists in working order.
I sprained my ankle at Ascension, and it was difficult to get to the desk for a couple days there. What is that? It's like old school. It looks like a Christmas sweater almost.
It looks like the font that they use for Knives Out.
It does, actually. You're right.
That's right.
Did we lose the jersey today? Is that what happened? Did we forget it somewhere?
Might not have.
Did it make it out of the wash?
Yeah, I was going to say, might have lost it in the washing machine or something like that.
Maybe
Either way,
Monyet.
I like the look.
Maybe
Looks
Monyet
nice.
spilled water on it. Got a new sweater. RRQ, I hope they're rested well. I mean, it was a 2-0 yesterday, but like you guys pointed out, it's not easy. It's not easy to play day after day and go against a team that you haven't seen play at all in the last 2 months.
Well, this is the price that you pay for not, being able to make it into that top 3. You have to run the gauntlet. You have to be playing these series back to back, and it's all about endurance. It's all about preparation, and whoever can do the best job across the span of these, 5-6 days of this tournament to try to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a 3-map set. I think it's going to be grueling. I think it's going to be very back and forth. I mean, for me here, a big key for ZETA is coming out, with a decent start. It doesn't have to be a strong start. They don't necessarily have to win the pistol and all those kind of things. But you can't have what happened on Haven the last time, if we go to that map, or whatever we go to, where RRQ came out the gates and won 9 rounds in a row on defense against ZETA. So that absolutely cannot happen here. You want to just come out, have a strong performance for ZETA, keep that mental in check. And it's just a big question for RRQ. Like, some teams like to play back-to-back days. Like, they're comfortable having that kind of rhythm underneath them. But other teams are more like, we'd rather prep, we'd rather have that time off to rest and just, mentally prepare more than physically.
I mean, the one thing that I will say that I'm kind of noticing here is RRQ still going with their huddle Ewok, giving him that speech is, Laz is very bubbly today. Lots of smiles, lots of just high energy from him. So maybe this is an effect of him just knowing, you know what, I'm about to sit down in this chair and I'm going to lock in Chamber for the first time in a long time. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just the time off where they've been able to just kind of disconnect, go home for a little bit, then come back in, have that slight little break from the grind set that they can now come back in and focus on the LCQ. Either way, it is a bit rare to see him that high energy, that smiley, so curious to see what they have prepared for us, and that's just the least surprising thing in the world.
Bind. ZETA's actually going to take Bind out of the pool, a map that we've been seeing some Chamber on, but a map that they're not super comfortable on, and Haven's actually going to be RQ's pick. I thought maybe they might try a go at Pearl, but we're going to start at the same, and then ZETA goes to Split, the map that they absolutely were, riding to those good finishes at Reykjavik. So kind of interesting to see them go back into that.
2 maps that haven't really seen that much Chamber on them, but ones that I could see how you could make it work, at least to a certain extent. So I'm curious to see if that's going to come in or if that is just not in the game plan at all. But it is a map that we kind of expected ZETA to go for from the outset that is left to the 3rd. So they opt to go for Split, and this is obviously full well having watched RRQ take down Global Esports yesterday on that map. Granted, yes, it was close. There was some gaps there that RRQ were able to exploit, so it wasn't just complete and utter dominance. But still, I think maybe perhaps a bit bold. We'll have to see how it goes.
And it's 2 out of the 3 maps that they played the last time they faced off in the regular season for Pacific, so they're going to be very well acquainted with each other. Now, my question is, Laz, Sova still 10 on the Dep on Breach, 10 on Raze. I mean, 10 on the Raze, fine. Den is a very good Raze player, and I expected that on Split, but here on Haven?
Interesting. I mean,
no Jet on Dep on Haven.
Dep just kind of
Okay.
looking at something, saying like, okay, he plays a good Breach. I think I could do that too.
He's not a bad Breach. I'm not discounting Dep in any role. He's been very effective in a lot of different agent but he was so good on Jet on this
I
map.
mean, this is very old school, what they're going for right here. I mean, we saw Vision Strikers running this plenty of times when RB was still the main duelist. He'd go for that raise, still would be able to get blast packs in and go for, some up kills. But this is a major shakeup here, not having depth playing that Jet.
Well, I like it. I like the sound of this. I like the look of it. This means they've been trying something new. Laz is probably smiling for a reason because they have something up their sleeves right now. We are going to find out who will emerge victorious today. And taking us through map 1, Haven, is Quack and William.
Thank you very much, Vic, and I'm just as flabbergasted as everyone else with this one, Will.
I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I hate it. I don't like it, and here's why. I'm going to tell you right away. Listen, all right? I've been happy, nice guy, William, in VCT for long enough.
Are you mad now?
I'm about to mauled, and here's why. Even from back in the day, when they made their miracle run in Reykjavik, Depp would always play well when he was duelist, and then he would always play not so well when he wasn't playing duelist. And then you have Crow on Killjoy, and the meta currently, you need Sentinels who can absolutely frag out on their own and anchor down a site. And Crow hasn't quite proven himself yet. I mean, maybe when he doesn't have to keep focusing on lineups, maybe he'll be better. I don't like it. However, maybe they'll prove me wrong.
Maybe they will. That's what we have to count on because it has been a couple months since the regular season at Pacific. Now, perhaps with Junior as the stagecoach, not XQQ, mind you, they might have changed things up. However, it is such a big change. This is only like the third time that Depp has actually played Breach throughout the entire, his whole career, officially.
And same with Crow's Killjoy. Exactly same, right? Both of them their third time. And my big question is are you even going to buy an operator? You're on Haven. You absolutely need an operator, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, they are on the attacking side first, so it awaits to be seen.
Yeah, but bear in mind, again, like yesterday, this was Lord EJ's day. I mean, he was going crazy on these two maps, Haven and Split. ZETA must have things cooked up, but they are starting things off heavy towards the A site.
Yeah, and just a heavy investment of util from RRQ, right? They use the gravity well, they use the recon bolt, and I like this adjustment from ZETA. They say, okay, so much of this was dumped, and because they know there were at least 2, if not 3 people, most likely 3 with that setup, they're going to push all the way out to Link. I like it. The post plant's not bad. Now they have the chance to wrap around.
But the question is, how do you hold this now? I mean, you are forcing your opponents to push into you, to push into the B site, and you are fully heavily positioned around A Link. I like that 10 is wrapping around, but this is going to be a big firefight. Aftershock, Ether ready, and Depp just throws it out for security. RQ are waiting for this, and 10, no, the flank is gone.
Yeah, I mean, they just baited him in. They tapped it so early. They drew the paranoia as well, and they're already sticking the defuse.
And it's just frenzies too. Way too low HP. Last cannot survive. RQ takes the pistol cleanly.
Okay, so the idea from ZETA, pretty good, right? The response was very snappy, which is something we've wanted to see from ZETA. So I will say, okay, improvements seem to be there. However, RQ's read, I think a big part of it was the spike was so blatantly planted for A-Link, right? So you're just saying, okay, you guys are going to try, for these alleyway with the aftershocks and paranoias, we'll just draw those out. And then after the drought, you realize they're not spamming right away, and you say, okay, maybe there's a flank coming because they have Link. Elmimore's waiting for it. A great start for RQ.
Yeah, right? It's a good read, pretty blatant, and I just love that Nebula placement from 2G. Because it was that deep, it forces ZETA to peek out into a fight, and they just cannot withstand that firepower. Now, second round, you've got 3 Bulldogs, Will, and they are just watching the angles, tempting, toying with fate. ZETA,
look at this
still
health, right?
pushing up front. No!
I mean, at this range, the Spectre's going to kill them all. They've all been chipped down by the shock dart and even the full-out Sugar Zero.
Well, I mean, if he's just stunned and concussed, without moving, his shooting is still relatively accurate. So, simple shot, and then Elmimore to clean things up. Flawless win for RRQ.
Things are starting to look similar to yesterday, Quack. RRQ is running at it, and here's the thing is that that's not even necessarily a read on A. It does seem like RRQ, their game plan is going to be, we're just going to keep forcing the issue here on A lobby, right? And then if we keep getting control of it, you don't have a Jet who's going to be able to dash into C site. Raze is so much better at launching into that A site with a utility, clearing, sewers with the boombot, things like that. And you're constantly forcing them back over to C or B, where all your utilities set up already in this round.
Oh boy. I mean, I could kind of see it perhaps in the second half for retake scenarios, but yes, on the attack, it's going to be a little bit difficult, and it's just not going to be the same as what we saw in the first few weeks of Pacific with Depp on the Jet. But still,
It's only round 3. Perhaps they have something in the bag. Now, a little bit of mid presence, but RRQ does have a lot of A main control.
Now, something that Zeta's going to have to note off of that peek into Garage is the Nanoswarm wasn't actually placed at the door. It was placed right at the turret. So it shows that RRQ's was, oh, it's their Nanoswarm actually being thrown out. So my bad on that one, just checking the mini-map.
Oh.
So all the Nanoswarms still on line on B. But they should note, no Nanoswarms popped, right? So someone's waiting around the Killjoy because the turret was activated in Garage for a trap play.
Tell me more, still hovering around that spot. So RQ has a lot more map control right now, and Zeta kind of has to force the issue. The thing is, they have to be so aware of the positioning from RQ towards a lobby. Flips and Xpharaoh are in such a prime position to find the sprays. A double kill coming out from Xpharaoh, and this entire A-side aggression has been stopped.
RRQ's game plan today is just constantly force them out of A site. Do not let them enter A. We will always have a new setup on B and C. And they're always just gonna, force the issue with the Hunter's Fury as well. They want to keep the solo going.
And I guess 10 just didn't expect that there would be people pushing out of C-Link. The Hunter's Fury made them so uncomfortable as well, Will.
Wow. I mean, I love the Hunter's Fury early as well. You got it that early. You might as well use it, right? You're about to win that round. You already did the damage. You just keep on forcing it. And then on top of that, I mean, this isn't even a team comp that's going to utilize an attacking operator very well. So you're really shutting down the options away from Zeta Division. And Zeta's biggest homework right now is they either need to successfully break into BRC site on a rush or just bulldoze through this fault line on A. They have to find an answer.
You're talking about the options right now, and one of those things that are being blocked, it's not just the operator, it's the A site again. And you still have this presence coming out from Xpharaoh. He has the options, and RRQ are just waiting for this to come through. It's going to be full-on close-range battles, but RRQ... Xpharaoh! A quad kill out of nowhere! He just sprays them down!
No, not like this. I mean, I predicted RRQ, but Zeta, you cannot kick off your LCQ Pacific run like this. I know it's an eco. Yes, the round in theory is supposed to go to RRQ, but the biggest problem is this Sova on the opposing team just used his Hunter's Fury in round 3 and is about to get it in round 5, all right? He's about to get it in the next round if he does just as well. So this is not looking good.
4 points away from the next Hunter's Fury. And also, I mean, bear in mind that was the bonus round being won. Now another one. Such a big win, too. This is huge momentum, a big surge of confidence for RRQ. Now they're starting to peek out a little bit more. They're starting to go hunting, and Xpharaoh wants his ace. He's gonna get it.
Wow. Listen, I mean, Xpharaoh was actually kind of the quiet one yesterday, right? It was the other players, it was more the rookie players on the side of RRQ that really shined through. And he starts off today and says, I haven't missed a single beat. 10, 1, and 2. Only 4 rounds in, Quack.
Oh my goodness. And that's the thing that you really have to think about. Like you mentioned, yes, it is a bit of an eco round, but surely you want to still do a little bit of damage. Granted, this is RQ's map pick, so they are the ones who are, predicted to win this one. But this is not the same Zeta that we saw in Pacific.
Yeah, and now the op's out, right? So now they can even invest the breach over to the C in case it's coming, and EJ gets a kill as well. I mean, Zeta, listen, they either have to, I said it again and again, they either have to find a way to get into a site or try a rush on another site. They tried to have the read on the potential ops, so they didn't want to rush and, get mowed down.
Yeah.
But right now, they're just falling into the palms of RQ.
At least they're slowing down the pace, Will. They're kind of holding outside of Garage, maybe a little bit of presence towards a lobby. You do have Laz kind of droning out Age, maybe trying to buy some rotations over onto the A site, but RQ has so much control right now, so much presence everywhere that they don't really have to move all that much. Guys, Will is mauling.
Listen, I'm glad you reeled me back in, though. So let's focus on the silver lining here. The fact that they didn't just rely on the turret, but they also left Crow outside of Garage, that's good, right? You can hear audio if they do run around, etc. Obviously, this time it didn't happen, but I hope to see more of that. And currently, C-Site is most likely never mind.
Wow, he just holds the off angle. Perfect shots coming out from Elmimore and flips. And now Zeta down to 2 players left remaining. Crow tries to make a play outside from Garage, but without the numbers, without the utility, they cannot win a single round. It's 5-0 so far.
And 2 points away from a second Hunter's Fury on Xpharaoh, by the way. So that ult is not cheap. It costs a lot. It costs 8 full points, and he's about to potentially get 4 in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, like, he got it on round 3. Is he going to get it on round 6? And that's such a useful tool as well. That's why it costs 8 points. Hunter's Fury blocks out so much, and it can do quite a ton of damage. ZETA really needs to try something different because every time they go to A, they get stopped and picked off.
Yeah, now, the timeout is good. However, I do wonder, because part of this timeout's probably just to reel things back in, right? Say, okay, just reset, right? Clearly, they're just waiting for the A side. They have the operator now, etc. But here's the bigger problem, is because they were so focused on trying to bulldoze through, which I don't blame them for in the first couple rounds, they actually don't have much information on the default setups in Garage and C site itself, right? They've noted the turret that watches the double doors, but outside of that, they haven't drawn out any of the nanoswarms outside of B site. They haven't drawn out any of the extra alarm bots. They haven't really confirmed exactly where the Astra is going to be playing over on that C site. There's a lot of questions that they need to solve, and if they're starting that now, they don't have too much time left in the first half.
It's difficult, but you have to kind of start somewhere. And I think the way that this starts is, well, yes, maybe with a timeout, maybe Junior has something to say about this, but it's also how you work with your current agent composition. Sure, you don't have the Jet, maybe it is 10 on the Raze, and that's explosive. However, you're talking about the default setup from RRQ, and Laz is the guy with that info gathering utility.
Yeah, and now, okay, so this time it looks like because it's an eco, they just want to try to swarm the site, try to take out that operator, right? They have that nano swarm where it might be waiting, things like that. They're trying to shove them all the way back in.
Good fall line.
Yeah, this is fine. We'll have to wait to see if it actually leads to a potential thrifty.
Well, they do start things off jumping into the Nebula. Crow will even get the first. However, Flip's still on the other side. Thankfully, they swarm him down. It is going to be a trade. EJ's going to be watching the angle with his operator, but they have the spike planted. At the same time, keep your eyes on Laz's position on the minimap because he's got some, maybe one shock dart lineup. As long as they can hold down this position, they've managed to pick up some weapons as well. They should be able to make this happen, but Elmi Moore will drop down. He gets traded off by Depp, 2GE now. 1 on 3, goes for the first peek, and suddenly 2 positions have been revealed to him. This is not impossible. Sneaks into hell, tries to drag them back down, but Laz peeks out, single tap to the head, and ZETA finds their first win.
Okay, so I liked it in theory, and then the execution worked out as well. Also, thanks, you know, on the side of ZETA, they're going to say thank you to RRQ. While RRQ didn't necessarily, like, overheat, they did keep their distance, right, outside of this kill in the smoke. Flipstrider kept his distance by A-Link, however, you know, his aim was a little shaky, and he still tries to stick it. He's like, well, I still have the better gun. He eventually drops it, gives over one of the rifles. 2-10. This is a good start, a great timeout conversion here for ZETA.
Has to be. I mean, it's a good show of numbers as well, the way that they actually flooded down the A site. However, now you got to chain it into even more wins. They've got 5 ultimates that they're sitting on, and RQ has some counters as well.
Yeah, but here's the thing is that they brought the operator, but you're going to put it on Depp, who's your main operator player, but he's breach. He needs to use his utility. We'll have to wait and see.
Good flick. That's a way to start things off with the C split onto the C site. 2GE cannot back out. Showstopper will connect. And Flips, everyone else just hovering around C-Link. Crow with the positioning on window as well. It's going to have to be a save from RQ, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at this point, right, you just bought a new operator because on the last round, I think going for it, I think trying for it was fine. You were all pretty much capped on your credits. But now if you have to keep buying those operators again, it's going to be a little difficult. Especially, I believe they might have heard one shot coming out from depth, so you should be aware that they picked up the operator as well. You're going to want one of your own. But let's talk about what just happened. While it's not conventional, while in my head I don't like it, that you're having your breach have to use the operator on the attacking side, it does work out quite well for C, right? Because if you're watching long and they're not able to peek you, as long as you're able to send more than one person into Garage Takeover, then they can watch the site as the breach repositions for its utility to actually execute onto the site a little bit closer, which is exactly what you want for the Raze as well. So they're working with what they got.
It's not too bad. You know, he's that backline support, and you were talking about the RQ's default positions from before. That's kind of what they've pinched onto on the C site now. They know there's always a killjoy outside of Garage, and Crow getting that flick into that little corner position was huge for ZETA. At the same time, lurking out by window, they managed to push off and fend off any potential retake from RRQ. Still, this was a great round because they also only spent one ultimate. They still have a lot more.
Yeah, they have a slew of options. Now we do see more default change-ups, especially from the Killjoy. And even Flipstrider actually pushing all the way out off the back of this operator watching for B. So he is tucked right in. However, if he gets caught, it's over. There's no way out for him.
Good flash, though.
Yeah, but
Still,
this might sell the fake even more. Right, the Odin and the operator, they're like, there's surely no one's actually pushed out off of this.
No way you jump out of window off of that one. 10, okay. Blast packs into safety. Now they're kind of aware. But then again, this limits your options. Because of this mid presence, you're going to have to be so careful with how you want to go back towards A. You can't do that. You're going to have to go through C this time. And 10, trying to step up. He will be able to flick around, get flips off. Doesn't know that Xfero's still around window, though. Rolling Thunder, execute onto the C site. Can they get 2G, who is anchoring it down? He managed to get down depth. The Hunter's Fury will connect, but still, this is a 2-on-2 with a defending lockdown in place. EJ peeks off of it and finds last momentum again back in RQ's hands.
Oh man, the Rolling Thunder into Hunter's Fury was so good too, right? You know that when it's Astra, she's gonna try to anchor down on the site with her own smokes, with things like the gravity well. And so you just say, okay, well, if you're in sight, you're stunned somewhere. So I will eventually tag you. But however, the biggest thing is first of all, they lost Crow initially, right, to Flipstrider. So they had to act a little faster than they originally wanted to. The adaptation was good, but as soon as Hunter's Fury was used, the defense lockdown comes out, and then ZETA starts to scramble just a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely that mid play coming out from Flips too. I mean, RQ looks like they are in the driver's seat this one, kind of dictating the plays against ZETA. I liked when ZETA were rushing a couple rounds ago because that's when they forced RQ towards the back. But now it's going to be a lot more difficult because of his firepower, because of the positioning. Both teams trying to contest for A long control.
Yeah, they even gave over the operator because they didn't want to drop it. So RQ meant to play aggressively here. However, they do drop EJ. So this draws in Flipstrider. And again, a reminder, he has an operator. I think you might even switch to the rifle if you're going to stick around here.
Wow, and the reaction on that too. So operator now picked up. Xfero finds another frag. ZETA's attacking forces are weakened, and Sugar Zero, I guess, trying to make some heroics of his own. It's gonna get taken out. 2 players left. Still gonna have to try to go for a spike plant, but the retakes will look good for RQ.
Yeah, I mean, the post plant scenario is so rough if you go into B site, but that's pretty much where you're gonna have to plant the spike in. They will give over the plant itself, it does look like. I mean, you're not full health on Zafiro. You weren't all quite ready for B site. The turret's cleared, though. I like this idea from ZETA. They do have to push out.
Ooh. And they are going for it. Flips trying to hold them and buy them off. And he does manage to get their attention away for a second. Let's see, Crow can pull off some heroics off his own, but nah. It's not going to happen. 2GE, slightly crispier on the aim, and it's going to be RQ still in the lead.
Wow, I mean, I'm starting to already think ahead to the second half, and here's the thing. The whole operator on dep on the breach on attacking side, okay, I'm a little sold on it, especially for C site, but on defense, if you have your breach staring down a scope on one side of the map, he is not providing support with those fault lines, right?
Yeah.
So surely, hopefully, if they do choose to buy an op, it's on 10, or they're always pushing out, and that's always risky. So I hope for ZETA's sake that they can pick up the remaining 3 rounds.
If you don't, that's going to be maybe an 8-4 or 9-3. And yeah, that could be the curse, but it's going to be difficult nonetheless. ZETA trying to make use of their current buy. However, EJ, still, this is his thing. He's so unpredictable. Suddenly peeking out a garage this time.
And a double peek as well? You saw the raise and you peek back out. I mean, ZETA, they didn't quite expect that. They put up the turret just to check, but they didn't think he'd swing out again off of the turret.
And now if you're pushing into C, like, you got to be aware that he could be backside. That's why they're spending utility just to clear this out. However, look at the position from RQ. They're already setting up for the retake.
Yeah, but you can tell ZETA, they're rushed, right? They don't wait for the plant to go down for the lockdown, so RQ does get a couple extra seconds, which means, ZETA, you're going to have to regain control of a bit more of the map. I'm not so quite sure about the C-Link push, but Garage should be good enough.
Well, if they can hold down these 4 positions, it would be good. However, the blades and then the trade from LB Moore. 10 still hovering outside of window. He's been discovered. Crow! The sudden double tap. And Elmimore pushes out of Garage. He's trying to kick them down, but Sugar Zero says no. Flips. He's going to try to make use of his flank. However, footsteps have been heard. All it comes down to is the shots now, and Aftershock will be spent to flush him out of position. Crow goes in for the crouch and flips. Puts the nail in the coffin.
Time?
I think so.
Wow. 0.36. I mean, I saw the timer barely start down on the last couple seconds as he stuck the defuse, but man, the battle of the utility at the end as well, right? Nanoswarm versus Aftershock, you're both just trying to buy yourself time and get info, but at the end of the day, Flips gets the kill just in time. And I gotta say, listen, ZETA's actually looking a lot better than they did during the season, right? Their mid-rounding to certain situations, to certain kills or deaths is very snappy and generally in the right direction, or at least in one of the better choices they can make in those scenarios. But the problem is they're always adapting off of a death. That's the problem, right? They're always having to do this 4v5 or with one of the ults missing or something like that, and it's quite rough.
It's very reactive. And that's why I said RQ are in the driver's seat. And thinking about the rounds now, you know, we were talking about potential 8-4, 9-3. ZETA is running out of cash. So it's half buys, and if they cannot start winning rounds, this second half will be rough.
Yeah, and on that same note that I made just now, okay, the Hunter's Fury being used out just to, even get a kill. I was going to say kind of clear up both a lobby and window, which would have been amazing information just to start. But they even get the kill. I love that they use it, right, because the lockdown was used on the other side right the round before. It's probably not coming online for the remainder of the half. But RQ's 4v5 conversions also have to be pretty good so far here on this Haven.
I think they could do it. Elmimore just dancing back and forth between the covers. Xpharaoh peeking out of C-Link. And Depths alone. Sure, he's got a Bulldog, but you got 5 targets to hit.
Well, boy, do you wish you were Jet now with your Blade Storm. Let me tell you that much. Because if it was, we could say, okay, maybe Depths can make a miracle happen. But it's tough. It's tough as that breach.
Not only does he not have Blades, he didn't have a single piece of utility for that one. I mean, they've been trying to commit for C-Site for a couple rounds now, and it's always with 10 and those paint shells towards backside, Def with a little bit of supportive utility, and if it doesn't work and you continue to commit, everything just falls apart, Will.
Yeah, and the problem here is that, again, it wasn't the Astra who was completely locking it down, it was the Killjoy, which meant a different position when you're trying to anchor down on your own within the site. It's not going to be that back platform. Now it's going back to 2GE's role to hold that. You still have that Nanoswarm to buy time, you still have the turret watching Garage. And wow, 3 operators, 2 Odins. I'm sorry, ZETA, but I don't think you're entering anywhere on this map.
What a way to start day 3 of LCQ.
I mean, I'm kind of curious what 2G's operator looks like, I'll be honest, but I don't think we're going to find out.
We've heard tales of the 2GE aim. However, yeah, ZETA are not going to toy with that right now.
Well, they found one of them. They found one of the ops. Now there's 2 more to find.
Okay, from the shadows back to heaven, and surely RQ is aware of this. Now they're going to try to spend a little bit more just to maybe take him out. Paranoia will be sent out early, and with all this space, they should, and then they will be able to get the A site. However, Xpharaoh is just hiding here.
No, they have to pitch this. They have to pitch this. No! They don't wait for Crow. Crow eventually gets it, but oh my goodness, he already lose one and the lockdown's pushing them all out.
Trades. 10 has to hold. He will be able to get the first. However, the lockdown pushes them away, and without the positioning, Laz and Crow, even with Shock Dart lineups, Elmimore's just sticking it all the way through. Oh, our RQ ends the first half 10-2 with a couple more kills to boot.
Okay, so now that we're at halftime, I just want to calm down and let the viewers know. Here's the thing, is I'm not molding because ZETA's playing terribly, actually, right?
Sure.
It's just that they put themselves in this agent composition and the players that are playing them where they actually don't have their best options, right? You're not able to use an aggressive operator as a curveball to throw a wild card. Because here's the thing, I actually think a lot of the decisions they made were good. It's simply that RQ was a step ahead. I mean, RQ forced the issue on, hey, don't come A site. Eventually, they went to C, and RQ said, okay, so now we know you're going to come C every time because A never worked for you. They were always ready on C side. And in the last round, they say, well, no matter where you come, we're going to have an operator ready to go. So this is more of a RQ clearly out of game plan coming in. There's a reason they picked this map, and I like that ZETA's changing things up, but sometimes the opponent puts up 423 ACS and you can't do anything.
And it's not just the crazy ACS as well. I mean, he gets these big numbers because of the sense to hide in certain positions. I mean, we're talking about that A-side presence, and yes, ZETA keeps trying to go for it. Maybe they have some interesting ideas, right? From the shadows towards heaven, I kind of like that. But you're still doing the same thing as what we saw in the first few weeks of Pacific. You're operating off assumptions. You did not clear or check short. And it's just tough to try to change up your game plan that way.
Yeah, we do have the DRX Game Changers team here, and it looks like they're a little split on who they're cheering for. If I had to guess, I'm going to guess the Japanese players are cheering for ZETA, and maybe one or two of the players that are holding the RQ signs might not be the Japanese players on the Game Changers team. But either way, great to see the overall support just here to cheer on LCQ Pacific. I mean, so much on the line. Let's talk about that. We were so deep into the game, but you gotta win, get to the upper finals, try to get that extra day break, try to get the ban advantage to get to grand finals and go to Champions Los Angeles.
Exactly, because again, I mean, back to the, first of all, really nice soft toy, but it's a really unforgiving schedule. It's meant to be this way because you are here, you've earned this spot, but can you really take your place all the way through the end to Champions Los Angeles? You don't have that upper final break if you don't win this one. So whoever goes on through is going to be feeling a little bit better, and right now it kind of looks like it's going to be RQ.
I mean, listen, you lose the pistol and it's over for ZETA, and quite frankly, if I'm ZETA, you almost have to start thinking about the next map right away, right? This wasn't your pick, you have to let it go. But hey, if they win the pistol, anything can happen.
They're throwing out utility pretty early on, and look at this gravity well placement from 2GE. Frenzy up close, he's gonna find one and then hides back in, not quite committing until his teammates arrive for help, and Elmi Moore will be the guy to assist. Double kill coming through now, and that leaves us with Depp. He's got one flashpoint, the spike not yet planted, so he could make some momentum plays off of this.
They're gonna keep their distance.
Pushed up into a position, but
yeah,
that's right.
They know it's a frenzy.
And Elmore has a ghost, and he has been sharp on it. Fault line has been covered from cooldown.
They don't
down
know.
To the peak. Oh, look at this sneaky play. And now he's inching up a little bit closer again. Frenzy versus Frenzy. Flips.
You gotta reload. You have 2 bullets. Oh my god. At least he didn't die because of the reload. I will say that, okay? I was getting really antsy when it was down to 4. He was down to 2, but it was simply that he didn't get the timing on the drop.
I do like that he kind of hopped up onto logs for a second just to get further information. I thought he might have, hung back a little second more just to throw out utility, but Flips continued going further in and just lands that final headshot too.
Oh man, I mean, a rough start. Here's the thing, I mean, ZETA clearly has made efforts to make the changes that a lot of us have been asking to see. That much is true, and so we'll have to, I'm almost thinking a little far ahead of myself and thinking forward to the next match, which is their pick on Split. Hopefully we see more of that. But even on Haven, I will say, you want to continue that trend. You don't want to say just because we lost, maybe that doesn't work. No, the direction of your changes were good. You actually just have to gain a bit more confidence and have 1 or 2 extra steps ready to go.
That's right. And again, with those fundamental issues as well, right now on the defense, it does feel a little bit better, but with the pistol round lost, although that first round was close, this is not the way you want to start things off. So 10 gone now, and you are only left with Laz to kind of fortify the A side. He's going to hide inside the dark cover, which is nice, but how do you hold off against these rifles coming through?
I mean, they gotta close the gap. You're running with Stingers and Spectres. You have to close the gap. You cannot create more distance. I mean,
they're falling back.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just spammed through the smoke too, Will. Oh God. RQ now just trying to waterfall in one by one, bit by bit. Depp falls, and then we've got Crow.
I mean, this is, listen, I actually think Crow's aim has gotten a lot better since he's on that Killjoy, a bit more autonomous. He just can set up his utility, doesn't have to worry about lineups, on things like the recon bolts or other agents that he's been playing throughout the season. But this round, it's rough, right? You're on a retake on A site on Haven with a Stinger against 4 people who have rifles. So this one's probably gone. But okay, match point comes up. What do you do after that? Let's think ahead. You never want to completely give up. And you have to start to think, we're going to have to force buy again, right? It's going to be a mixed buy once again. the obvious thing to do would be to try to stack, you know, A site maybe, or maybe just a little bit of B in case there's a curveball. But if I'm RQ, I actually think I risk going to B site a little bit, right? Because you assume they're going to try to close the gap on another site. You just push through, start pushing out into Link, and I'd love to see ZETA try to be, you know, one-up RQ in the mind games.
I guess that's what this timeout is for, but again, it's a bit of a double-edged sword because Ewok gets to talk to his team at the same time.
I do like this, though, and here's why. Listen, you're most likely losing this map. You might as well use the timeout to get more time to think about things, to cool off, to calm down. Try to at least get your head back in the game on this map so you don't have to warm up your mental on map 2, right? I mean, again, you have to look at it long term. It is a best of 3. You're not, you know, losing and going to the lower bracket just off of Haven. You still have Split, your own pick to look forward to, which means you got to fix your mental, you know, any maybe small mechanics, any comms things right now in these last potential couple rounds that you can extend before you go to your map pick.
I mean, that's the best that you can hope for in some ways as well. But just for us to think about too, right? I mean, are they going to go with these similar roles in the next map? And is that kind of what we want? Because Des was talking about it. Achilles was mentioning the Reykjavik run that they had depth on a rampage. Everyone was flowing and feeling the same way. Clinton, Paperthin has been waiting for Last to go on Chamber. With this current setup, I'm not so sure, Will.
Yeah, well, yeah, on Split, they could actually run the Chamber, right? They could just have the singular initiator on a Sky or something, and they could make that work. But yeah, so see, RQ, they take the chance. They just say, hey, it's a bonus. We upgrade to a couple of rifles. Let's just go to B site, because that's what they're not going to expect.
Okay, there is a little bit of a stack from ZETA, but it's closer towards the C site. And however, 10 peeking out of a Link by himself. He's going to get picked off. Crow does have a judge, so maybe working together as a team to flood down the site, they might be able to get a little bit more space. But look at RQ's positioning. As soon as the spike goes down, they're falling all the way back because they know they have the range, and all they got to do is to spray and pray. Hello, Jesus. It's gonna be Sugar Zero getting a little bit more. However, EJ, the Lord, comes down once more, and he ends out the map 13-2.
Wow. I mean, absolutely the most dominant form we've seen RQ, right? And not against a weak team. ZETA Division, sure, they've had some glaring weaknesses, but they were never a weak team, right? They still made it to playoffs. And, you know, there's always that hope of that miracle run. They always seem to turn up when their backs are up against the wall. They made these changes clearly very intentionally, and I will say the way they worked the changes were very good. I'm not a big fan of the player and the roles, but whatever you had in the server, you were working with it, right? That attack operator on depth, they made it work on the breach. They had some good ideas. The responses off of first kills or first deaths, mind you, very instant. So the attitude change, the mental change is good, but RQ is clearly looking to get that ticket to Los Angeles.
Very, very decisively as well. I mean, looking at some of the scores, Xpero with 19 kills, Elmi more flips as well. I mean, they were autonomous with their decisions in some of these rounds. What we did like from ZETA was, you know, off the timeout, I think like round 6 or so, when they went for that set play towards the C site, Def kind of on that operator, 10 with a showstopper, getting so much space, so much value. That was great. That worked out. We need more of that.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? The first timeout from Junior did wonders, right? It got them that thrifty of 2 rounds in a row. Of course, unfortunately, that's all they got on this entire map. But clearly, I mean, Junior's head in the game as well as that coach here for ZETA Division. Again, they're making, I'll be honest, bigger changes than I thought they would, which is a good sign for a team that has been so static. However, RQ has been grinding away just as much in the past, month or 2 in the case of RQ. And so clearly, RQ just came very ready.
Yeah, I mean, you could see in a lot of these plays, like we were talking about it, making the reads, making the calls, the early a long presence, with so many smokes just so oppressively blocking off ZETA.
Yeah, I will say, I think it's not so much the mid-rounding this time, but simply the pure reads they had round to round. I mean, RQ was in ZETA Division's head the entire way through.
Yeah, I think that final round is a clear example of that as well. I mean, you were talking about how they could actually dive straight into B, something that ZETA might not have expected, and that definitely did happen.
Yeah, and ZETA, I mean, they weren't all totally far away. They were potentially ready for this B, but the Aftershock was things like that. Again, just RQ being one tempo ahead in terms of what's the start of the round look like.
Yeah, they definitely look a little bit more practiced, a little bit more comfortable as well. And EJ, again, I mean, although he's not topping the scoreboard, similar to his performance from yesterday, he's carrying some of these theatrics over.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely great performance from RQ all throughout. But ladies and gentlemen, it is a best of 3. Nothing's decided yet here in the upper bracket for the double elimination stage of LCQ Pacific. So we'll move on to map 2 after this break. It's down by the shock dart and even the full, and they're always just gonna force the issue.
Come through. It's gonna be full on close range battles. But RQ,
oh my God!
Barrow!
Is most likely never.
And now ZETA down to 2 players left remaining. So careful with how you want to go back towards A. Can't do that. They're gonna have to go through and switch to the rifle if you're gonna stick around here. Comes out a window, he's been discovered. However, footsteps have been heard. All it comes down to is the shots now, and Aftershock will be spent flush out of position. They could do it. They'll be more.
They have to pitch this. They have to pitch this. Oh! They don't wait for Crow. Crow pushes them all out.
Raze can have to leave pretty early on, and Iceback is not quite committing until his teammates arrive.
Cannot creep or distance. I mean,
they're falling back.
Yeah.
Oh, Ray, hello, Jesus. It's gonna be Sugar Zero getting a little.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
after the game ends, it's really break our heart.
ZETA Division will not be played in Tokyo.
We won't give up. We will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Kawan Esports,
DFM가
저희 젠지는
For the power of friendship 諦めないで勝ち上がります
もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
Hey guys, you're watching VCT LCQ Pacific, and we just finished a incredibly short game to start off today. And ZETA honestly not looking so hot. RRQ, you know, taking this win. Probably this is ZETA's worst performance on Haven, to be frank. And maybe
You go first, Akira.
Yeah.
Need some more time?
I need some time.
It's fine. Yes, this is the worst performance that we have actually ever seen from ZETA Division on this map, unfortunately. It's the 13-2. The only other time that they've had a 13-2 on this map was when they 13-2'd Paper Rex back in Reykjavik during the Miracle Run. It hasn't happened. Aside from that, yes, they have had 13-3 losses, etc. But this was just domination. I mean, yeah, okay, it's RQ's map pick. You can make some excuses in that regard, but getting blown out of the water like this,
in the time,
it does not really instill much confidence. Yeah, I mean, I won't claim to be a mathematician. I could have made some mistakes, but I glanced back at it. I'm pretty sure from the time that the game started, when we had the countdown timer starting going into round 1 to when EJ got that final 4K to close out the game, I'm pretty sure it was about a duration of 30 minutes, and that also includes a halftime, which is about 2 minutes long, and 2 timeouts, so about a minute apiece for ZETA Division.
Yeah,
which
that's
means
short.
that this is basically around a 26, 27-minute long game. That's absurd.
Yeah, it was. Well, I mean, we came back here so fast, and maybe Will was right. This is a comp that just made absolutely no sense for ZETA at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, look. All right, so first of all, I want to give all the credit in the world to RRQ here. Phenomenal prep. The way Xpharaoh was holding these off angles on the defender side on this Sova was brilliant. They just completely befuddled ZETA. That being said, this is an unacceptable performance from ZETA for a whole bunch of reasons. But first of all, this is a map that Depp was pretty good on Jet, so I know 10 is a really good race, and that's fine if you want to run 10 on race. I am 100% fine with that on most maps. Probably not this one. And Depp on the breach, not much impact. His utility usage in those first 5 rounds when they lost was non-existent. They finally were able to kind of lock a few players out of position. I like the Cypher cam. That was good. That was good. But look, it's taking everything in my power here to not just like lose my mind, because to me this is a coaching problem. Like, and I gotta call the coaches out here for ZETA, because this is unacceptable. Your players aren't prepared for a map that you've generally been pretty good on this year. You do agent swaps that kind of don't make sense to me. I could see if, 10 on their Killjoy was their best player the last time they played RQ on Haven. He was like 27-14 or something. He was nuts. Fine, you want to switch him off to race, but it wasn't prepared well. But this is just like, you're not putting your best players in the best spots to succeed. Period. End of story. You're not putting your best players on the agents that make the most sense for them, and that kills you. And that's a coaching issue. That comes down to the coaches. They're the ones who should be deciding those things, and that can't happen like this. This is an unacceptable performance at this level on this stage.
I mean, you have to imagine that this is just simply something that was working in scrims that then comes onto the stage, and it just looks catastrophic. But I'm right there with you. This is not a performance that instills any confidence whatsoever. Again, you can only say like, oh, well, it's RQ's pick. They're really good on Haven. You can only say that so much, because this is also a map that has been in the pool for so damn long, and your team's been together the whole time. You haven't made changes. You should be naturally decent at this map by this point. So this is definitely hyper concerning as we get ready to go into Split, and we have to see a very different ZETA going into that second map. If 10 is still going to be running on that raise, if it's going to be double duelist, sure, okay. But the issues that we're seeing from them, where they're not checking corners, they're not using util to get themselves into size, and they just get mowed down, that cannot happen.
Yeah, but it was happening since the very first round, exactly that. In fact, let's talk about that, Achilleos. At round 4, we saw a lot of mowing happening.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Xpero.
It's like my dad on Saturday morning.
Yep,
a lot of mowing.
trimming the lawn. I mean, but this is another moment here. I mean, 10's going up. He's trying to check over towards Sewer's side. And then you've got 1x1 peaks pushing around the corner as Xpero just holds down left click. And then eventually he's able to find the ace. This was round 4. Yes, they are on a light buy. But I can promise you, the rounds ahead of that, round 3 especially in the bonus, getting their first rifle round through, wasn't much better.
Nope.
It was just these same issues continuing. Then they follow up to go ahead and win a 5th round in a row on the side of RQ. ZETA finally pumped the brakes. They call a timeout, and they're able to get 2. And then that was it. That was the only 2 they could get.
Now, like you pointed out, Paper Thin, we should give credit to RQ as well. We saw a bit of this yesterday. You had mentioned it at the desk. And today, you know, they had so much spare change. You know when you resource gather and then you never use it at the end of the game? Well, that wasn't the case for RQ, right? They were spending all that cash on Ops and Odins.
Yeah, I love the way that they approach these rounds, these kind of unique gun strategies. So they actually grab an Odin here onto Elmi Moore into Garage and spam to take space. And they also have the op on top of the B site. The generator to give Flips the ability to get under the window. So really keep your eye on the Flips here because he's not really accounted for. Now 10 trying to do what he can to kind of keep this op busy, and he's able to escape death using one of his blast packs when he gets trapped in that west side corner of the B window. But like, this is just great stuff. This is, again, I wanted to show this round because of something I talked about yesterday on the desk where they used the double Odins on their attacker side on this map to push base towards mid courtyard. And this time they do it the other way around. And this gives them the ability to get this free pick onto Crow, who is actually having a somewhat okay performance here on the Killjoy. Yeah, 10's able to clean that up, but now you have all the information in the world. You're allowed to make these flank rotates from Xpero, who is just absolutely disgusting. This Rolling Thunder, even though it hits, there's a kill is able to come through here for 2GE despite that. And Laz has to use a Hunter's Fury of all things to clear this out. I mean, this is just, nobody's checking corners, nobody's watching angles. The protocols are abysmal. I don't know what to say. I'm truly just befuddled by what I just saw from ZETA. This was one of it was the worst map I've ever seen from them. Period. End of story.
Yeah, I think they're aware of that too.
I'm sure.
We will be talking about Split in a bit. I think there is a bit more of a chance here. ZETA has a good chance here. Let's talk about the key player, Xpero. I mean, he was just on fire.
What more is there to say? We saw him in the halftime. He was at 423 ACS. He only goes down to 361. This is just a world beater performance from him. 4.2 KDA at the end of it all, averaging 1.3 kills per round. This is just exactly what you want to be seeing out of your Sova, out of your Initiator, to just help you be getting into sights and whatnot. Just strong rifling across the board as we've come to expect from this guy. And it just feels like Xpero does not want to be denied again. He was 13 HP away from getting them into playoffs. And I don't think that's going to happen again.
Yeah. Well, and the way he was holding angles just was so smart. These off angles he was taking were just completely befuddling ZETA. So I'm sure part of that is certainly things they saw in ZETA's tendencies and the way they approach the map, the way they're so slow that you can kind of wiggle yourself into these positions where ZETA thinks they have a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of extra open space, and he's able to capitalize on that. Now, the problem for ZETA was it was never really adapted to until it was too little too late. So, look, credit where credit due. Again, RQ, brilliant game plan, the way that they were setting themselves up, the way they were working the map, maneuvering the map, genius. And that's part of the problem, of course, but yeah, I mean, now I'm severely concerned for ZETA. I don't know what their game plan is now for Split. I mean, I said I wanted to see Laz on Chamber. You know, if they go back to the old, since I've seen 10 on Raze, I'm wondering if we're going to go back to Depp on Sage, Laz on Viper, the double controller, that split comp that worked for them at Reykjavik last year. Is that what we're going to see here? I'm not sure.
That is a question. Is RRQ going to continue this momentum? They must be feeling great right now. They could close it off, finishing in just 2 games. But this is a good map for ZETA as well. I mean, if they stick to agents that they're comfortable with, Raze, Jet, and Viper, this could be a 3-game series.
I mean, potentially, but the biggest concern again is just the lack of clearing angles. Ammon's going to be coming in here for 2GE, and this is what we were seeing from the outset, because Split was our first map with RQ versus Global Esports, and this tells us everything that we need to know, which is that Ammon is going to be stepping in. He's going to be playing that Raze. They can just go ahead and run the same exact double controller composition with that Sky solo initiator, double duelist on the side of RQ. Is it going to be matched? The answer is yes. So we're actually going to have fairly mirrored compositions. The only big difference is actually just the Astra here for Sugar Zero compared to the Omen that is on the opposite side for Xpero.
I mean, I'm relatively fine with this for the side of ZETA. Again, Xpero here starting on the attacker side with that Omen, those paranoias definitely give them a little bit of extra oomph. So really, Sugar Zero is going to have to be, Sugar Zero is going to have to, wait, he's playing, this AR is a little bit off
Sugar
center.
Zero's on
Yeah,
Astro.
he's on, okay, I was
He's on
going to say,
Astro.
I'm like, it's not, okay, 10's definitely on Raze, but that's fine. I'm fine with 10 on Raze on this map. When I saw Split in the pool, that was my first thought was, yes, 10 on Raze. Let's get back to that. This is relatively fine for the side of ZETA. I mean, Depp again back on that jet. I hope this kind of rejuvenates the team and they can turn it around here.
It needs to be a strong start, though. They didn't get either pistol round there on Haven. Need to see them kick things off with that because this needs to be a strong performance from them if they want to instill any hope, if they want to be able to get this to a map 3.
Smiles are gone from ZETA's faces. They are looking a lot more serious now, and you're absolutely right, Achilles. And Paper Thin, you know, they need to step it up. They know it as well. RQ, on the other hand, are they going to continue this momentum? Let's go over to the casters, Quack and William, as they take us through map 2, Split.
Thank you very much, Desk. I mean, yeah, I think they were right. ZETA said that they're not going to give up, that they're going to show us a whole different form. Going back to these picks makes a lot more sense. The Double Duelist, the Astra, the Viper. Thing is, though, this is the exact same composition that RQ just played against Global Esports yesterday. So I feel like they're just going to come into this like we don't have to fix what ain't broken. What do you think, Will?
I mean, listen, it wasn't exactly the most dominant performance against Global Esports, right? It was 13-10, so they did end up giving away double digits. Curious to see if they have more depth, though, because ZETA would have even seen that composition. This is a map ZETA's always been proud of. And I will say, depth is on Jet, so we can all rest assured that if he does buy an op, it's going to find good use. And I also just want to point out, I was listening to Death segment, and I realized, like, maybe I've just been spending so much time with Paper Thin, and that's where all this mauling is coming from. But we're just going to calm things down. Before we start, before the round begins, I do want to say, we keep highlighting how well Zafiro did in that first map. He was 4-0, you know, against multiple members, 6-0 versus 10. You know, 3-0 versus Step, things like that. So 6-0 versus Sugar Zero, actually. So he was just dominating individual performances against ZETA Division in that first map.
I mean, again, that first map was a wash, but now we're onto a new story. It's going to be Split, and we already have RQ just walking into a heaven. Left unchecked, mind you. Depp kind of trying to react, but not in time, and this is the ace that completely cracked open.
This is RQ just having a read. This is RQ just absolutely having a read. They see the screen, and they say, okay, we're going to take over Heaven. If we see no opposition, then we go to screens. If we saw opposition, they would have potentially gone through vents. But they know that if no one's peeking right away in ramps, if no one's on Heaven, if no one's watching from the site, you surely have someone on screens on the pistol round. Now it's about this three-man flank.
And Flips is waiting for it. Kind of knows and goes for the first pick. Will be able to take them down. Bangs Crow down to 10 HP as well.
Sugar Zero
out from the other side. Up around screens now, on towards Heaven. Zafiro comes in to take Flips' place.
Whoa.
But because of this wall, oh, he still turns around. He gets a shot anyway. Sugar up from Heaven trying to land with the frenzy, but the range is not there. Xfero with the classic takes the pistol.
I actually have to believe that Xfero running down that ramp was absolutely intentional. I have to believe that. I think he was intending to draw out whoever was trying to move into sight, because there's no way he runs and then realizes his mistake or something and doesn't commit. He still gets to swing on the kill. I mean, absolutely incredible. Maybe a little bit of lady luck on his side, but at the end of the day, another multi-kill here for Zafiro to kick off map 2 on Split.
I mean, I like it. It's like a multiple-pronged approach to defending this spike. And ZETA just kind of not really being able to land their shots either. Right now, trying to force a bit more presence outside of A. They checked it. Now they know they're there. They did force this round, so they have to make it count.
Yeah, exactly. And listen, it's Split, so even on defense, okay, the force can have some value, but this should signify to RQ that they don't have to rush it. They realize another close angle is held, so they don't want to dive right into it, right? They're going to wait until they get, you know, maybe both guiding lights. They want to test the waters on everywhere else as well. They have no information to mid, so RQ's playing this very systemically already here on the second round.
Which isn't too bad. And if you do go through mid, I mean, you've got the range, you've got a lot of utility still. You have some options. You could go through ropes if you needed to, but instead just taking their time, working together as a team. They don't want to lose any weapons too early on.
It's almost better for ZETA to not pick this fight right away here. They do get spotted, but yet they want to draw them in. They want them to commit to B site.
Oh, no. but then they just peek out at the dark cover anyway,
But
Will.
he didn't get hit. Oh, there's still the trade angle here from Severo. He's so good on those trades.
I mean, look at what RRQ are doing. Just tiny bit of aggression, pull back. Tiny bit of aggression, pull back, and ZETA keep buying into it. Now 2 players left, and they have no choice but to go for fights, but RRQ at this point, they've got numbers.
Yeah, and Elmi Moore, during all of that, he was already wrapping around, right? They checked to see if anyone was in sewers. No one had pushed out that far. Elmi Moore went all the way around spawn, so they had this backup plan ready. And I love that you mentioned that they're just trying to bait out these fights, because here's the thing. That was one of RQ's biggest mistakes during the season, is they kept overheating, and Depp can't even find a singular kill in this round.
I mean, just trying to find an opening, but it's not meant to be. With the Sheriff still, I mean, look at the RQ positioning on this map right now. Blocking off every single possible entrance. Screens kind of watched, Heaven, Ropes kind of watched, Ramps as well with Xfero. There's no way Crow makes it out of this one.
No, I mean, I think he's trying to look to save, actually, or maybe just get an extra frag. Here's the thing, you force anywhere, you're going to have to go on an eco the next round. Maybe he's going for some extra frags. He knows that they bought those rifles. They are going to be bunched up. But, he tries to pre-fire the corner, but they're all way backed out.
I mean, I thought he was trying to deny, like, further alt orbs, too, but okay. Still, I mean, like what Achilles mentioned, not the greatest start for ZETA, but it is early rounds, so it's not over yet. But we need to start seeing some of these changes. We need to start seeing some better signs of hope, especially in round 3.
Yeah, so, okay, listen, you committed to the forest buy, right? You tried to do economic damage on your way out. You didn't. So now you're on a full eco. Yes, I think you absolutely stack one part of the map. They're going to choose mid because they went for the sheriffs instead of anything like the shorty.
Watching it down, though, nobody's quite there. They might go for that triple peek as soon as the curtain falls.
They do know it's B, though, right? The Trailblazer cleared A as well. So they have the information. It's just the weaponry that they're lacking.
Rotating back around now. A look at RQ. I mean, just fanning out across all the sites. Coming back into Fortified Garage as well.
It's really all about this garage fight. If ZETA can pick off a kill here.
Ooh.
They get the right start.
Crouch peeking into it too. Elmi Moore though, off the paint shells, he pushes further in. The snake bite burns down last. He swings out, will be able to find a headshot, but gets traded anyway. Good bit of damage from ZETA, and if they can keep this up, maybe even a little bit better. However, Flips is standing between them and the site. So using the Nebula now just to create a bit more space, Sugar Zero jumps in. He's got close range weapons, taps onto the spike and pulls out the firepower.
Great bait from
Crow
ZETA.
now coming in, but still with a Phantom. Xfero could just spray. Flips is here to help him out as well. And that's gonna be the trades to bring RRQ over the edge.
Wow, I like the idea at the end as well, right? They tap it because they hear the stinger. They say, okay, we can run that ammo out. We got the frenzies. If we know where that fire is coming from, we can try to counteract it and trade. I mean, again, when they're down in these not good situations, their decisions are in the right direction, but they keep putting themselves in these non-good situations, right? So it's really about that first step now in each of these rounds where RQ is always ahead of ZETA. They always have the right read for that first kill.
And they know to back off as well. But here's the thing, okay, we got Depp on the operator now. Surely it's going to be a lot better. He spots a shoulder and fires off a shot, but runs back as well.
Yeah, no tag.
Presence known though, but look at RRQ, they're just rushing in anyway. Sugar Zero instantly taken off.
Do they know where Depp is? Okay, he's just gonna back right out. I thought maybe he risks it by trying to bunker down.
Oh my God, EJ. And just creating so much chaos in further space as well. The spike now kind of going down, but because it's been dropped and A side is clear. Oh, look at this, Xfero.
But this leaves Emin as the plant on the lurk. They're not quite sure if he actually crept out or not. They have no idea. There's 2 lurks on this map right now.
And Flips is waiting for this. Finds last.
They have no idea about Emin now that they've seen Flips. Surely not. Oh, okay.
Good job, 10. He checks it, but now you kind of have to save, don't you?
You have to. You bought the operator. You have to. I mean, it took so long to get here without a round win. I know it sucks. I'm just going to say it. You're on defense, on split. You don't have a win going to round 4, but you have the operator. That's your one sliver of hope.
Because even if you did want to go in for that retake, it would take so much time to actually travel through, and by that point, RQ could be anywhere. Elmi Moore now, because ZETA are hiding, going in for the hunt, ZETA gets to pick them off a little bit further. So not too bad for ZETA.
Oh no, heard him. Heard him! Oh, the op is dropped!
I was just about to say it, and now it's gone.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Quack, listen, I know it's my job to try to explain exactly what both teams can do next, but I'm going to say it right now. Like, I don't know what ZETA can do other than start to win some fights here. I mean, they're getting red on the map. They're losing these first duels. And here's the thing.
Yes.
RQ, right? They heard that first shot from the operator, and then they instantly go in with a double duelist because you know Depp's going to have to back out. You know he can't reset. And even if he does, maybe he gets one, he still can't get out of the site at that point. So it was all to just drop the operator, do damage, and in fact, they actually get the entire round.
Yeah, it's painful to say, and we have to keep kind of talking about it because we expect ZETA to be one of these strong teams. They did place 5th to 6th throughout the regular season of Pacific, and RQ maybe just, you know, one little tier below. But that said, this is something that has to be said. RQ has looked so prepared throughout LCQ right now. I mean, yesterday and then today, they come in with strats like that. I mean, it could have been rounding from Xfero, but that was so smart with the From the Shadows onto A site.
Yeah, I mean, again, they always have these backup plans, right? And here's the thing, at the not the very beginning, but the first half of the season of Pacific, RQ, one of the mistakes they made was they always just relied on LB more like getting kills on the lurk. But now they're sending them out on timings where it's like, okay, don't go for kills, actually. Just go for insurance. Just make sure you open up another part of the map. Just make sure you get us information. And that gives them so many more options to work with. It's actually seemingly having calmed down the entire team of RQ.
And it wasn't just that, too. I mean, the way that Emin and EJ just bombed into the B site. ZETA now trying to work off some of the previous mistakes, fortifying mid, fortifying garage. They're peeking out slowly, trying to get information. But again, without the guns, it's going to be tough. Depp will be able to find a first shot, and then Tailwind gets expended.
Yeah, this is a nice little mini tactic that ZETA prepared, right? They try to bait them out thinking that they went away deeper into heaven, into stairs. Then Depp's waiting on the off angle. Unfortunately, they can't quite pick up that weapon just yet. But RQ says, we're not even concerned about protecting that weapon. It's in the middle of the map. We already saw at least one extra on the B side. You guys are on an eco. We're going to go A.
And look at that dark cover, covering off mailroom from Xfero as well. Now making use of Elmi Moore's utility to sneak into the A site. Sure, it's been made known. And there is the judge, but Les turns away at the last second. The timing, everything just doesn't favor ZETA today. And off towards elbow, Crow tries to make a play, but he's by himself. Xfero spots him, calls it out to Emin. And all they got to do is to wait for the spike. ZETA needs to make a move, and because of this pressure, mistakes could be made. 10 fires off the showstopper. That's a good start. Depp coming out from heaven as well. Emin still holding from elbow though, and there comes Depp. 2-on-1, 21 HP, jumping up and top above. ZETA, they finally take a round.
Put this man on Jet every map. I don't care if it's bad on any of the maps. Quite frankly, the current map pool, you could literally run Jet on every map and you would be okay. He's so good on Jet, and the biggest reason is he finds his confidence. He has that tailwind. Some call it a crutch, but for Depp, it's a buff.
Yes. I mean, look at that maneuver. Sheriff shot into the tailwind. Off of that, he finds the Vandal, creating so much havoc up from heaven, and then getting the final kill with a wallbang as well. This is the ZETA that we need to see.
Yeah, so again, a very slow start, but they pick up a very important round. On map 1, they only got 2 rounds off of the first win. Hopefully they can get more.
Then again, RQ has been doing a good job. This time, taking it slow again, slowly in towards B now. Explosive with M and Showstopper. ZETA has no choice but to respect this, and as such, they're going to fall so far back.
Yeah, but the pit's available as well here from Elmimore. I mean, a lot available. Elmimore is in mid.
Lurking.
But there's a lot of choices. Okay, they take out the Viper as well, so they know the pit has no chance of coming up on the site.
Which is okay, because I think presence and time has been bought now. As long as they can continue to delay ZETA, that should be good. Emin tossing out the paint shells, blocks off this pathway. However, 10 drops down from heaven and tries to pinch them from behind. Emin traded to continue holding, but gets traded by Sugar Zero instead.
But
down to the last 2. Flips coming up from behind. He's been spotted surely, but Xfero still undiscovered, hiding outside a pillar. Glaz comes up from below of hell, and Xfero trying to make some plays. The spike's been halved. He's running out of ammo, and the spike will be defused thanks to a stick from Sugar Zero.
Oh, a good round from ZETA. They check for the lurks both in mid and potentially through the stairs on spawn as well. A very thorough retake, and quite frankly, the early kill on the Viper confirms to them. If we just use the Seekers now, we absolutely are able to push in. They pinch onto Emin, you know, in alley from above and behind as well. And then the half defuse as well. It looked like Xvero not quite aware the half was already done. He thought he might have time to switch to the Classic, but they do get the round. ZETA's coming online, and if you're a fan of ZETA, you need this momentum to continue. They have some good ults ready to go.
Yeah, let's see if we can even out the score, right? We're starting things off with paint shells down ramps. RQ still trying to go fast. However, speed will not be the name of the game because Emin gets taken out. Paint shells, however, will connect onto Crow. And now they have this sight.
Yeah, but now they know the spike is here in A.
Yeah, not quite planted. It's so far out that EJ has to go on the open to retrieve it, and Depp makes use of that opportunity. 10 comes in from behind as well, and despite the buys, it's gonna be a ZETA round.
Okay, so I'll say one thing. If there's going to be a constant today, it's me malding. It's just going to switch from one team to the next. Because I don't quite know what that Viper spit was going to do. It seems like here's what I'm going to say. It feels like the RQ players, yes, I love the timeout, because it feels like they thought they had enough of a lead already with 4 rounds that they could start to try to overextend themselves to keep the momentum. And in theory, that's okay, but it was only 4 rounds. Both of you guys are double duelists. You cannot count on this being enough, especially when you're starting on the attacking side. So I think this timeout, more than anything, is about calming down, seeing the tendency of ZETA, kind of waiting for these retakes, right? That's another thing we should note. And then maybe talking about the From the Shadows with the spike in his hands, as much as I love Xvero.
I mean, yeah, we will chalk it up to a little bit of hubris, right? But again, talking about what's good, it's just ZETA coming through with some of these plays. Now on the retakes, when they approach it from multiple sides, it's a little bit more difficult for RQ to hold against. And with the speed at which RQ are going at, it's easier for ZETA to kind of just hold and predict some of these plays as well. I mean, Crow getting that bit of information up from ramps and buying as much time as he did, I thought that was really good.
Yes, so I will say this. Now, because RQ, they've constantly been actually just upping the tempo every single round more and more, right? Using these ults as well. Love that. We've been seeing evolutions of these double sides, by the way. Love to see it. But because they've been upping the tempo more and more, now, if you had a read on ZETA's tendency, ZETA's been waiting for these retakes. So curious to see what RQ can do to use that against them, right? If they are constantly hanging back, is it maybe time to go back to the Elmi Morlurk, who's trying to get kills more so than buying space?
Oh no. Still, I like that off the timeout they're going slow again. Elmi Moore kind of hovering around ramps, but Depp again on this operator is a sight to be held, and that's going to be RQ with 1 player down early on.
Yeah, and it looks like the call was, okay, we keep trying to just go through the site, through main, trying to pick up the tempo, so let's get main control, and ZETA has a good read on it. Off the timeout, the operator's waiting for them right there. And now, I mean, sure, you could argue 10's maybe in a little danger. We have seen this happen before, which is why Crow comes back. The backup is called. So they have the crossfire over on Vents as well.
2 Vipers toxic screens, however. That's something that they could use if timed correctly. It's gonna be Emin, who actually just walks up and gets the shot into Crow. 10 now made aware of this, though.
But the pinch.
Calls for the drop, and now he spots the barrel.
Oh no, now 10 has a chance!
Okay.
Okay.
That lurk finally comes up.
Yeah, and Depp, I mean, he is here, but it is going to be a bit of risk. And here's the thing, RQ don't risk going through main because they know the smoke's running out on screens.
No way.
They're faking it that they're going A because they already have stairs control on B. They know you surely call for backup off of those kills. And now you already have the lurk from Flip, so he sees Astral Form!
Shot's been fired, however, Laz holds it down on the site, denies the spike plant. RQ flips coming back into it, leaves Depp alone. Spike plant should go through, which means that Depp has to find these duels right now. Flips clears out the side of defender spawn.
Good drop, silent
drop. So he's not detected yet. They're still thinking perhaps Heaven, definitely not Pillar. And with this wraparound, if he can find flips first without exposing himself, he'll make this doable. Spots the head.
With this, you have
Now
to know he's
looking
around the
for it.
corner.
Tailwind props. Oh, but LB Moore!
Wow.
Just a little shimmy, and he hits that.
LB Moore's so good in these aim duels, and Depp even pre-fires through the wall because he sees the spike plant location and the angle that Flips is holding, and you think, okay, so it's not Garage because you're not going for that long sight line, so you have to be behind and back sight. He tries to spam it through the wall, get a tag, maybe a lucky headshot, but unfortunately, LB Moore survives the first duel, and he just shimmies right out.
That's a little bit unfortunate. He knew, but
I mean, both of them played that very well.
yes, the mechanics just a little bit easier for LB Moore to pull off because of the positioning, because of the numbers advantage. Back to it though, ZETA has found a little bit more rounds now, and RRQ trying to slow things down. They've been so tricky with their approaches. The multiple lurks, the multiple rotations, now they're just holding.
Yeah, I mean, very far push out, and especially with your Sky as well, so you don't have any more info. However, you did buy up another operators, right? And this has been the idea. Take control of mid, hold that A-long sight line. They do have to take into account the toxic screen.
Yeah, I won't discount that. It's a fair trade, and what's nice is a slightly different toxic screen from LB Moore this time. However, Depp again on the operator.
The thing is LB Moore's actually so good at taking out these operators with other guns, and Depp with a nice flick as soon as he sees the elbow start to inch out.
So you're saying because LB Moore didn't have a sheriff,
That's what it was, yeah. It wasn't a sheriff or a guardian.
Whatever it is, still though, with the duelist still alive, EJ will be able to create that space for RQ onto the A site, and Laz hightails out. Retake is getting set up, however, and they have the numbers. Xfero tries to get sneaky with his positioning, hiding outside top of heaven. He's using his dark cover for a little bit more presence, but then the showstopper connects. Now space so well created. Xfero, can he make it happen? Oh, Depp with a 180 flick! And then Sugar Zero descends from the top of heaven. ZETA, 4-5.
And I just want to say, I was holding my breath. I was really, really hoping that ZETA Division would use the ultimates they had to overtake this retake. They had the numbers advantage. I was so scared that they would say, okay, let's like see if we can get the first kill, maybe then use it if it's a 3v3. No, they use it right away, which is absolutely what you do when you're losing the rounds, when you need to be the ones catching up. They put the initiative, they're able to take out one and equalize two, or keep the lead even further to a 4v2. And then a great turnaround from Depp.
I mean, the Cosmic Divide as well, but Depp has been the one to slowly come alive in this second map of Split. Now almost topping the scoreboard along with 10. The two duelists for ZETA starting to really find their wind. RRQ trying something a little bit different, however. The half buys, the rushes up from top of heaven. EJ just dropping down, not quite landing on top of the box. It's going to be ZETA holding all the way from Garage, and the sprays will bring them the win.
ZETA answers back. A perfect read. An absolutely perfect read on that round. They know that it's going to be an eco or a half buy for some of the members, which is exactly what happened. They don't want to deal with the potential aggressive push in defense or mail. They say, we have the operator, let's help him push out of B main. We can always take the long sight lines from Garage and then go back for a retake. They just clean house on that entry. And an excellently speedy round here from ZETA Division.
Smart plays because they are reading RQ's economy. And that brings us closer to the end of the first half. RQ still very aware of Depp's operator, so they're paying it a lot more respect this round.
Now, things like these, right? Taking out that Trailblazer immediately with the Vandal, it starts to make you think, is that where the operator is? Are they trying to hide the operator? So now you start inching into B, but this is where Depp is, and he still has things like the Blade Storm. Even if he gets pushed, he has backup as well in the form of Sugar Zero.
It wasn't even really a jump peek either. EJ, however, continues to push the pressure, and he will be able to find trades. RQ continuing to push off of that one pick now. They will be able to find more. ZETA trying to defend, trying to hold back, but Lips has been great on some lurks until Laz turns around on his head. Back in towards Garage. Laz has to clear backside. He's not quite sure where this guy could be, and the dark coverage just blocks off so much. Could tap the fake, though. He's so patient. Wrapping around Pillar, buying a little bit of time. Laz, with the health advantage, manages to take down Xfero.
And this is the last so many fans wanted to see. Just ice cold focus to the very end. Not getting thrown off by the mind games like the shadow step, away from the smoke. He's just focusing on clearing corners one by one, but making sure he's always going to have an advantage in the angle. The reaction here to the gunfire from Flips, everything so well done from Laz. I will say, I was surprised that Depp just didn't pop his Blade Storm right away. He tried to rely on Sugar Zero covering him to stick with the operator, but all in all, they still take the round, so you can't fault him. They have enough economy to buy yet another operator.
I mean, good reactions coming through. Laz getting that shot onto Flips. And just methodical, diligent. Now playing a little bit more defensive on top of Heaven. It's going to be the showstopper coming out from Emin, though.
And Laz is a judge. He purposely keeps a judge here for the last round. They had money to buy more rifles, but they know that there's the potential of the showstopper rush.
He's just hiding, waiting for the opportune moment. However, RQ, with this space up on top of Heaven, they have some options. They could take ropes back towards mid, but still pushing down Revs with the Seekers and the information as well. Laz has options now, swaps over, has an arsenal, tries to fire more shots, and he gets them all down. X-Pharaoh, the last one left alive. Can you pull off the heroics? Gets the first shot, but then Depp coming up from behind too. Sugar Zero from the front. ZETA 7-5, they find the lead.
That's my IGL, says all the ZETA fans. I mean, that's the Laz you wanted. Thinking with the extra pocket plays, the trap plays, the extra rifle, everything. Quite frankly, a sacrificial play, right? You're just trying to get one kill and buy time. He even goes for another one here with the rifle. And that just buys so much time for the rest of the team to get the paranoia and the flank. And then 4 members, they pinch instantly. The teamwork is here. Listen, whatever Haven was, we're starting to chalk it up to a slow start.
That's... throw that away, because this looks so much better. I mean, not to mention the Seekers from Crow as well. As soon as they started to feel a little bit of contact, they send that out just to confirm the information. And at that point, they were ready for the hit. This is the ZETA that we need to see. And I don't know if it's going to carry on to the second half. I mean, again, it is still a close match coming through. EJ, the performance, though.
I mean, listen, this is what EJ, did to his opponent yesterday, right? In the form of SK Rossi, and this time it's Depp saying, hey, the only reason I couldn't diff you on the first map was because I wasn't playing Jet. The moment I get Jet, the Jet diff comes online, and Depp was one of the best Jets we had during VCT Pacific, and he's showing up once again in Last Chance Qualifier Pacific.
Never put Depp on Breach ever again. Just never.
I mean, listen, here's the thing. You do need to be flexible, right? Like, something plays the Breach. You do want some flexibility, but, like, Depp's so good on the Jet.
He's just unbelievable, especially with the operator and the buff that you're talking about with the tailwind as well. And Laz coming alive, too. This ZETA is starting to flow together as a team. Everyone in sync. Meanwhile, for RRQ, they showed us some strats. They showed us some mid-rounding. Can we see that in the second half once they're on the defense?
I mean, they clearly started to panic, right, a bit. They tried to just go for rush, get the first kill. The moment you didn't, it didn't work out. I mean, this is starting to look a little similar to the up and downs we saw from RQ in the regular season. So I'm curious to think, okay, once the halftime happens, once you're not the one who has to put on the initiative, right, you go onto the defensive side, what more do you have? Because the biggest difference we had was the Astra versus the Omen. And the Omen, you're going to have your paranoia trap plays prepared to either find a timing to respond or push out of one side eventually. And they do that right away in the pistol with the one-way over in B garage.
Yeah, and that just blocks things off. I am inclined to think that RQ has to show more on the defensive side, because in their game against Global Esports yesterday, although the first half was close, they came back so well, closing out the map 13-10. So there is still a chance for the RQ fans out there, and these guys are just playing it like they did on Haven. Map presence, map control, blocking things off. Now calling, because of the stars, rotations onto the A site. 10 rushes in, however, and Flips kind of caught out with utility in hand. Thankfully, Assistant comes out from the top of Heaven, but still pushing on through from Revs. Crow gets the trades. Now Laz out from behind, too. And EJ was none the wiser. X-Pharaoh, last one left. Same situation we saw before. He's got nothing but a frenzy, and unfortunately couldn't quite clear Laz coming up from above. So the first pistol round for today that we've seen won by ZETA.
Yeah, and boy, were they desperate for it, even though they were in the lead, because I know Achilles talked about it on the desk as well. you need a pistol start to really get the momentum going. I mean, no matter how many times you repeat it in every single pro match, the pistol rounds have so much impact in what kind of initiative you take, especially on the attacking side. And just a great start here, right? They see the Trailblazer come out, so they send their own. They push back, and they actually hear the reload coming in. So you see 10 going all the way to make sure to try to secure that kill. A great pistol from ZETA.
Yeah, right. Although it's a different map, some of the ideas from RQ are still the same with how they defend things. Now it's going to be that stack up on the A side. So B is completely open. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, you know, we're just going to call it out because we did see the paint shells were a little sus going on from 10, but it did not matter. The site was empty. No damage done to your teammates either. But LB, gonna share it.
Nah.
All right. Nah, just drop it.
Teammate could pick it up though. Flips now has it. Still gonna be cautious now coming in from ZETA, but they managed to hold it down. Look at the positioning. Pillars, backside, garage. It's gonna be tough for Xfero again, and he's the last one left alive.
Yeah, and let's just note how that post plant was played, right? They were making sure they were watching alley from 2 angles. They were making sure someone was watching heaven, and they made sure, even with the smoke, someone was hiding in garage so that if a flash came in, they would not be affected. They would always be able to pop out for the trade. All of this, really good fundamentals coming in from ZETA. And of course, Xfero, he's eventually just going to die to the spike anyway. Just tries to stick it for humor's worth. And it will be a 9-5 lead for ZETA.
Yeah, it's a nice alt orb to ZETA too, so not too bad, but they get to buy up now. And ZETA having a couple of rifles as well, they stand a chance at actually converting this bonus win.
Yeah, I mean, 3 rifles, 2 Spectres, you know, on split, on the defense. You've got things like the paint shells now, you know. We don't see anything crazy coming out in terms of ultimates, no, nothing too early. But only half armors on RRQ. We should note that as well.
Well, SAR's completely placed out on the A site. 2 duelists dashing all the way in. Elmi Moore just trying to defend backside, but look at the utility dump on him. No way he escapes that. Trapped inside of jail. The rest of RRQ, though, trying to make this retake happen from ramp, from heaven. They're leading it with that pinch onto last. However, he stays alive with the Sakura Vandal, still being so sneaky with it. Backs up all the way. Emin goes in to check, and he just gets faced down to the last one. Xfero again, coming out from screens, 1v5. This is nigh impossible. Poison Cloud tossed at his feet just for good measure.
Yeah,
he's gonna save.
Yeah, he's just gonna throw out the smoke just to make sure they don't push him too aggressively. He'll wait for a little bit, go for a little spam. As soon as he realizes they're still waiting for him, he's gonna try to run away. The shadow step to make sure as well. Really, he's gonna wait for this. He still is hungry for at least 1 exit frag.
Wow.
A close angle. It's a good mind game. If Laz reads this.
Does he just spray to check?
Right at the last second, surely. Surely.
Oh! Called it!
Woo! Oh, man. I mean, Xfero was like, oh, my God. Okay, Laz really is back. All right. I tried to test him, but maybe I shouldn't.
And a sigh of relief was breathed by all of us. 10-5 is the score now. ZETA looking so much better from before. Surely RQ needs to revisit some of these issues, because right now the defense hasn't been working out either.
Yeah, I mean, you lost, you know, you lost the anti-bonus, and that is pretty rough. I mean, again, sure, you are on defense on split. You can try to make do with half buys and things like that on certain rounds, but to do that, you're going to have to go for stacks, and ZETA's the one who's constantly getting the read on you. ZETA's the one who's waiting for you to actually use your util first from the defensive side for information. They know that eventually you're going to want to either prepare a paranoia trap play or push out with that omen at some point from some part of the map, and ZETA just waits for it, and they say as soon as we see the sky util, we counter it with our own, because if you don't hear someone pushing out off the sky util, it's just there to buy time.
And that's kind of what I'm thinking about, though, right? Yeah, you're trying to buy time, and sometimes with that play, ZETA gets the offensive to just push up, and we saw that util dump towards the back of A site. There was nothing that Elmi Moore could do. On the other hand, for RQ, do they actually go proactive with this? Do they try to push out like what we saw in the first half?
Well, not this round, I don't think. because they are going to muster everything together for another half armor buy, which of course you can do, especially because they went for the half armors the previous round. So they're just going to try to stick with it. And they want mid control, but they're smoked off. All this Astra utility pushes them completely away.
Oh, EJ though kind of gets blinded and can't quite do too much. On the other hand, Elmi Moore will just hold down the mid side, triple kill for days. And because the spike has been secured, Viper's Pit will be deployed.
Oh my god.
All right, we're safe, we're safe.
Yeah, I was so scared there because he was like thinking about dropping right on the spike, and that's exactly what ZETA predicted. Listen, RQ's stacking in the pit because they really don't want to give away the spike, and I feel like this is dangerous.
Yeah. Oh my god. Now firing back through because the tracer bullets were seen. He drops it, wants to go for the ace, and takes it back against last. You thought you were better?
Wow. I mean, what a round from Elmimore, because sure, after the pit, yeah, you knew that he was going to be able to try to lock down the round, but the first 3 kills, he doesn't miss a beat because they see all the Astra utility, they hear the double blast back, they know it's a fast commitment. So he goes from kill to kill to kill, he doesn't reload, he's always looking for the next one, the next angle, and then after that, it's following the tracers and just this mind game of dropping the pit, quick flick. And oh, and he pops off. We rarely see this guy pop off.
Yeah, in interviews he's so, quiet, meek, but still, on the server, he's alive. And even pulling out the snake bite just to hold them off for a couple more seconds too. Next round now, Depp's back on the operator.
Yeah, attacking op, and they're trying to send him on his own just a little bit to hold an angle, right? See if he can fish out, maybe a push out for that ult door, maybe go for that early kill. He hears a Trailblazer on the minimap, so he's gonna back out. He doesn't want to let them know that he's got the operator.
Sugar Zero's here to assist him as well. I think we didn't get to see his POV, but I think he was hidden from that Trailblazer.
Yeah, there might have been like a question mark that popped on the minimap. They didn't see the op though, for sure. They are not quite aware of that one.
But now just playing off of the toxic screens around A Heaven. Still have Elmi Moore kind of pivoting around probes.
Oh!
But in towards Garage. Depp had no idea that Flips was going to be that close.
But now, look at RQ. They actually start to focus more on the A site, right? They're backing off and saying, okay, everyone just make sure you're ready for trades because most likely this is going to be some form of rotate, right? We have that lurk coming out over from last as well. So RQ is somewhat aware of this, but they're still holding the angle over by Garage. They're making sure they're aware of any mid to B pinch as well.
Hiding up on top of this elevated position as well. Using the flash to try to escape, but ZETA forcing the numbers through with this. They only have 10 seconds left, Will. Showstopper at his feet. 10 blows himself up.
But everyone's here. Can they get the plant? They have to stick it
I
right
don't
now.
think they can. Emin continues to push through. EJ here to deny it as well, and he hears the footsteps. Crow gets off of it, and RRQ takes the round.
And the worst part, he can't secure the... Oh, he's gonna... Okay, he puts up his poison cloud and he takes it back. I mean, quite frankly, maybe sometimes you don't want it on the attacking side, but surely a call came out for it. And the poison cloud, I like it. I like the nice change.
Just in the nick of time. But that said, it was a play that, although safe, although a lot of presence on both sides of the map, took up quite a bit of time on this attacking.
Yeah, and here's the thing, again, RQ, they're ready for the trades on A, but they create that distance because they say potentially the ops picked up, or worst case, we can rotate quickly, and that comes in so handy. Another, it's the same set play, except this time it's a Jet instead of the Raze here in mid.
All right, and then we have Laz on the off. Depp is just creating so much noise, so much presence, but he falls back. Buys some rotations over, closer to B Heaven, but RQ sensing, based off timing, going bad. They're rotating back to defend the A site. Now ZETA cuts noise and hides inside of Mail. Watching the angles. Oh, RQ gets curious. Flips, the flash has been dodged. Double kill coming in, and 10 finds the trade. So many wins now up to the side of B Heaven, and Elmi Moore, he just wants to fight this. Going for the crouch spams. He's gonna get taken out by the explosion instead. EJ with an operator of his own.
If he gets the kill, he gets the Blade Storm. That's what he's hoping for.
And they're aware of this too. Backing off from the toxic screen, you have one window of opportunity! Oh! Legged instead, and Crow gets the headshot!
Wow, listen, ZETA, they turn around that eco. They give the operator and they say, on an eco, what can we do? Rely on the blade servers. They plant him. And RQ, here's the thing. They realize they don't want to start dumping all their Sky until too early. They want to try to save it for these potential retakes or just to buy time when the slow execute eventually happens. So they try to dry peek this cutting audio, and Depp is just ready. He then dodges the pop flash.
Keep up.
And RQ, you now have to find a new answer to how you're using your timings here on the defensive side.
That flash dodge was magical. And now, slowing things down again.
Oh, they're ready for it!
And he gets him down to 5 HP.
He's like, where are you? Where are you, Flips? I need my heals. And Flips is like, well, I can't move. We got to hold this angle in mid.
He's going to have to either run to him or they're going to have to switch some positions around, but that's going to give up other parts of the map. ZETA, this could be an opening.
Okay, so they changed it up by putting the smoke, far further out into A main. That way, Xfero can still hold that sightline on his own, give the heals over to EJ. However, it does look like he's down to a shorty. Used all his blades up in the sky.
That means he's going to have to play tight corners instead. Xfero, though, still watching down A ramp like a hawk. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. At the very least, this is just information, but then you're going to have to play retakes afterwards. Oh my God,
no.
10.
The mind games from 10. This is the ZETA you want to see. The aggression, taking the initiative.
Just the confidence on this guy. Although RRQ and Elmimore are in position now on top of Heaven, somewhere outside of screens, they can't really close in the distance. EJ tries to hop over onto the other side, manages to pick up a Phantom, so this is not impossible.
It is doable, but look at Sugar Zero's position as well. He's so far out into Tsuris, he just doesn't want to get caught. And
Oh!
he dead.
Getting the spray! Elmimore trades, and then Laz comes up. And still, Sugar Zero, like you mentioned, here's Elmimore. Now they're aware of his position. Laz is starting to go on the hunt again.
You absolutely do. I mean, you can buy back up. You want to make sure that they don't get credits piled up to try to catch up and go to overtime here. Because ZETA is about to go to map point. They're so close to taking us to a third map of Ascent, which they've always enjoyed playing.
And of course, faring a lot better.
Match point.
Now we're going to think about how that plays out. 12-7, and RRQ have yet to come back. Only 2 rounds won in this second half.
So it's 2 Bulldogs, right? It's still all half armors. That's what they've had to stick to just to muster enough credits each round to do something. The operator back on depth. You've got the showstopper as well. So RQ, it's not like they can just force the issue, because you do that, you're going to hear that showstopper popped. You're going to have a rocket launcher staring at you in the face.
That's why a Trailblazer goes in first anyway. Trying to get information so that they get maximum value out of that showstopper. But with RRQ playing a little bit further back, denying that Trailblazer as well, Seekers being sent out, they're trying to push ZETA back.
And they're successful in doing so to a certain amount. But here's the thing, the most important thing is ZETA didn't use the showstopper to counter this, right? They're afraid that maybe RQ's trying to bait this out. They want to use this as an insurance plan to break into site because you have that operator over on depth.
Now rotating Emin over onto A. All right, they're going back towards B. ZETA taking their time with this one, trying to fish out information from RRQ.
I mean, at this point, it's a matter of attrition, right? It's a war of attrition. ZETA's doing classic ZETA things, and RQ's the one who's starting to shake up just a bit. They don't have a good read.
Yeah, going back and forth too much, and they need to play safe because it's at match point. But because of this...
Okay, they check it.
All right, from the shadows. They could rotate quick enough, but here comes 10 with the party in his hands. He's going to buy them away. Let the rocket fuse burn. That's okay, because all he needs is the spike plant. Now they are in position. Depp, first line of defense, upside of France. He takes down Flips. Sugar Zero still all the way inside of sewer. Here comes Emin, and you also have Elmimore around ramp, but the shots aren't good. 10 is holding down Elbow along with his teammates. Last year to assist. First bit of defense down, though. Oh my God, EJ, all the way onto site.
He's trying to delay as long as possible. He popped it so late.
This could be Xfero. Watches the angle. Simple headshot to end off the round. 12-8 RRQ. They're fighting back.
They surely are. And this is how intense it is in the studio, by the way. I don't know if you guys could catch that through the microphones, but the audience was so scared when Tem jumped up to heaven because they thought the Jet was going to die, except it was Depp. Like, that's how freaked out we all are in this studio. It's just, everything's on a knife's edge. But a great retake this time from RQ. And while Emin didn't get a kill, I think the fast speed he pushes into his own snakebite, his teammate's snakebite, into elbow to ensure that there is information, that they're bunched up there, and then they can start to widen that angle with EJ as he goes into the middle of the site. A much more well thought out, speedy retake coming out from RQ.
I guess that's something that they need a little bit more of, that shock and awe coming in. Because ZETA has been setting up their defenses so well now that with that little bit of that burst coming through, EJ leading in and then Xfero to follow up, they managed to secure kills after kills, and with that, ZETA losing numbers. That said though, a lot of these rounds have gone through with ZETA getting the spike down.
Yeah, I mean, the breakthrough was pretty good. 10 popping off, 24 and 12. You know, Depp not doing poorly either, but it's really the 10 show this time around, and Depp just doing what he needs to do on that double duelist. And while sometimes, you know, we talk about, okay, if you're in the lead, is using the timeout really wise? I think using it this early just to really shut down that potential momentum is not a bad idea, right? Because if you use it late, it's really a 50-50 on the mind games. But you use it now, you just say, okay, here's what you do in the remaining full rounds. You adjust A, B, and C.
Ooh.
And this time, the adjustment is we wait for an entire potential push out.
Not bad. RQ trying to adjust as well. This deep poison cloud has Elmimore playing really close. Flips tried to throw in that guiding light for a bit of a check. Doesn't find all too much. The main thing in this round, however, is EJ locking down this mid angle with his operator.
Yeah, and you know, of course, he's on top of one of those stars right now, but he doesn't quite find any information just yet. He is trying to hold a wide angle. He's trying to jiggle back and forth, and he could get caught on a timing. I just want to note that on the minimap. In the meanwhile, ZETA thought that eventually RQ would push out of A main, and there was some potential movement to do so. But RQ smells something's fishy as well. They still have mid control with EJ. Yeah, so they just hold the default.
EJ, what are you going to do?
Okay, so EJ was waiting to see if it was a dissipate and then try to peek back out. It's not, so then he chooses to rotate. They hear the utility now coming into B.
And then you also have Xfero waiting to receive this on the other side. Corner not checked, and that's going to be the first pick for RQ. Depp dropping into hell now. The rest of the team slowly making their way out of the garage, but Flips has been waiting in this one spot, getting taken out. Laz and Depp, they work it through. Sugar Zero dropping it. Xfero with the Viper's Pit.
Showstopper available.
Oh, I don't know if it's going to be good enough. He spots Crow, but blows himself up instead. Shorty is going to be the Elmimore now pushing outside, but Sugar Zero on the other side welcomes him to his death.
Man, after such an amazing performance yesterday from Evans Rays, what a disastrous way to end this map too. I mean, you can't fault him for it. That was the best shot they had to go in. Everything's so close together. At the end of the day, it's just him that goes out to his own showstopper. And RQ, they will give up map 2. And it's starting to look like that ZETA Division story everyone has been craving for the past year and a half since we saw them perform so well at Masters Reykjavik. The slow start and then revving up, everyone playing up to their potential on these more aggressive roles, playing with a plan, Laz with the clutches. The fairy tale starting to come together.
And this is definitely that story that we want to see, the Prince of Valorant, Laz. Now, with those clutches, he has the least deaths out of anyone on the server. And everyone else coming through with it as well. Sugar Zero always patient, kind of hiding around sewers, especially when the spike's down on the A site. 10 is the kill leader today.
And, you know, we're looking at the score as we watch the highlights on screen, but this is that RQ we saw in the first half, right? Where players like Elmimore and Xfero, they're putting up numbers, they're putting up kills, their KD is fine. But if you don't have your double duelist, if you don't have the remaining members be able to perform at least a 1.0 rating or something like that, you start to falter, and a lot of that doesn't have to necessarily be pure kills, but it has to be impact. And this time we didn't see that from either EJ or Emin, and a lot of that, as it was on Haven the other way around, it's ZETA having such a good read on RQ's beginning tendencies of each round.
And sometimes with Depp on that operator locking them down as well, right? I mean, that attacking half coming out from RRQ was a little bit labored, a little bit troubled, although it did end in a 7-5.
Yes, and I just want to say, we're going to Ascent next, and I will mauled once again if we don't see Depp on Jet, okay? You're going to Ascent. He's performed well on the Jet here before as well. The Jet is so good on this map. I know we've seen races before, but my God, leave this man on Jet.
Man's got a point. Please listen to him, Junior or XQQ, because that's the main thing. Depp is popping off right now. We're seeing him on that tailwind and how fast he is. It's great.
I will take a Yoru. I will take a Yoru.
Shut up. Get out. Go away.
I will take a Yoru, but that's the only trade I will offer for the Jet, for the Depp.
I still want, I'm with Paper Thin, maybe pull out the chain. Nah, I don't know. I don't think, maybe not on a set.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? But again, it seems that when you put them on their best agents, right? I mean, maybe barring Laz, but he's playing a role that he's so comfortable with. This is where ZETA shines. They look so much more confident, all individually.
Yeah, but that said, this was just Split. It's not over yet for RRQ, so we're going to throw it to the desk after this break. Don't go away. We will be back. Speaking into it, too. Elmi Blitz is waiting for this. You're taking so much time that ZETA are hiding. Covered, hiding outside a pillar. Laz comes up, fighting.
Spike is here today.
Yeah, it's gonna be Emmin. Shot fist fires.
You have to know he's around the corner.
Tailwind props. Oh, Laz turns around his head. Back to a one-up. Passing around pillar, buying a little bit of time. Take ropes back towards mid. Leakers and the information as well. Rotations onto the A site. 10 rushes in, however, and Flips kind of caught out with utility in hand. Thankfully, Assistant comes out from the top of Heaven. They're leading it. Wiz are sneaking with it. Backs up all the way. Evan goes,
Get the plant. They have to stick it
I don't
right
think
now.
they can. Evan continues to push through. EJ here to deny it as well. The angles. Oh, Arkin gets furious. Flips. The flash has been done.
He just doesn't want to get caught.
Oh.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
after the game ends, it's really break our heart.
ZETA Division will not be played in Tokyo.
We won't give up. We will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Taiwan Esports, DFM가
저희 젠지는
For the power of friendship. 諦めないで勝ち上がります。もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
And ZETA definitely heard Papa Thin and was like, I'm so sorry for disappointing you. We're gonna come back here on Split. And they definitely did. Are you pleased, Father?
Yes, I'm very pleased. I mean, it's just, like, it's frustrating because it's simple things. It's just literally putting Depp back on Jet. 10's great on Raze on Split. Like, we've seen it historically time and time again that on this map he's phenomenal. On Haven, it's just not the juice. Like, that ain't it. Depp on the Breach ain't it. Just like put the players in their natural positions, in their comfort roles where they can succeed. You know, Laz on that Viper time and time again. So good in these Sentinel-esque roles. Strong here once again. This is everything you wanted out of ZETA. It was a strong performance. Their defender side with this comp, you know, 7-5, good enough. It was a little weird with the force buy, but whatever, it worked out.
I mean, that's the thing is, in spite of losing the pistol, then forcing, then losing again, they still managed to get the 7 rounds, and that is damn impressive there from the side of ZETA. So this was the kind of bounce back that I wasn't expecting, but I'm so happy to see, because it means that we are getting this third map. It means that they are not just getting knocked into that lower bracket by putting up 0 fight. So now we get extended all the way into that third and final map of Ascent, where ZETA have kind of favored their own odds, even though it hasn't necessarily gone their way too much over the season, but they should be feeling comfortable in that map because they do know how to play it. We'll have to just take a look and see how that ends up going through. But I mean, you saw the majority of those kills coming out, I believe 14 first kills, 11 of those were spread out across 10 and across Depp, who come in with at 6 and 2 for 10 and 5 and 4 for Depp. They were fired up. Depp back onto the Jet, a sight for sore eyes. The Breach experiment is over. It's canceled. No more. Never again.
Yeah.
Let's throw that one in the bin. Let's never again.
But yes, exactly. I mean, just go back to the agents that they're good at, and it's definitely, obviously it's worked. It's succeeded.
You can see the comfort is there. I mean, there were some wonky moments for sure for ZETA. Some good reads from RQ on their attacker side, some good ideas. But once ZETA got over to the attacker side, it was pretty handily in their favor. The tempo was good. I like that they're picking up the pace here today. At times, you know, they seem confident. They're playing together. They're working as a unit. I think one of the things that they probably figured out was that, you know, RQ is really looking for these picks, these isolations where they can, you know, just snag players of ZETA who are trying to spread the map, trying to play slow. Well, if y'all just kind of play together and, you know, make sure at least someone's there for the trade, a lot of the time they're able to find them. They're able to react well to things. I will give ZETA this, like, when things kind of go sour, sometimes they're able to turn it on the head, you know, pretty quickly. They have good instincts, and that's something they need to lean into more here against what I'm seeing from RQ today.
Yeah, I mean, but let's talk about RQ's performance, right? So ZETA is definitely doing a lot better. I mean, it's hard not to say that compared to their first map performance, but RQ definitely still had some really good reads, still some really great map control demonstrations. Do you want to take us through round 8?
Yeah, on this attacker side here, you know, we could see that RQ is pushing a lot of space. Now, this is a great little early setup here. Depp calling for the Poison Cloud op pick from Laz. So it's a great little timing play. That's going to give Laz the Viper's Pit. He's able to lock that down. Now, the problem is this allows Emin to sneak through mid-vent. So my concern here for ZETA is that there's a lack of situational awareness. Crow goes into spawn and leaves a tower completely undefended. So 10's kind of on an island out here, and Crow has no idea what's going on, not really suspecting that someone could have gotten through vent. They give up mid control completely after getting that pick. So this was a concerning round for me at the time, and I really wanted to highlight that RQ was really taking advantage of these kind of weak positionings, this really spread out formation that ZETA was playing in. So they're able to find a couple more picks, and Depp is trying to cover A side as best as he can. He gets smoked off, but you can see Sugar Zero's just sitting in spawn, trying to find a way to utilize his utility, but little does he know that Flips had gotten all the way to B stairs. It takes him out. Laz tried to do what he can on the site. Now Depp's going to play this at the end here pretty brilliantly and almost win a round that he has no business winning because he comes from the angle that is completely unexpected. You can see Flips has no idea. Look at the way he reacts. Right away he knows that somebody's around that corner, tries to pre-fire it, doesn't win the fight. But that just shows you like the confidence that Depp can have as well in that role, and like his natural instincts there are so good.
Oh, absolutely. Just he belongs on Jet. Him and Jet are one. Just embrace it. It is what you're meant to play. Now, let's talk about Ten's performance, because Ten was great this round. He was the MVP, but compared to Haven, this was like a kind of almost like a different player on Raze.
Yeah, I mean, unlike Depp, who was playing that breach back on Haven, Ten was playing Raze the entire time. Granted, yes, things are going to be very different map to map. They're going to be very different when you also have another duelist that is entering alongside of you, but this was clearly way more comfortable here on Split for Ten, because, I mean, the figures just speak for themselves. The growth in performance map over map is absolutely disgustingly good here for Ten, and we were seeing none of this. We were seeing him messing up blast packs. We saw him not checking corners. So these, as your favorite thing was saying, really minor things that got so finely tuned as soon as we got over into Split. So I'm very happy to see ZETA Division be able to shake off that pretty brutal loss, because I thought that that was going to be something really weighing on their minds. They still are that, you know, that lone Japanese representative now who are trying to make it not to Tokyo this time, but to the even bigger stage of champions in LA. So I thought that perhaps getting bullied out like that in a 13-2 was going to shake them a bit too much. They weren't going to find their footing quickly enough for Split, but I was very wrong in that regard. So it's wonderful to see, and Ten was an enormous part of that, being able to get them across the line. I mean, if you take a comparison of Ten or just pretty much anybody on the side of ZETA and put them side by side alongside EJ and Emin, it's pretty brutal, because between the two duelists on the side of RRQ, it was 17 kills racked up and 37 deaths. Even Laz had 17 kills. He had 17 kills and only 9 deaths. It was a huge star-studded performance across the board from everybody on ZETA Division to get themselves back on the horse, back into the series, and to take it all the way to Ascent.
It's comfort agents on comfort maps, right? Like 10 usually had been playing Killjoy recently on that Haven. They switch him back over to the Raze. It doesn't look comfortable. Depp goes over to the Breach. Doesn't look comfortable. Nope. And then everything just kind of starts falling apart at the seams, because the utility that you're used to having there from Crow on the Breach isn't there. I mean, we sometimes kind of harp on Crow a little bit for his fragging power. At the very least, usually his utility's decently on point, and that wasn't there from Depp on that breach. That starts really costing you. The space starts being taken by RRQ. They're holding these great angles. They're finding the weaknesses in ZETA's defense. So now we go over to Ascent. So if you want to run 10 on the Raze, fine, but Depp needs to be on Jet as well. Run double duelist again. I'm totally fine with that on Ascent. I kind of am worried that they're going to throw Depp on like KO or something here.
I feel like you can't. Surely not. You're going into Ascent. I mean, we've seen some people try to reinvent the wheel a little bit when it comes to this map. Obviously, I'm thinking about, you know, Texture's Phoenix from just yesterday. But I feel like for ZETA, it has to be stock standard. This has to be Depp coming out on the Jet. You've got 10 switching back over onto that Killjoy, where he has been able to anchor down, you know, A and B sites with
That's what I want to see
very regularly.
Yes.
I feel like if it's anything other than that, it would be such a staggering change that we could not possibly anticipate, and it would be such an overcook.
I could see like a double controller like kind of thing potentially working here, maybe. Like you could try the Viper, like switching Laz onto the Viper, but I mean, I don't like it. I'm not saying that's what I want to see, but I'm saying you could see it, because what I saw on Haven leads me to believe that maybe ZETA's got some, you know, some more weird stuff being cooked up potentially.
Well, I certainly hope not. But this is, in and of itself, a bit of a revenge map for RRQ. We're going to be looking to take down ZETA. They did play this map when they played against each other in the regular season. Obviously, 2G as well going to be stepping back in to likely play the Omen here for the side of RRQ. But this was a 10-13 loss to ZETA that RRQ did suffer. Otherwise, decently clean. They've only played Ascent 3 times during Pacific, and they were able to win those 2 other series. And that was a 13-4 versus Talon, a 13-10 versus Global Esports. ZETA, the last 4 times they've played this map, it has not been
What is this?
what I expected.
Depp on Sova and Laz on Cypher? Why not Chamber?
Okay, I mean, the Laz on Cypher, I'm okay with this. This is, I believe, otherwise,
I mean, it's
his most
okay,
played.
but there's better options.
Sure. Outside of the Chamber, though, I believe this is his most played agent. I don't have it in front of me, but this is kind of back to classic for Laz. But Depp on Sova, that's the biggest concerning factor here, because the Breach, now you've got, I mean, Breach lineups are pretty much linear. You throw stuff at a wall or through a wall. Sova, now you're going up and over them. You're bouncing things off.
He's played Sova before. He used to play Sova for a while.
I know,
but
it's been a long time.
I know. I'm with you.
I 100% agree with you guys. I don't think their last 4 losses on Ascent was a team comp problem. It was more of a mental problem, but I I'm curious how this is gonna go. I'm pretty sure our casters are also scratching their heads, possibly having very strong opinions about this. In fact, let's go over to our casters now. We're gonna go into the final map, map 3. We are going to find out if it's gonna be ZETA or RRQ who continue on in the top seed. All right, Quack, Will, please take it away.
God, thank you.
I see nothing wrong with it. You got KO Sova, you've got Chamber for the EJ Jet, which popped off yesterday. It seems fine.
You can hear the sarcasm. He was straight up mauling.
No, I will say this. I will say this. So the depth on the Sova is what I'm kind of upset about, as is most people, I think, that are watching this. However, as the devs mentioned, and specifically Achilleos saying he's okay with the Cypher, I'm also okay with it because, quite frankly, the Ascent win against Global Esports yesterday from RRQ, it was entirely off the back of EJ, okay? Yeah. He has a massive performance of 27 kills, 15 deaths, 2 assists. The only other player to have a positive KD without the assist was 2GE. Everyone else negative. So this Cypher can hopefully shut it down once ZETA is on that defensive side, which is where they're starting. On top of that, as Achilleos guessed, this is actually Laz's most played agent by a mile. Way more than Chamber as well. He's played 74 matches, 74 maps. As Chamber, 28% of his career was spent on Cypher, so you gotta put some faith on it.
Yes, I can see that for Laz. But again, this thing about depth, I mean, come on. Like, looking at the past statistics, he's picked Sova. I know he's done it before, but 8 times. It's not that good. It's not that amazing. And he's so much more comfortable on Jet. Very much so in that highlight that Paperthin was talking about, but well, I guess we'll have to see what happens. RRQ now starting on the attack. Can the Cypher or the rest of them shut down EJ?
Yeah, just to put things into perspective before we enter the site, which it looks like we might as they're cutting noise and getting ready for this execute, so I'll hold my thought.
Oh, Recon does go out, and EJ prepped up on top of Generator, tries to find something. Unfortunately, Recon was instantly shot out, and Sugar Zero is just waiting. Def comes in with his Recon, and there it is, 10 finding the shots out from heaven. Triple kill, gets shut down. Sugar Zero still hiding underneath. He tracks them down.
What a good prep from ZETA, right? They popped that recon bolt immediately, and so because of that, I mean, we don't have EJ who can clear the site. He has to hide to wait for his teammates to come in. They can't come in because they don't have information. And then the backups here, 10 just lines him up through the smoke, gets a triple. And now let's talk about, as we take a look at this replay, I am curious. Oh, he sees just parts of all of them. And he just spams him through. Fish in a barrel right there. But let me just talk about the perspective here of both halves. For me, the first half is the question is on RRQ. Do you eventually figure out the Cypher setups and break through it? But then on the second half, my real question is how does 10 break through the potential operator that comes online from EJ?
That's the thing. I mean, it starts off with this round as he picks up the Phantom.
Well, hey, it might not be breach, but he can still shoot through the wall, which is just about the same thing. That one doesn't go through.
But he connects the shot anyway, thanks to Laz's assistance. So much intel, and it's a big wall for RRQ to break through. They can't do it.
Yeah, oh, and just a quick, like, Laz is online, my friends. The Laz we were all cheering for worldwide.
Almost connected.
Yeah, the Laz that was just yelling the nices at the top of his lungs. He seems to be returning in form.
Without the pressure again, right? Now back into it. X-Pharaoh trying to find whatever he can get, but it's going to be the shots from behind that do the trick. Well, actually, the one from the front, Laz. 2-0, great, flawless start.
Yeah, and flawless, but with a Ares, which can still do somewhat of the same job that the Odin wants to do over by B, or maybe potentially in mid. Usually because of the range in mid, it's much better suited for B. And then you've got a Bulldog and a Phantom. So, quite frankly, a very, very sturdy bonus round here coming up for ZETA Division.
I mean, if you're RRQ and you know that this Ares is being brought over to the next round, it's more than likely going to be positioned on the B site. How are you gonna play around this?
I mean, I really think you first need to fish for some information in mid, right? They're first waiting for the push-outs because of the bonus, but you fish for some information in mid, because here's the thing, it's not a jet, so they're not going to have that flash drive combo that pushes all the way into B lobby. Once you clear out these potential traps, which they're not quite finding it, because they're not set up here in this round, very intentionally from Laz, then I think you start to fish into wherever you think the Cypher is going to start setting up, so you can gain that information as you try to continue to snowball off of the buy.
That's also part of the reason why Laz is repositioning around the map as well, but Cypher Cam was up around Pizza. However, that was shot down as well. So now a little bit of mid-presence being made known from both sides, and Crow's just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Yeah, let's go in for the flash.
Yeah, so ZETA, what they want to do is they want to force RRQ to go to where the Cypher is on A side. Once they see the Cypher's relocated, most likely that forces RRQ to go to the B the next couple rounds again, where the Cypher will most likely return to mid and B. So ZETA's playing this mind game so well at a macro level.
Still, it comes down to whether or not they can first secure this one. And with RRQ's rifles, they're trying to put a stop to it. Sugar Zero coming out from the window, takes down 2. Elmi Moore finds a couple of his own. Laz now hiding in the cyber cages. The trips are good.
And the bounce back in and out of his own cyber cage.
Looking for the generator, gets the shot down. Last player left alive. Here comes Depp with the Ares. Shuts down RRQ.
Such a good round from ZETA. The Ares is just constantly spamming at a steady pace to make sure they cannot come through B main without taking damage. And then once you see them trying to clear the traps, which you did not put in mid, the cam gets cleared. You push them out with the boom button to 0 point. You're trying to tell them, go A, please. They run into a bunch of deaths initially. They run into the trap wire as well. Then the cyber cage, they're like, oh my god, the Cypher is now on A. Now RRQ's like, well, was that just the bonus round? Is he back on B? We don't know. We have to fish for information once again on our basically last buy before, they go back to an eco. They're forcing that half armor buy once again.
Which is definitely a bit of a risk.
Yeah, it's back on mid and B, right? They want RQ to constantly bounce back and forth.
Well, it is a different trip this time, though, which gets shot down and opens up market. EJ waiting for a secondary peek, but nobody's there. The rest of them now just using the owl drone to fish out information on the B side. The trip was not seen.
Exactly. So that drone was trying to just get rid of the trip as well, trying to just go under, and should have spotted it somewhat, with the sound, so they will find it, they'll get rid of it, but they will have to invest another piece of utility.
Well, with EJ still around market, though, he manages to create a little bit of chaos from this one spot. The rest of them trying to go through the Fender spawn now. Crow manages to slip in to assist Depp.
Oh no, they're all stuck here.
On the other side of lane, Crow steps up, finds one headshot. The rest of them trying to go for the big rotation through to A.
Yeah,
Elmi Moore still on the site, takes down 1 and then gets traded by Depp.
I mean, overall, RRQ, the insurance plan of EJ in mid was so good for the long run, but they already lost 2 members, which they couldn't afford to do in this round. Now, surely, Depp, you try something here. You go for it. I mean, you already won the bonus. You're swimming in credits. And Depp's just checking for the lurk, which I think is very smart. And eventually, he'll maybe go for like 1 kill. I think he's deciding he's so far out, he doesn't want to get caught up by the lurk. He wants to get at least 1 kill, so he's taking this very slow and steady.
Even if, I don't know, even if he does go for the retake,
well, he's just going to go for kills. Yeah, I mean, he already spent so much time clearing out for potential lurks. The idea here is we already did so much damage to their economy. Let's just do some more, right? I mean, if you magically get the round, great. But otherwise, we've done what we needed to do in the first part of this half.
Well, there's that lurk now. He's going to head. Not quite.
Oh, but they're all punching up. He's got a phantom.
He knows they're on the other side.
Oh, he gets one!
All right.
Glimpse is so low.
Good enough, right? Because this was that half armor buy coming out from RRQ, so this could hurt their economy to a certain degree. As such, they are on half armor again. But thinking about how RRQ won this round, it was smart to go for that quick rotation all the way through onto the other side of the map.
Yeah, again, the idea good. They just lost a couple of those initial duels. They were already down, 1 person. Elmi Moore trying to be the initial lurk, trying to clear out the rest of the B site. Eventually goes down as well, so they drop some weapons, flips, eventually dropping his rifle as well. So once again, they pretty much all have to buy up the half armor and rifles. And thankfully for RQ, they can. But if they, lose this round, or even if they win, if they drop like 4 weapons again, it's not looking very bright for the rest of the first half.
At least not for now. ZETA going for that same positioning. However, they're also kind of starving information away from RRQ. RRQ are going at this at a much slower pace. They've tried mid before, and because of that tripwire, Although EJ sometimes gets the opening frag, it's not quite enough for them to actually push all the way through, especially now that you got 3 players stacked up on B.
Well, and look at this. You have to use the drone so early. You have to use everything so early just to clear out the Cypher utility. And now the Odin is seen. So you have to start to think, okay, we saw the Cam, the Odin's here. This is probably not the site you want to go to. And look at Laz's reposition. He says, okay, we've bought enough time on B. We still have 10 there as well. I'll watch mid.
And it's a good place to watch as well because he could rotate quickly over to the A side if it's needed. Crow and Sugar Zero are the ones who are anchoring this down, and it comes down to whether or not they can take down a couple of players along with them. At the very least, this is a great read from ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready for it. They wait for the Odin to come along as well. The lockdown timing's very good from RRQ. It should buy maximum time. I don't know. ZETA almost makes it look like they want to jump in.
They've got some lineups. They broke down the lockdown. Now they're pushing all the way in. Look at this coordinated retake. Even shooting through the dark cover. 2GE almost gets the flick, but with the numbers advantage, Depp mows him down with the Odin.
Yeah, the paint shells. I mean, this is where the Rays actually bring so much value, right? Along with things like the frame and the shot guards. You have more tools now to get rid of those potential lockdowns, and it's absolutely successful. And this actually harkens back to one of the first matches ZETA Division played in VCT Pacific. They started to have some great retakes here on A site of Ascent. They're continuing to show their expertise with that, and it's so good to see the patience to wait for 5 on the retake, the patience to wait for the lockdown to come out before they take it down. Everything is playing exactly as ZETA Division would want.
I want to see how they took down that lock. Was it Depp or was it someone else's utility? Because Depp, this might not be the Depp we wanted.
Well, it couldn't have been just Depp because he only used 1 shock dart.
Sure.
So it had to have been a combination of the fragment and then maybe the paint shells as well.
But although it's not the depth that we wanted on the Jet, on the duelist role, it's actually finding a bit of value.
Well, hold your horses. We're only in the first half, all right, Quack?
Look at that Odin, come on!
Well, okay, listen, I'm not saying that it's, like, not meaningful, but quite frankly, my teammates in ranked can do that with the Odin as well. Okay, so like we're not putting too much value on that part of the depth performance just yet.
Sure. However, it's working out for this ZETA plan in the moment. With the way that they're controlling the map, there it is, another wallbang. It blocks off B main. However, EJ decides to bypass all of that with the updraft and the tailwind straight into last. He picked up that Odin, tried to go for the right click. Sugar's here with the from the shadows just in the nick of time. He's on the site, he's playing around Boathouse, but he gets flashed. So much utility, still gets a shot on X Pharaoh. Back to a 2-on-2. Crow is on the scene, just right around the corner. Pops a flash. Tries to keep the Crows at bay. This Scarecrow on the site. Showstopper is available as well.
Absolutely, you just use it for time, make sure they can't push out.
And now you gotta think twice if you want to stick the spike plant or not. Gosun on the other side, but 2GE on the edge of the dark cover, still alive. Doesn't quite land a shot, but Crow!
Oh my God, both of the doubles, right? The 2v2. Just knowing exactly what the mission is on both sides, baiting out the Showstopper, so good. Trying to peek off of it as the rocket goes out, so good. However, you still just had the Guardian. You didn't have a time to try to pick up the weapon because you didn't know if they would push through. And then Crow swinging for the trade against Flipstrider. Just absolutely excellent. I gotta say, this round, both teams played it so well, you know, reacting to each other's choices and decisions. But at the end of the day, it was ZETA who took the first right step, which is what we talked about on Haven.
Definitely, and again, talking about how everyone knows what the game plan is. That's the ZETA that's coordinated. That's the ZETA with the Cinderella run. Meanwhile, for RRQ, down 1-5.
It's rough, and I will say it, right? In their game yesterday, on Ascent, it wasn't their attacking half that was, you know, where they won. It was going to be really the defensive half where they got, you know, 7 rounds. However, you know, that means it was really 7 or 6. So it's really, you know, either or. I mean, I do think EJ's performance was a lot better on the defensive side, but that's also assuming that you can get things like the operator online. So there's a lot of factors that RRQ needs to think about. And they don't have that much to work with. You're back to half armors and rifle buys. You just have the Hunter's Fury. You do have the From the Shadows, which, you know, Patty Pan has shown us might be the greatest ult in the game. We'll see if 2G is able to continue that spirit.
It's a good ult. in the hands of good players. And Sugar Zero definitely proved that in the last round. But again, talking about EJ, it's a lot of what ifs for RRQ. So as many rounds are needed for this first half, trying to bait out information and utility on the A site. They're just making their presence known.
I don't think they quite suspect 10 is here. Now they hear 2 guns, so they are going to expect that there's another person probably at a different angle. But I think this is also ZETA just trying to say, let's just make sure they don't try to jump through the smoke instantly, working off of that utility.
And for RQ, I mean, that's why the spike isn't quite committed to the A side, I think. They still hear that Cypher from Laz around B, but Depp with his Odin is something that they are very much aware of. So potentially back towards mid, Will.
Yeah, I mean, they always need to clear this potential trap wire in mid, which is why Cypher is such a menace. Because if you do not clear that, it is so safe, especially once the Odin is online on B site. So you have to clear this, make sure that some forces have to watch mid, and that you create a crossfire going into the site. The question is Laz going to peek out? He's got his Cypher cages ready.
Oh, he's sneak around.
They can't pinch on this. Laz's setup is so good.
Holding stairs, they pop flash. Elmimore gets the heads up duel. Then the reaction comes through. Although Depp fires off the Hunter's Fury, it's not good enough. 2 players coming out from ZETA trying to retake. 1 from main, 1 from spawn. And look at the positioning from RQ as well. Everyone hunkered down. Flips on the ledge.
Oh, Flips.
Trying to wallbang him.
I think Flips thinks he wasn't seen. He's just trying to live. And 10 thinks he would have dropped.
God. Well, he's got the blast pack, so he managed to get out for just a second. Everyone from RRQ is quite low, except for EJ. So this is not impossible for ZETA, but they're spending way too much time. At this point, I think it's just save and exit frags.
Yeah, the thing is ZETA knows they're trapped in the site, so they just want to try to force them to all even tie to the spike, drop their weapons as well. And if 10 can get the first 2, it should be good. They will get out alive.
Doesn't quite connect with the tracking aim. So although if that play worked out, it would have been great it would have been a great economy play. But that said, still, with the mid push coming through, a good win for RRQ.
Yeah, and outside of maybe the first round and of course that retake on A, not exactly the cheapest rounds for ZETA either, right? We had like that clutch coming out of the 2v2 into the 1v1 from Crow, things like that. So ZETA Division, despite the round advantage, their economy not quite reflective of that, and it is going to be just the Hero Vandal saved over everyone else going for Sheriffs here for ZETA Division. You do have the null command ready from Crow, but everyone's bunched up in mid. They want to make sure that they can trade because you know that RQ keeps trying to clear the trap in mid.
Hence the stack, but with Sheriffs, accuracy has to be impeccable. Bit of a flash with the paint shells as well, and then the peek comes out. A couple more. Sugar Zero finds one too.
The spike's down, by the way. They know this. They know that RQ has a pinch on him as well.
Oh, but here comes EJ! Getting a couple more shots and tailwinds. He's still alive. Unfortunately, the pressure is surmounting on him, and Sugar Zero, the numbers will overwhelm RRQ.
You know what? I'm convinced. Why force Depp on Jet when you can just make sure everyone else is a scout, and then he just has to play, aim training. He just pops out with the Vandal. When he realizes where the remaining members are, cleans house, and then EJ's stuck. Sugar Zero gets to jump on him from above. I mean, even 10, getting the early kills even from both 10 and Sugar Zero 1 each is great. But after that, you realize, oh, right, they did have a Vandal left over, right? It's been hidden that entire duel. A great setup. And you know what the best part is? They didn't even put down the one trap wire that they bought. They knew that RQ was going to come mid. They were ready for the fight.
And it's not even just necessarily that Sova utility. It's just Depp's mechanics. And yeah, the thing with the trap wire too. So ZETA having such great reads on Ascent right now, changing up the positioning back towards the A site. The tripwires around this spot with Sugar Zero hiding around tree. He lets them through. Nanoswarm will burn, and RQ has the site.
Yeah, but null command is available for Crow. Whoa, yeah. Listen, we praised him before for the 5v5 retake. Let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet.
I mean, I think he was trying to play off that cyber cage, thinking that he might have been hiding inside of it. But instead, the shots weren't that sharp, so we're going with speed instead. 10 now, blast packing offside of heaven. Managed to get one along with the rest of the team. RRQ just kind of getting blocked off by this null command from Crow. They have no choice but to stay tucked inside of some corners, and EJ, unfortunately pulling out the knives the last second, only able to get one. X-Pharaoh hiding on the other side of the dark cover, just trying to spam through, but the spam from the other side is just a little bit bitter.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much distance as well, so the spray really hard to try to pinpoint where that diffuser is going to be. And the no command, it takes away the blades for the longest time. EJ's only able to get it back at the end. But right as he's able to get it back, you know, the neural theft goes through, so everyone knows exactly where he's been hiding with that shorty. Pulls out his blades, they're ready for the trade. I mean, just the speed, the no command, all of that, so good. And then the neural theft to really lock it in, because that's kind of similar to the From the Shadows, where it's like you could use it to really snowball, maybe get some clutches, but otherwise just let it cycle through, right? It comes back so quickly anyway. It's not something that you can use proactively, so you use it where you can get the advantage.
But although, I mean, despite that, use it where you can, sure. ZETA are doing so well with so many of these counter plans right now that they're doing the same thing outside of B. Oh, 10 with the double showstopper kill. Now Les holding down lane. Dep coming outside from stairs, reading them like a book. RRQ are completely stopped in their tracks.
This is RRQ clearly not having that much experience recently with the raises on Ascent, right? You oftentimes expect the Blaze Storm through the window, but not quite the showstopper coming out of B main right above you. You know, from the heavens, it rains down, and you're already starting on a loss. And this is so good from ZETA. Again, you're so far ahead. Sure, it's a half buy coming out from RQ, but use what you have to continue the lead, because if you can get to 9-3 guaranteed, if not more, what an amazing start to the last map of this best of 3.
And you'll have a much easier time in the second half, too. Just use your ultimates, and they're doing such a great job. And it's not just the ultimates as well. I mean, so much of it is this compounding presence being sent through because of initially, yes, the tripwires, Laz coming in with that counter. You have the Odin that now RQ are so afraid of, and then the showstopper coming out of nowhere.
Yes, really, really good rotation of all your utility. Wow. The second time out used. Coach Ewok says we need to stop this here. So this signifies two things to me. One is you don't want to give any more rounds, right? You want to make sure the bleeding stops at a 4 to 8. But on top of that, they're just saying, okay, whatever we have prepared on the defensive side, our defensive side looked better yesterday as well. That's what we're banking on. We're banking on the fact that the defense can be carried through by the players in the server. But right now, I have to tell you guys how to overcome this setup from ZETA. And not that it's all Laz, it's actually the entire team. However, I think mentally, a lot of it is the Cypher from Laz, right? RQ's like, well, we have to break at least one of the trips so we know. We have to break where the camera is so we know what the setup is. But as soon as one breaks, we also constantly see Laz pulling back so the 0 point doesn't catch him for the remaining utility.
And that's the best thing about Laz's Cypher, too. I mean, sometimes it is that trip presence around B, but then other times he rotates back around the A site too. So off of this timeout, that's one thing that RQ has to think about. They have to make a bet. Is it still going to be on that B site? And what are ZETA about to do this time around? Because Laz is positioned around mid, Will.
Yeah, and they haven't done it yet. They haven't done it yet. And this is something I believe we saw RQ do yesterday as well, and we'll just have to see if it ever gets caught.
The delayed rotation coming out of 2GE and Slips, though.
Well, so ZETA also expecting this lockdown, right? So they just say, no, let it happen. If they eventually try to break the potential trapwire mid, we have this lurk set up. But otherwise, I mean, look at the damage done!
Ooh.
EJ and Zafiro are pretty much dead.
And 10 still has his utility too. This is going to be one explosive retake. Starting things off with the recon from Deb 2G. Though, what are you up to? Will it be enough? I don't know.
Will it be
but it
fast
starts
enough?
with 10. He comes in and clears out Boathouse. 3 of his teammates gone. Now this is a site quite clearly open, but okay, X-Pharaoh just tucks himself in the corner. 2GE now coming up from behind. Sugar Zero and the rest of Crow, they're quite aware of this, but trying to stick the defuse through. It's down to a 1-on-2. He manages to get a half, but as soon as he gets off of it, Flips jumps down up on top of him, get Goomba stomped.
Wow, I mean, Zafiro not dying to that paint shell was so crucial, right? Because 10 throws it, And he's like, surely he's dead. So he just tries to swing just in case, you know, that he's trying to walk out of the paint shields. Doesn't quite expect that he's all the way in the back. Doesn't quite catch him right as the paint shields go off. And Zafiro lives for just a bit longer, buys a bit more time, equalizes the numbers. And then by then, 2GE had come for backup as well, got a couple extra kills. And they do stop the bleeding for now, but can they make it a 4-8 half? Because even a 9-3 lead for ZETA, they'd be very happy about that.
Couldn't agree more. And just maybe those paint shells weren't enough to clear out Xfero. So it's really smart from RRQ, but still back to another hold from ZETA. And this time the trips are so far back on the site.
Yeah,
the rest of them pushing on A.
Good adjustments, but like you said, they're pushing on A, and RQ's waiting for this. They think that if we make noise in mid, they will push out.
Okay, they will. But now just pop into flash and then falling back. I'm comfortable with this.
Yeah, ZETA says, whoa, we just saw them kind of prepared for us. Let's not risk this, right? We can just fall back onto the site. You know, if they took mid, that's fine. We have traps on the site. Laz is purposely set up to anchor down. We should be okay.
And they're still hovering down on B. Owl Drone used to clear out market. Nobody's there, so they should be able to confirm that the site hit is about to hit on A. Henceforth, Sugar Zero is just hiding outside of Dice, but he gets cleared out by the Hunter's Fury. Dodges it with a shrouded step, though. So while RRQ can make it in, Sugar Zero as the gate guarding hell. Can he stay alive to anchor down the site?
They know
Pro
he's
got
there.
his, but RRQ are trying to tag him down. He's been dinked. Depp up from the top of heaven, Nanostorm cleared out, but then the shot comes through. Depp trying to flick on a dime, not quite able to connect the shot. It is all up to Laz now.
But with this man, you cannot count him out. We've seen him do wonders for ZETA Division when they needed it most. He's got that Sacro Vandal back once again.
He doesn't have util. He's getting caught out by the recon. So it all comes down to headshots coming out of heaven. Goes for the jump on Generator. And it's going to be the shot from hell that takes him in the back.
I mean, listen, it was whatever you did, it had to be heroic. And quite frankly, they were just too well prepared for that. So RRQ, a heavy investment, both timeouts used. However, they accomplished the mission they want, which is stop the bleeding, get to defense, get that off online for EJ as soon as possible.
That's only for the first half. Was that timeout enough to carry them on through all the way to the end of this second half? We're in day 3 of LCQ right now. Double elimination starts today. Although there is a little bit of breathing room, you lose this series and you're gonna have to fight all the way through every single day from here on out.
Yeah, and then you're facing elimination every single time. And we're taking a look at the Sovas, and normally Zafiro would be on the other side of this one. Normally, he's the player we praise no matter the result for RRQ, but he is simply not finding the impact. And here's another reason why. He has to use so much of his utility just to try to find these trapwires, the drone, the shock dart, sometimes even the recon to try to find the location of other members of setting up for those trap plays. And then if he dies, he's dead. He can't get assists, he can't do anything else. Meanwhile, Depp was on a rampage in the first part of this half, 14 kills to his name. Absolutely impressive.
Yeah, and the best thing about that first half, too, was for Achilles, this one. The Odin on Depp. I mean, it was great on the B side, compounding with Laz's utility with the trips and the cyber cages and how slippery he's been. RQ had so many question marks to answer. Now that we're swapping sides, though, how is this Cypher going to play out on the attack?
Yeah, so the thing about Cypher on attack is obviously your utility sometimes ends up being very passive. And my big question is actually, what are your camera setups, right? Because on certain maps like even Haven, you can actually set up some tricky cameras in mid to get a lot of area control and information. But on Ascent, it's very easy to spot it from afar right away from the start of the round. So I'm curious of his timings and his placements. But at the end of the day, what the Cypher is meant to do, unless you're playing as a 5-man rush-in for the post plant, you're gonna just wait to get information, go on that lurk. That is your main mission. And quite frankly, that's the big question for RQ. Can you handle this potential pressure that Laz is always watching your backs?
Because you're always gonna be feeling something breathing down your neck.
I mean, even on pistol, right? He's got that camera to check into mid, and then they're able to pinch.
And that's why they're sending so many players down. A short just to check. EJ getting the first pick off though. Flips! Look at this double kill. Spamming the ghost away. He finds 2 heads. Depp trying to answer back from top of mid. The spike has been dropped. And although Sugar Zero has pushed so far in with those footsteps, they now know where he is. Trying to hop away, trying to stay alive. He's been spotted by the recon. Classic is just not good enough. 5 players on the other side, all of them spamming at him, Will.
I do want to say, RRQ, you guys can really just like calm this down. It's a 5v1. I don't know, maybe at some point Sugar Zero's name turned into Scary and you're always afraid of the fact that he could clutch a 1v5, but oh! Well, yeah, okay, there we go. There we go. Let's calm things down if you're RRQ. But ZETA had a neat idea, right? You check mid with the camera from B lobby, then you come out from top mid, and then they had a recon bolt ready to go into tree. However, RRQ, they just read right through it. They see we're taking mid control, we're pushing out, and then we're pinching actually out of A. They were ready to pinch out of A main as well. So just a clash of calls here starting off the second half.
And that's the thing that I like about RRQ is that when their backs are against the wall, certain times plays like these, the ones that your opponents least expect are the ones that give you the wins. So now off of this pistol, maybe a bit of a comeback in the second half. It is possible, but Depp does have the Sheriff.
And they should have heard the drop as well. Uh-oh, 2GE takes way too much damage. He's going to have to back out.
Still a good crouch. Shrouded steps into hell. Flips is here to pick up the pieces.
I mean, ZETA now has to consider, okay, if we're hearing backup fire right away, do we consider rotating? I mean, sure, it's just the eco, but
oh my God.
Sugar Zero is on one in the second half.
Just somehow able to track that down through the Tracer. Now a bit of an extension with a dark cover, trying to force
now.
RQ to think that they might be pushing through, but yeah, rotating through, cutting noise.
Because here's the thing, is that RQ actually is the one who has to stay grouped up because they're the ones with the buys. They can't just spread out, even if they have better weaponry, because once you do that, you drop it, and then ZETA gets an upgrade.
Depp and Laz on the lurk. Is Depp going to try to sell a further fake, and then Laz just try to catch them off a rotation?
Well, yeah, exactly what you're mentioning, right? Depp is selling the fake, and now that he's confirmed information...
Oh my God!
Well, and gets a kill, I guess. That allows Laz to confidently go into mid.
That's it. Elmi Moore is still alive on the B side. He's got so much utility all over the place. He has to anchor this down for RRQ.
But they're
He's got the Bulldog. They're jumping all over the place, and they manage to storm it down. EJ arrives on time with the Vandal, and X-Pharaoh as well outside of B main. So back to a 2-on-2.
Yeah, but a Bulldog in the hands of Sugar Zero.
Very winnable for ZETA. He's watching some of these angles. Shoots out the drone now, but gets pinged. Oh, the wallbang is good. Crow, he's only got a classic. And surely they try to flush him out of position with that recon. X-Pharaoh gets the shot, and RRQ securing another win.
Well, Zephyros saw the stat line in halftime and said, I need to recover that one immediately. So he's coming back online, but what an expensive second round of the half. So RRQ, their bonus, not going to look great. Curious to see what the adaptation is there on their default. And man, Sugar Zero. I mean, he even got that one extra kill in the pistol as well, but just an excellent kill. And then Depp, again, I love the idea. Get information. We know there's more people here. Laz can go through market, and then he knows they knew that 2G was tagged. So they even send in the shock dart to just do some damage, maybe catch them on the rotate even, and actually leads into a kill.
And because of that, economy on RRQ's side, Will, has been affected. They've got some sheriffs, some frenzies, but surely this is ZETA's round. Not unless RRQ does something different. They're trying to hold out around tree, deep smoke to block off A main, and ZETA are playing it safe.
Yeah, so EJ just choosing to take out that drone instead of getting pinged by it in the last second, and they're going to start pushing out. The flash is good as well.
He, despite being blinded, blast packs into a wall, he still managed to land a shot on the EJ.
Well, I mean, that rifle will get picked up by Elmi Moore. So RRQ, they still have whatever firepower they started with here in this round. But they started out in a 2-on-2 default, right? And they just said, okay, the rifles, take those long angles, just see what we can get. Let's just get whatever kills we can and then group up once we get first contact. They are doing exactly that. Elmi Moore, he has utility on B site. He's got the rifle in mid. So let's stack A, try to see what damage we can do here in the bonus.
This is a good play from RRQ with how defensive they're being on this. The thing about ZETA is they've got the firepower. Can they fish out enough information to go for a good hit? They're just trying to overwhelm Theo with the numbers now. Pink Shell's kind of knocking off the boxes, so it's not going to connect. And Laz, as the lurker, gets eliminated by Elmimore. 20 seconds left. 2GE, sight, dark cover, and he's just trying to play around it. Despite not quite having the firepower, they've bought enough time, and there's so much pressure on Crow's shoulders, he doesn't hear him on top of Generator.
What a good bonus. Here's the thing. I was about to say as they were going in, it all comes down to those paint shells, because if you don't do that, the counter recon dart was ready from Zafiro. Your entry was going to get spotted, and they could spam you through smokes. But alas, the paint shells don't make it over the double boxes. It actually just does not do anything to 2GE. He can still hold true. The counter recon is good, and the initial kills come out, even from flips right off of the smoke. And then RRQ buys all the time. Elmimore, of course, caught the lurk as well. It's exactly what RRQ wanted to imagine happened there in that tough bonus round for them.
And isn't it always because of these things, the tiny little details? Because 2GE was able to stay alive, hiding around that dark cover with his classic, still able to find that impact. Now ZETA are the ones on an eco, and they're trying to play it safe, trying to find picks.
I mean, yeah, on attack with this composition, not much else you can do. I don't, mind the Bucky for a surprise kill. I mean, you are Ray, so eventually if you're double blast packing in, you can still potentially find value. It's not the end of the world, and he's setting up exactly for that. They want the paranoia, it looks like, to go all the way in. A paint shells line up to help clear some other angles as well.
Revealing area.
Get a bit of presence around tree, perhaps. There's the Bucky. It goes all the way onto site. But RRQ so aware that they might go for something cheeky with this eco. They're playing far back and safe.
They don't know about the Bucky yet, though, and this could catch them by surprise on this retake.
It comes down to the position that 10 is holding, and he's just kind of hopping up and down underneath Hell right
and the
now.
Trap wires, they're all set up. RQ's frantically trying to clear this through the smokes, but they can't find it.
Oh, EJ, that's going to be the first head gone. Dev getting the shots now. A second one coming through. 2GE coming into trade. Crow trying to land his, coming out from outside of Hell. And Laz is still alive. But the spike has gotten halved, and he needs to go for the pink. Takes down Elmimore, but 2GE up close and personal gives him a loving hug.
But this, listen, if you're RRQ, you need to remember this round so carefully, because you give up the site and suddenly Cypher finds so much value. You can set up these Cypher cages, you can set up these trap wires, you even set up the camera. That's how he gets that pre-fire right as he goes around the corner to catch Elmimore on that defuse. He gets the ping. You have to remember, even though you won this round, it was an eco coming out from ZETA Division. If they had rifles, you probably lost.
They always have to be so aware of all of these trips. Whichever side they're on, defense, attack, it's scary. And the main thing is, those 2 timeouts have been spent now, so it's gonna come down to the players and how they adapt. Meanwhile, ZETA now calling their first timeout. The score is 8-8, Will, and it's not over yet.
Yeah, now coming back to a bye round, full armor. Let's also note that, right? ZETA Division was actually one of the few teams in Pacific that really bought into the half armor meta, the econ management. And this time they're saying, just go full armor. We got this bye round back. Let's try to bulldoze through. We are on attack. Now, they do have null command. They're also 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. Now, of course, Elmimore is playing that Killjoy, so yes, there is that counter utility with the Killjoy ultimate. But you still have things like the Rays, you've got the Showstopper. I think that Hunter's Fury to clear certain angles can be so useful on attack here on Ascent.
That's, again, something that we all have to look out for. The RQ starting to find that bit of a lead now. 4 rounds won in a row.
And it looked like they were potentially going to push out of A. EG was trying to get real up close and potential flash drive out, but then the pings come out to back off. And what a good call it was, because ZETA was ready for the counter push. The late paranoia.
God, and he's doing it on his own. He manages to get the shots. The support coming out from 2GE. The pinch down onto ZETA. They weren't expecting it.
an absolute read from RRQ, because listen, they tried this and it didn't work out yesterday. They kind of failed, they kind of bumbled the timing. And this time they say Zeta's probably expecting it. Let's wait for the counter timing. You get the double kill. And now no smokes on the side of Zeta Division. Sugar Zero down, the Omen gone. The only thing you have to work with is the 2 Cyber Cages. You don't have a Jet. I mean, even the Raze is gone anyway, but sure, you don't have the extra Cloudburst or anything like that. So now they just have to inch around, and RQ knows this. That's why they're holding just these trade angles for these close battles.
Yeah, right. 2 players, 2 individual squads, 1 from mid, 1 outside A short. With this, they're able to trade down every single play from Zeta, but if it's that like tiny bit of movement, they can just find 1 pick and then back off. That could be good for Zeta. Then again, though, it's just a big push in through market. Cybercage trying to block it off. Last able to trade, but still aware of Elmimore's position. Tries to hop through.
He crosses. He clears.
Wants to get the spike down. Depp is right around the off-angle corner just to assist. Running out of time, though, and RRQ can just hold out and wait. And now Depp tries to push. Last God, not quite able to pull off the win.
Man, there was a world where that actually turned into one of the crazier clutches where Depp just swings out and gets 2 headshots. I was getting real scared as soon as he saw his spike drop. Obviously, they didn't want to turn their back, which is why they stuck to the fight. They eventually win it. But the way this game is going, we can never count it out. But this late timing on the paranoia and then the high flash drive, very, very good from RQ. A nice little twist on that set play. And then holding those close angle trades, right? They don't want to give away long range 1v1s. A really good adjustment in that mid round as well. The question goes back to Zeta, but unfortunately for them, they're working on an eco.
It's an eco without blades. Meanwhile, that 1 crunch play earns EJ his. Hunter's Fury now being sent out just to check, and it still catches on 10. Now it's going to be 2GE trying to provide a bit of cover for Elmimore, hiding around the site. Although he is pinged, still very much alive. Yeah. Assistance has arrived on time. And now coming up from the top of heaven, but look at this Sheriff shot! Depp and Laz getting 1 each of their own. Coming out from the Fender spawn now, the Neuro Theft gets some positioning awareness. And RRQ.
They know that he's alone, yeah, that's why they challenge it. Yeah, that's why they challenge it, right? Because no matter whether you go B or A eventually, you know the Cypher is alone, so you take that fight while you have the timing. And now...
Still, though.
Depp picks up a Stinger, which at this range, not the end of the world.
It's a similar setup to what we saw in just the previous round, right?
Yes.
RQ, they find that numbers lead, and they instantly go into some of these positions, forcing their opponents to trade.
Oh, this match, I mean, it's not even an elimination match, right, Quack? It's just to get to that upper finals, but you can just see what LCQ Pacific means for all of these teams that are left. The 4 teams left just trying to claim that 4th ticket to Champions Los Angeles to get to that international stage that you qualify for in 2023. They want that chance. They're so hungry for it.
Both of them just wanting to devour one another, but that said, this is now 6 rounds won in a row for RRQ. They're getting proactive with some of these plays. That 1 push coming up from EJ and 2G onto A main stopped everything. Zeta now scratching their heads. They still have 1 timeout left, though.
They do, but of course, there's always that question, right? Do we use it just to try to stop their momentum, or is that going to give them an advantage to also reset? Now, something we noticed at the beginning of this round that RQ's been doing a couple of these rounds is they send both of their KO and Silva utility in mid. Make sure that Cypher is not setting anything up in mid so that they don't give away that lurk for sure. Now you have that safe utility set up from the Killjoy. You have all these ultimates for the retake. You also know Zeta has ultimates, so they purposely back out. Yeah. They stack A-site. And now they're going to say, trade ult for ult.
RRQ has the lead, right? So why not go for some of these trades? They still can secure as much as possible. In fact, this favors them if Zeta does decide to go for some of these trades. 10, though, being so close, has an option to actually go further in with the showstopper, but then Flips just shuts down, coming through with a flank. This secondary squad from RRQ is going to be a thorn in the sides for Zeta. Leading off with the Aldro now.
So much relies on 10.
Just crouch down.
They now worry about that angle.
Shot. Recon getting further information now coming out from Xpharaoh. 10 fires off the showstopper, but it doesn't connect. And EJ It's gotten into position. Crow trying to position and pivot off, but he can't quite make it happen with low HP. Sugar Zero just goes in for the spray though. Double, and he holds it down, just trying to buy more time. Swaps over the classic, but 2GE comes through.
No time, he's done it. Sugar Zero buys enough time with the extra classic right click. Even gets an extra kill to the spike for his troubles. Wow, I mean, listen, it's still a long way to go for ZETA because of their economy, but what a good hold. And it all comes down to 10 getting this kill. This forces RQ to have to worry about that, so they start rushing into the site. And 10 waits for the longest time. He actually doesn't win the duel against Flipstrider at the end of the day, but he waits so long so that they can't swarm Sugar Zero all together.
And it's just that teamwork coming out from ZETA Division now, but such a labored response. Their first win in the second half, and they're calling that timeout. And you talked about it, Will. This is a bit of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I mean, especially after you get, a hard-earned round win here. So RQ, they can reset after what seemed so chaotic at the end of that round. But I like that you mentioned it. First round of the second half for ZETA Division. If we count the end of the first half as well, that was another 8-round win streak from RQ. This is a team that once they start going at it, once they find their pacing, they really know how to snowball it through. So when you look at it that way, maybe that timeout timing is exactly what Coach Junior wanted here from the side of ZETA Division. But I would love to see them talk about how they want to counter this initial early utility in mid. Because if they're using both the 0 point and the recon both immediately off the start, off the rip of the next round, you have such a wide timing window to try to inch forward and set up your own utility in the middle of the map.
Yeah, because then you're just waiting for that cooldown. And at the same time, RRQ, they have been pushing out bit by bit, trying to go for some creative plays. Now we've got the Odin on Xpharaoh.
But see, they're now setting up for mid, so I like this change. I like this change even though the utility wasn't exactly the same.
That said, Depp still holding on to his recon. They're trying to set up for a bit of a B split. Comes down to the hole from RRQ. Xpharaoh with the Odin trying to reposition. Lockdown now placed from Elmimore, and he's just trying to send signals to ZETA. Go away.
The thing is it doesn't push them entirely out, right? They had to place it so passively, and Flips can't peek in mid either. So
wait,
it's just a reset.
Oh, good little recon from Xpharaoh though, but still not quite safe enough to fire a shot yet. And ZETA are just surrounding this area.
So Pharaoh can't spam anymore. He has to make sure he doesn't reload right at the worst timing. They check to make sure that they're still waiting there. Yeah, they're actually just saying, ZETA, play your thing. This is a ZETA game. Wait until that last second.
Come at me, bro.
They're waiting for the recon as well. RQ's prepared for this.
There it is. They shoot it down. So no pings whatsoever. ZETA clears that it's not safe enough for us to hit this site. There are only 2 on the other, so we're gonna rotate instead.
But look at RQ's adjustment. They say
time.
I mean, sure. They should have just enough time, I would think. But RQ says, well, let's leave it up to time. If not, we go for a 5v5 retake. Right?
God.
We just all back out and make sure that we can be the one that swarms the site again. They don't even actually go through spawn because they know that has to be someone waiting for that rotate.
Yeah, and that's gonna be
Sugar
Days gets checked
to the Odin at long range.
Oh god, Depp now with the Bulldog so close. He hears those footsteps and he tries to pick off one, goes in for yet another, but Elmimore wallbangs him instead. Now it's gonna be 10 hiding around tree. Still somewhat unchecked, but here comes Xpharaoh. Oh, he fires it off. But what a flick! What is this spray transfer? 2 down, and then Elmimore still cleans it up.
Oh man, 10. I mean, the blast back was so good too, but it was just too many members left. And the thing is sure, in hindsight, we can say things like, well, maybe he should have popped out earlier, but no, he couldn't have because he was getting spammed. He knew they were still watching that angle. He had to wait until the last second to catch them off guard, try to lower the numbers. But alas, by that point, he was the only one left alive. But props to RRQ, the lockdown, and then constantly checking with the Omen ult to make sure they're still there, and then put the pressure so ZETA rotates, and then already the members on A have rotated out into tree and main, where ZETA can't set up for the post plant. What a good adjustment.
And they are now inching further to match point. ZETA's economy not looking great. I mean, just so patient with that one play. Can ZETA find that one thrifty win to pull them back from the brink? Xvero has got his sights trained down. Anyone peeking out of stairs, anyone peeking out of lane. He's got his teammates there to cover as well. They're starting to fire down now. The RPM going over the edge. And ZETA still managing to close in the distance. Now picking up the weapons. We've swapped positions. 10 tosses the Odin over because he's low HP. RRQ trying to retake with the rifles. They've got the paranoia and it pushes ZETA back for a second. Depp trying to reposition. He's pulling out the recon, trying to give it a little bit more space. Sugar Zero playing off of it and the tiny bit of movement finds it, turns it into a one-on-one. Flips is just dancing around this, and Depp is watching the spike. Turns back around though. Tracking aim is good. It cuts Flip in half.
An amazing thrifty. And all because they waited. They didn't actually go for the two-pronged attack into sight, right? They didn't send 10 in through the stairs at the same time. They wait to make sure, is there only one or two in Boathouse? Once they check, it forces Zafiro to have to focus on Ali, and then 10 says, I'm going to close the gap with the Stinger, because at that point, the RPM is just about the same for both guns. And 10's able to take down the Odin. It gives them something to hold Boathouse as a fortress, and while Flips tries for the run-and gun, Depp says, I'm not zoomed in. It's close range anyway. I'm just going to drag it across my screen.
And all of that was enough. Give ZETA a second wind. Managed to buy back up. One round away from evening things out. They go back towards mid, Will.
I mean, it's what worked. And here's the thing, at this point, we're in map 3. It's getting close to potential overtime. It is a fight of focus. It is a fight of endurance. Now, EJ heard that trap wire. He's not going to get rid of it because he wants to wait to see if they rely on it to push even further into market.
Oh, Laz could be aware of that as well, but he could also just lurk around this one spot. The rest of the team now corralling towards the A site. EJ knows this.
Yeah, EJ, so the call is made, right? Like you said, EJ knows this to rotate over, and then they leave it to Elmimore, and now they send Zafiro to watch mid. Elmimore backs out because they've committed to A. RQ's movement is actually very accurate, but so is ZETA's. They're really working off of each other in terms of utility used.
It's also a lot of microaggression because now they're trying to peek outside of tree. 10 wanting to push this in as well, but you gotta be so careful. The rest of it, he's just buying the distraction, buying the positioning while the spike gets delivered to the B site. Oh, and they're rotating now.
RQ gets the absolute read.
Oh, Xvero.
This is all a timing. It's a timing.
Oh my God, Crow is trying to push into this. 10 seconds left, and the spike has managed to arrive on site. Sugar Zero now coming out from B main, something that they maybe didn't quite expect, so he finds one for his troubles. 2 players from RQ still low, and EJ trying to stay alive around the button. The rest of them trying to push further in, but so many positions to clear. And Last turns around, just runs and guns it while Sugar Zero peeks outside of B main to shut them down.
I was really just focusing on will 10 get there in time, but he didn't need to. It was Laz and Sugar Zero, the 2 members who were so crucial to their amazing run back at the old Masters Reykjavik.
Oh my God.
Tied 11-11, literally anybody's match. An absolute battle of focus. Because here's the thing, both teams were absolutely zoned in on that round. The way they moved around the map, the way they were reading each other's setups, the way they read each other's rotations, it was all good, and then it just came down to aim duels and trades.
Yeah, but remember when we were talking about how ZETA didn't quite have the economy just a couple rounds ago, and then 10 closed in the distance, gave depth at Odin. Now it's going to be RRQ with a broken economy, and they're on defense, Will.
My ult's ready.
All right, ZETA gets a showstopper as well, and surely you use it to secure a match point, or the 100-3, one or the other. You do not save both in hopes that you're able to make sure that you close out the map. You have to get to match point at least to guarantee that OT.
God. Drone expires.
Yeah, they're not able to clear it, and RQ knows what ultimates are available on that other side. They heard the orb. They're very afraid of this potential showstopper. And ZETA, they clear it with as much other utility so they can save it, and he gets the kill!
A stray shot catches onto Flips' helm! And now the rest of them going in for trades outside of Heaven and Tree.
But what
ZETA are not committing.
Yeah, now here's what ZETA doesn't quite know is what the remaining weaponry looks like. Elmimore will be able to pick up that Bulldog again. Okay, so a rifle recovered. 2G's timing.
He saw the foot.
Oh. And 2G says, I'm not committing. If you're there, then most likely your teammates are covering you from another angle.
But then again, ZETA doesn't quite have as much info gathering utility. Xpharaoh firing off the Hunter's Fury. Oh no, actually, wait, it's going through. And now Elmimore actually gets a couple himself.
Scanning ahead.
The Hunter's Fury's traded. And I like it from both sides, quite frankly. Dep uses it because at the very least they need information on where they're hiding for sure. They need to push them out so they can't use their run and gun weaponry. Xpharaoh with just a Sheriff. Who will get to match point first?
Hops down over on the generator, picks up the Stinger. Crow inside of Hell, and he's aware of A main too, but Crow's positioning and shots just a bit better. Puts ZETA at match point.
And ZETA Division, they smell that victory so close. Look at their ult lineup. They have everything they could ever ask for. They have full armor, all rifles. This is a full buy of full buys. You have three, or you have the Showstopper and then the no command to break in. You still have things like the From the Shadows and then the Neural Theft for insurance. Everything is there. Meanwhile, RRQ, yes, you have the rifles, but you really just have the lockdown to work off of. And Elmimore needs to stay alive for that one.
That one lockdown is RRQ's ticket for the rest of the upper bracket. Possibly overtime first, though. So he's trying to stay alive. But this positioning is a bit risky. Just around inside this dark cover. Now he sneaks into stairs. 10 pulls out the Showstopper and looks for him. But he spins too much! Elmimore catches his head instead. Pop flash coming out from Crow. They're going in to clear out the site. Lockdown, although deployed. It's going to be Xpharaoh on top of Dice. Finds a couple more headshots. EJ coming in. Sugar Zero not quite able to bring ZETA over. We're going into overtime.
What an amazing spot. They never use it before. Xpharaoh just holds on Dice as if he's a turret rotating around to watch and guard B site. And they think, okay, Boathouse is cleared. You can't even obviously see him from that one. And then he doesn't quite catch Elmimore because he swings too fast. Ted realizes he has to clear too much. The lockdown forces them to jump into sight, and Xpharaoh says, hello, welcome to my home. And we have overtime in the first upper bracket semifinals. We're down to 4 teams. 2 of them today will move on to the upper finals. 2 of them will start to face elimination tomorrow.
Oh my god, what a way to start things off, Will.
Both of these teams, listen, like Haven, very sloppy from ZETA, obviously, no doubt. Meanwhile, RRQ on Split started to look sent. Sure, it's not, you know, the most perfect game of Valorant, but it's such good adaptation. And the fact that both of them are keeping their focus, both of them know their win conditions, they're keeping track of the utility used. I mean, this is an absolute test of your mettle, test of your endurance as pro Valorant players here on the stage. And perhaps in the tournament that matters most to you in 2023, even more than if you potentially went to Champions LA.
Yeah, very much so. Very different things here in Pacific. Remember, we started off the second half 8-4. RRQ came back. ZETA reached match point first. And here we are.
So no op buys, which I didn't want to talk about. We didn't see, you know, those operators really coming online for EJ. They wanted to keep pushing out. And that's, you know, that's been doing good for them. But curious to see if maybe that's part of the mental stack they add here in overtime. But of course, on the attacking side first, it's going to be the typical just quick battle here for a main control to start. But I can't imagine RQ is going to run right into the site.
Okay, thankfully not a big clash either, but
getting closer to that null command though, something that they're looking to prioritize if things get dicey.
Surely, you're 2 points away from flip. But at the same time, this is ZETA now aware of the RRQ's presence around A main.
And here's the thing, they don't suspect the Cypher here.
They shot out the camera?
Okay, they do find the camera, but they didn't fly the drone low. But now you're like, okay, well, now we gotta start shocking all these, and they find the trap.
So ZETA just trying to watch down this one spot too. 10 and Laz up on top of Heaven.
Paint shells are gone as well. You have to give it the sight if you're ZETA. You have to wait for the retake.
And that's them backing off now. Crow positioned around tree, but forced to reposition back. Elmi Moore is just so good around that one spot. Here comes EJ, wide swing into Laz. And the door's been shut.
And they waited to plant the spike just in case, so they had more members to fight. RRQ knew that the fast retake might happen.
One enemy remaining.
God. Elmi Moore in the lurk.
I mean, Tap
It's all up to Depp. And he's trying to go full turn mode.
Zafiro needs to hide.
Spins around, but oh, the hop up onto the top of heaven window.
Wow. I mean, just listen, as soon as they see the cam, they try to clear for the trap wires. The fact that they got that initial trap wire was so important. Because here's the thing, I have to believe 10, not only does he throw the paint shells to delay a potential push right after the spy cam is deleted, but it's also, you know, let's just make sure they don't like think about clearing these trap wires, right? Let's just make sure we back them out. And then the paint shells are gone. The cyber cage being used by Laz to hide in hell, he repositions to where the fragment was as a mind game, and EJ reads right through it. He goes for a wide swing, goes for the spray, and then stops and finds the shot onto Laz. A great entry, a great break open into the site. And now the one timeout that each team gets in overtime used by ZETA to try to tie things back up.
Oh, they have to, right? I mean, this was the side that gave them a little bit more trouble, so they need it even more so now.
Yeah, we gotta reach far back into our own memory banks as well on, you know, what did they try, what have they not tried yet, what worked and didn't. And during the second half, eventually going for that mid play was good because it was a reaction to the utility. But I think you're reset now. I don't think you commit to that right away. If you see both Zero Point and Recon both used in mid, sure, maybe you go in, at least set up like a trap or a spy cam near market just so you have that information. But outside of that, I mean, I almost think we haven't seen too many 5-stacks other than whenever you had the null command going on to B site. Something like that could work, but ZETA says we're just going to play for this potential battle, and oh, the op comes out like we talked about.
He's peeking out mid. He's looking for them around tiles. And a bit of top mid as well.
Where are you going with this?
Oh my god, his team is helping him so much, and he catches onto 10 safe.
He's pinged. Elmi Moore needs to stick around, but Laz, he's stuck now.
Oh god, this is so oppressing for ZETA.
Oh, and they all get out. Wow, Elmi Moore, the hero bodyguard here to keep that operator alive. And again, EJ doesn't commit to the operator in the second half, and he buys it with no armor here in overtime.
And it pays off because ZETA did not expect it whatsoever.
I mean, how could you? You didn't see it at all in the second half.
Yeah. First 30 seconds gone, and ZETA are kind of at a loss, trying to explore mid, trying to get further information, but off of that one pick, RRQ, look at how much discipline they have. Well, you're talking about focus. This is sheer commitment, sheer will.
I mean, because the Raze is dead. There's no speed on the side of ZETA at this point. You don't have anything else to really work off of. And if you come B, that turret and the nanoswarms are going to spend so much time so that Zafiro can start to...
20 seconds.
And so now Zafiro watches B as Flips watches Market.
Oh god.
The rotations are perfect.
Elmi Moore's just anchoring down the site like nobody's business too. It's the same thing that we've seen before. 15 seconds left. Sugar Zero trying to push in through, and they might be able to get the spike down, but the retake protocols are in place. RRQ just waiting for the green light. Shorty outside of stairs, and Sugar Zero is trying to anchor them down. Depp using the position that Xfero used. Pro managing to find one.
I mean, even before that, this was advantageous for ZETA division, but now it's looking even better.
And RQ's just setting it up, but there it is. The first shot fired off. Coming outside from lane now, that's blocked. You're trying to go through. EJ, you're too low. And it's just down to this positioning. Sugar hops up and drops him down.
And listen, Elmi Moore was put in that position. I mean, the counter recon was on its way as well, so it's not necessarily his fault, but quite frankly, literally he gets one kill onto Sugar Zero, buys enough time for Zafiro to come in through the smoke, and the round ends off of time. And just because he could not win that duel, it all falls apart. And The reason I single him out is just because, again, that was RRQ's setup. It's not his fault as an individual, but the rotations were all off of assuming the Killjoy stays alive, the Nano Swarm stopped them coming through main, and he holds Boathouse so Zafiro can peek out for the trade on the Crossfire. If you die before Zafiro is ready for it, it all falls apart. And unfortunately, we go to another overtime.
And that's why it all comes down to that initial assumption, right? And sometimes when everything's hinged on one player, you put all your eggs in that one basket. A single player from ZETA, like Sugar Zero, can turn things all around. We're going to OT2 now, and it's a timeout from RRQ.
Yeah, and
ZETA fans holding their breath.
I mean, yeah, I'm both sides, surely. But here's the thing. If you are going to rely on one player to lock down and just hold a sight, it would be Elmimore. I mean, his aim is always so true. But unfortunately, ZETA Division, they're in that prime form again on this map 3 in the best of 3. This time, still no operators on the side of ZETA Division. And we have no ops, of course, on the attacking side of RRQ either. RRQ looking at a similar default setup as that previous overtime. No, they're actually going to fight for mid control this time, so still a bit of a switch up.
Again, it's that mental test. The last time that these two teams faced off during the regular season of Pacific, it was ZETA who took it over 2-1. They didn't go into overtime too, though, in one of those maps. But now, laying it on that defense, trying to be careful. RRQ going for an A split. Trying to block it out with dark cover.
They're drawing out a lot of the defensive utility, and they're happy to wait because they already have the double angle prepared.
Still trying to position outside of heaven, though. It's a little bit risky, especially with RRQ pushing up, but 10 gets the shot anyway. EJ's gone. He's floored. Xpharaoh trying to reposition off of this now. They've closed off the door, trying to sell the idea that nobody is around tree. The spike goes down.
10's waiting for it.
Exactly. Just watching now for that one position. He has an inkling. But the thing is, the one thing that RRQ might not expect is Laz coming out from a main.
10's still waiting for it, but it's
going
a timing
through now. Xpharaoh! Oh, the spray transfer is good! Elmimore coming out from hell! Blocks off the win from ZETA.
Zafiro with the patience until the duel starts happening in the site. He doesn't show himself. He constantly waits. The alarm bot goes up to make sound from the site. He takes one step forward. You fire shots against members in heaven. You take a step forward, and then you see them start to peek out. He swings out because he knows. 10 waited for so long, and yet RQ played as a team.
It's that unbelievable patience coming out from these guys. They had the spike down. They had everything.
And the op again.
Oh,
because
God.
surely you don't expect it to happen again when they lost that round in overtime.
One more time. Here we go again. Checking out top mid, but
They were
this
waiting
time
for it.
Crow just crouched down. Crushes through his skull. The rest of RRQ now struggling to pick up the pieces back towards the A site. The Aldrin comes through. Oh,
Flash to peek out. And this allows Zafiro to go back to mid, because otherwise RQ had to stack 3 and 1 and just hope that the turret does enough of information damage. Clears out to make sure Laz isn't already in mid. So they know that ZETA's still just waiting around for more information, which honestly in RQ's position as a 4v5, they're welcome to hear.
Just trying to defend again once more.
Line taken by Flips, which allows them to really focus on tree. Chuji is looking to get 1 kill to try to equalize before he gets out.
Yeah, but down to 40 seconds still, ZETA has their options, and now recognizing that B side is the one that's less fortified, they go in for the crunch on Elmimore. He's got his utility though, and they clear it out with the shock dart. Elmimore, do you have what it takes?
Oh no, they know exactly where he is.
Trying to hop around, but the paint shells is gonna be tough. Laz clears out the flank too. Here comes Pro, here comes 10, and Elmimore is gone. 15 seconds. They should be able to get the spike down. Coming through though, Flips from Market.
But the door's closed.
Gucci E from Spawn. Right. Presence known, and Dash.
I mean, off of that insane Zafiro flank the previous round.
Overtime.
ladies and gentlemen watching from home, no matter how this best of 3 started, it's about to be one of the most epic matches we're about to have in Pacific, because they're pushing each other absolutely to their limits. And what more could you ask for when it's the last chance to prove themselves to go to champions?
It's time to show us everything you've got. And they're doing it right now. Crow with that little crouch move just to take down EJ. But we're back to an RRQ attack.
The Odin out for Deb. They say don't come to B. It's time to go back to Old Faithful here on Ascent. The early drone as well, I like it. I used to hate early drones, but the current meta calls for it. You need to constantly fight for information and area in the middle of each map.
He didn't spot out EJ though. So now maybe thinking that market might be clear, he falls back towards stairs. Drone being used to clear out short.
This drone's trying to bait them into mid, right? Because he already took market.
Oh, but here comes the dark cover, so this should confirm it. And Depp has an Odin, which they might not be aware of. If he gets the right timing on this, if he gets the information, the sprays could be good. But here comes EJ, tailwind prop. He comes in to save his team for a second. Fragment takes out EJ though. And then the glass. Look at how slippery he's being with this. Hiding on the other side of the cyber cage. Gets the first one, trying to track it across, but Elmior takes him instead. Sugar Zero comes in for the trade for 2GE. Takes him down from stairs. 10.
30 seconds
He's got a boom bot.
There's so much time to work with.
HP. He swaps over to the shorty.
Because he guesses
and
it.
2G is just playing it safe.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's coming back.
He saw the
spots him, and now he knows that 2G is trying to play it safe. He needs to go for the spike plant. 10 is trying to be patient about this.
Knows where it
Shroud
is.
a step. Okay, that should confirm everything he needs to know. Boombot goes through, and all you need is one headshot. One to give your team the win on defense. 2GE trying to play it safe too. Not wanting to pull out utility. 10 slowly inches up back, tries to find the angle, but dropping down 2GE! So accurate, so sharp.
Off of the jump as well. I mean, anybody's, quite frankly, neither of them at full health. And the mind games back and forth with the smoke as well. 10 had the read for the shorty, but unfortunately he tries to check below first. And I do think that's the smarter check, but that gives time for 2GE to widen the angle. I mean, just a nail biter of a 1v1, but RQ, once again, starting with that win on the attacking side. Now, both of them, they've been winning their attacking sides in overtime.
Well, this has been the pattern, but this time around, it's EJ without an op. He's just peeking with the Vandal, along with some flashes, sure, but doesn't quite find too much.
Yeah, but the immediate utility trade in mid as well. Both of them. Again, the reactions on both sides are basically equal. They say if you're committing to this side, I'm going to take mid. And then if you say the counter utility, you say we're going to start rotating to A. But this time, Zafiro is one step ahead. He is way pushed out.
Oh my God. And they might not check him. Just hiding him from Gelato, but Sugar Zero kind of had an idea.
Maybe he saw his barrel. I mean, he was so accurate on that peak.
And that's the first step. One opening pick, and then they pump on the brakes again. 1 minute left on the timer.
I mean, time is absolutely in favor of ZETA, because without the Sova for RRQ, they have to choose either a stack or spread yourselves in, and neither one feels good. So eventually they have to commit to that Elmimore singular hold on A site again. They're banking on B because that's where ZETA's been going every single time.
Cage triggered.
And they would be right. Flips though on the market. He's still alive, still kind of presence known. 2GE now trying to anchor. It's the same spot. It's 10 too, but up close and personal this time. 10 takes the pick.
2v4, but the showstopper comes online. I mean, Elmimore, no matter how good your aim is, there's 4 enemies and a rocket launcher. Yeah, it's just for time. He just uses it for time. Just don't come into the site. You're not winning, and we're going another round.
Elmimore, the world against him. He still tries. Has to go for it anyway. Down from stairs, slowly clears all the angles, but it's a single tap that brings ZETA to another OT play.
Oh, it's been a while since I've run out of time, or run out of paper rather, on my score sheet, and it's good to be back, because what a map of Ascent. this is. No, I guess he didn't see. I guess he just assumed. The fact that he assumes that, the fact that these players are so focused when we're going into the 31st round on map 3 of a best of 3 in LCQ Pacific is downright impressive.
It's like you talked about, Will. This is that true test. You have to earn your spot going through if you want to make it to Champions LA. And now, going back to that same side, ZETA trying to switch up their positions. Laz back towards mid.
This is a good switch up. This is not a default that they've commonly done. They did plant Laz once in the second half, and he was not discovered by RRQ.
Saving one trip. Camera outside of B main.
And they're trying to fake it with the drone as well. They're trying to say Cypher is not here. Because if, after the drone, they rotated to A, they would have to waste time trying to clear the traps that aren't on A site.
A little bit of attack.
They're still going to try to clear it, though.
All right, that does do the trick. Cyber Cage propped up. Oh, and
no?
it's the fragment that kills Def.
Yeah, probably just a shot through as well to really secure it because he died to one tick. But the camera, not shown just yet. They're saving it for the retake.
Oh, but it's been spotted now. One player inside of B main, and ZETA should be aware of this.
Zephyr's on the run,
though.
though.
Look at him. Wrapping ring around the rosy. ZETA just has no choice but to push up front. They need to clear out Boathouse first. But look at this hold from LB. Double kill first, and then EJ to clean things off. Another OT starting off with an RQ attacking win.
Switching sides.
The fact that they're still trying new strategies, new post plans, new retakes on the 31st, 32nd round. I mean, not just the IGLs, but the entire team, all 5 players on both sides, really focused. I mean, sure, not all of them are the ones getting on the frags, a lot of multi-kills, in fact, but so impressive. Sugar Zero already on that 30 bomb, EJ one away as well. I mean, very even score lines, obviously, as we're continuing to get tied up. RQ now one step away from getting to that uppers finals.
They're changing things up. This time it's Elmi Moore with his utility on the A site, Will.
And they've emptied it. Before, he was anchoring the site, just trying to hold. But this time, they're saying, let's hold onto tree. They must have a new retake available, or just one that they haven't shown much in the second half because we didn't see too many.
Switching things up, and then this dark cover. It buys up so much time. There was a drone from ZETA just to kind of buy presence around mid, too. But look at how RQ are just defending this.
Now, I believe that Nanoswarm was taken out by the shock dart across the map from Dep, so that forces them to have to smoke off A or mid into tree.
Okay. So it comes down to this A main push then. You smoke off the door, you smoke off the off angle, but then EJ arrives outside of heaven. They try to clear it, 0 points, but it's a blind shot from Elmi Moore that takes them down. Now the spike has been dropped. They pick it up, they go back in to plant the spike, but they've lost one teammate. One set of utility.
Paranoia is still available for 2G as well. 10.
He's going in. What? Oh, with the Phantom Sprays, but it doesn't quite connect. Elmi Moore now has the advantage. This could be RRQ's round, Will. And they're going in for it. Every player up on top of heaven looking to waterfall down, but that! Oh, it's a double spray. 2G answers back with a shot of his own. Sugar's here now inside of hell, trying to fire it off, but the shorty does the trick. We're back to a one-on-one. And Laz on the other side goes for a jump peek, but it's the dark cover that blocks it out. 2G tries to stick, but a stray shot catches him in the face.
I cannot blame 2G. You didn't get tagged first. You knew he jump peeked for the smoke. I cannot blame him. But what a devastating way to have to go another set of overtime. And Laz just patiently doesn't spray. He just says, I just need the headshot. I just need one bullet to land on the target. And he is successful. Round 33.
Just one more win.
I believe now this is the longest. I believe that DRX and Global Esports split ended at 17-15 here in Pacific.
Just going for a record-breaking
the
series now.
No.
But, the flashpoint! EJ still flicks on a dime, though. And then Elmi Moore coming in with that support from Tiles. Now in towards mid. Xfero leapfrogs off of it. It's all down to Laz. This is the first time in a while that we're seeing a huge lead from RRQ.
Yes, and I was about to mention that. I'm glad you brought it up, because while we're still tied up, and I mean, not that you ever want to count Laz out when he's absolutely fragging out, but RRQ's really finding the momentum. Even that previous round, RRQ was trying to just really press the issue. I mean, he's cornered, nowhere to go.
And without a choice, it's going to be RRQ. We're talking about the battle of focus. And ZETA, with such a strong lead from RRQ, could they be starting to lose it? You've got to stay inside the zone.
And now we're seeing a switch up again. EJ looking to potentially push out of B with the help of that Sova. Oh no, is this... We're going to have Elmimore just prepare on both sides of the map. He's going to help push out and then maybe go back to mid.
But is that far?
Well, not
near
right
enough
now, but
to
once he goes...
activate?
Yeah, once he goes to market.
Okay. Flips gonna beat Flips, pop flashing on his own. 10 seizes that opportunity.
I mean, they had the paranoia as well, and he still couldn't get the kill. 2G thankfully stabilizing for RRQ's sake.
And then it's that dark cover instantly to block them off.
He needs to get out of sight.
Refusing to back down. They want to go in for this A split. They call that it's just 2G, that the site could be clear. So Shrouded stepped into Wine now. Laz pushing into Tree.
2G needs to wait. He needs to just wait because once he shot that drone from heaven, it pretty much signifies, unless it's some crazy trap play, that it's empty. And, of course, the trap wires are broken now, so ZETA very well aware of this potential flank.
Laz. Oh, they're trying to block off heaven, but they gotta be aware of Tree. 2GE, now they're coming through. EJ prepping up the tailwind. They want to go in fast, and ZETA might not be prepared. Sugar Zero on the side of Generator, Death inside of Hell. They hear those steps. They hear those teleports, trying to go in for the peaks, but it's not good enough. RRQ, they might be the ones to bring it over the edge, unless Death can do something about it. Fortis, Fortuna, Achivat. Fortune favors the bold. Triple kill now outside of Death, and the quad. Another overtime.
Depth after Laz? I mean, this is the ZETA story. Listen, throw your predictions out the window. This is ZETA Division. Love it or hate it. It might give you heart attacks, but what more could you ask for? ZETA Division. How in the world does RQ all fall to the hands of Depp?
Oh my god. The child of God. And with his hand, he waves his decree. We're going for it again, Will. And throughout this entire overtime, it's been the attacking rounds. The first team, I believe, that takes it on the defense.
Yeah. I mean, it's clearly the defense that's really been shaken up here in the overtime. And a lot of it is because even if you have the numbers lead, the retakes, you start to rush. We're not seeing the clean peaks when it's the retakes. You see it when it's on the attacking side, but something about that timer beeping down, starting to get to him. And it, of course it does. You're now going into round 35.
The longest yet. Such an unbelievable test. And the players are living up to it. Every single one of them so hungry to punch their ticket into the upper bracket final. Pop flash up in top of the air, and it's EJ looking for this A execute up on top of Generator. He takes down Sugar Zero, sinks him into the bottom of the ocean. The rest of them trying to retake, but without the numbers.
And he's going on that flank again. He's going on the whimsical journey once again.
Oh, I'm coming up from behind you. And with that, not even needed. The rest of RRQ just holding down the site. Another attacking round going their way.
Again, though, as impressive as Laz and Depp's clutches were, or Depp wasn't a clutch, but he got that 4K. But here's the thing, momentum just seems to be on RQ's side. ZETA Division is staying in this just tooth and nail, and they're losing one of them one by one each round. You're only gonna have basically one hand on that cliff left. Here in round 36, can you hold on?
That is the question. Depp has been proving that he's the guy with the star power to do it all. But you can't always rely on that kind of performance every single round. You need something decisive.
They ditch A side. RRQ, they've decided to throw a gambit.
And now just wrapping back around to it. Oh, EJ finds the shot. Flips, tosses the fragment.
Yeah, because it was raised, they for now think it's A, but they wait to see because they have the numbers advantage.
And not just that, too, the positioning from Xfero. Switching it up every single time.
Yes.
They might not expect it.
I mean, this is why he's absolutely one of the most valuable players here on RRQ.
Down to the minute.
And Elmimore shoot it down.
Oh, the drone. So fast.
And Elmimore's always been alone on the site.
Oh, Laz. He's trying to sneak through, but Xfero is still there. Laz here's the hops. He should be. Gets the shot.
But do they?
Right,
No,
here comes
the
Xfero. Oh, spotted by Sugar Zero.
Can he stay alive?
He's gonna try. The rest of them arriving out from defender spawn, but Spike should go down. Crow still has quite a bit of utility. So does Sugar Zero. And the rest of them just planting their flag, planting their boots down. To the back of sight. Oh, what? The wall bang out of nowhere.
And then Sugar Zero on the flank this time, just like Xfero always has done.
A tiny trip too. And now just waiting for it. Sudden peeks out. Depp gets the trade. Oh, but the flash. Crow, now you've got to do it. Depp's gone. Another flash available at his belt. And he tosses it out. Sugar.
The flank pays off. They waited so long for this setup from Xfero. And Elmimore just could not live long enough, and you couldn't blame him. He got tagged. I mean, what more was he supposed to do? He runs away, but the smokes and the cyber cages, it draws out Xfero's vision. And here's the thing. Xfero wanted to send the recon bolt to check and make sure, hold off if there's anyone left in main, but the timing favors Sugar Zero. And it just seems, as much as Lady Luck was absolutely, and Destiny itself was against ZETA Division on Haven, right now, the entire universe trying to will ZETA Division and Japan into the upper finals of LCQ Pacific.
Give them your energy. And at the same time, I mean, the teamwork that they have sometimes. Sugar Zero, such good positioning on that round. But can they do it on the defense, though?
So because this is going longer and longer, RQ now, they try to gambit over on the defensive side as well just a bit. They say, let's take things slow. See if ZETA goes for a type of gambit. See if they change things up, and it's not. ZETA just goes for a default. Slightly different positions, but very stock standard. Trip in mid. They just say, listen, we're able to frag out against these guys. We're getting these multi-kills. Let's just play it one by one.
Well, Depp's trying to switch up his trips too. Oh, this time the shock dart doesn't clear it. The second one doesn't either. It's meant to block off the door button. And Laz goes, oh, but he's been spotted now.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Only EJ gets over this. So if they can keep him at that switch, he's not going to be able to do much damage.
All they need to do is buy enough time. Laz and Depp, they managed to do it. Depp is still alive. Now hiding inside this dark cover. Oh, Sugar Zero. He's going back into it. They've got the numbers now. 2G can't quite plant the spike, but he's swinging out anyway. Crow closes out the first defense round for ZETA in this overtime.
7th overtime. That's what it took for one of the teams to finally find the setup they wanted. And it was simply the most basic of setups. ZETA goes back to the foundation, the fundamentals of Ascent. And they are able to hold both sites, push off the aggression of RRQ, and get the closest either team has been to the upper finals.
Trial and error, just enough randomization, and the shock darts can't quite clear out the trips from Laz. And at the same time, positioning, how they played it on defense. Now it comes down to this round. Can ZETA do it? Or could RRQ push us into yet another? You've got the nanoswarms up on B now. You've got Xfero in here to aid you.
Flipshider has to find a good timing. He has to try to go for these pop flashes, and ZETA does not want that. They're trying to push him off as far as possible.
Oh my, what's similar?
ZETA, what a good play. You have a minute left. You took entire control of mid, and you say, okay, what's the setup from RQ? Is there a lurk coming out from A main? Because if we catch that lurk, it's such an easier round. But here's the thing. In hindsight, this could be an overcook.
That's the thing. You're spending so much time for this. It's similar to that lockdown round that we saw from before. RRQ are just welcoming, begging for ZETA to challenge them.
But in theory, this guarantees them the 4 or 5v2 on B. And
Oh,
that's what they're
Laz.
looking for, and he gets the kill. Laz!
2G answers right
30
back.
seconds left.
And we're back to where we started, back to square one.
But now you know that you have the numbers advantage in B.
Suppressed. Oh, but the shot from Elmi Moore. And it just comes down to this boathouse position. They're dancing back and forth for it. They know they're up on lane, waiting for them to drop. 15 seconds left. How do you plant the spike? Def trying to get the sprays, but Crow going too deep in. The spike carrier killed. RRQ extends this overtime.
Well, RRQ, they seem to have just read exactly what ZETA did and said, oh, right, just stock standard. Why do we keep leaving Elmi Moore on his own? Give him some backup. Let him hold that site with a teammate. And then they win the defensive round, and now we've just flipped this overtime on its head. Round 39, we are guaranteed 40 rounds, as we've been mentioning, the longest we've had in VCT Pacific. And I think maybe the longest we've had in Korea, actually, here in Seoul. But again, I mean, the impressive part is oftentimes when it goes to this much overtime, it's more about the mistakes. But this time it's more about the focus and being ahead of each other.
Unbelievable performances. So much depth from both teams. All of these players, again, so hungry. And now we're switching things up once more. Laz with different trips. Look at that one on top of Generator on the A site.
Oh, that's a good one.
But EJ's not going through A main, sir.
Yeah, that could actually just sit there the whole round and not find any value.
He activates them, tries to slip back around.
He just needs to stay alive, wait for his teammates to cover him from heaven.
Though, up around from the side. Oh, Laz able to get the first, but the heaven positioning wasn't good enough. Sugar Zero not quite able to land the shot, and this gives RQ the site.
So Recon Bolt, Shock Dart, double flash drives, and then Paint Shells and Boombot as well. You have a lot of utility. You're down in numbers, but you have a lot of utility. But the thing is, this Severo flank,
yes.
they died to it before, and they're so concerned about it.
And it's Elmi Moore too. I mean, they're always around tree. If they push up heaven, it's so tough for ZETA, and that's why they're so slow through this.
Yeah, they're like, wait, where is everyone?
Having to watch the angles. Oh, but this time,
well, there they
Crow,
are.
Depp, and 10. They find the shots anyway. The last player is a Pharaoh, not quite able to do any damage. And ZETA wins the defense round one more time.
Well, you put too many chefs in the kitchen, and of course you overcook. One person on the flank puts on the mental pressure, but they try to twist it one more time, and then it's just a narrow choke point that they have to peek out of.
They knew that the site was clear.
I mean, they cleared it so fast, and again, that's because they had so much utility left. And then 2G on the flank as well gets caught, and they realize, well, that should mean, of course.
And again, it's that randomization on the trips. That first kill bought enough time, bought enough utility for them to do all of that. On to the next round again, though. And once more, Elmi Moore, although anchoring the B site, utility, positioning, all switched up.
Oh, they want to try to prioritize the showstopper this time, but they're still trying to bait them out. And here's the thing, they use the early camera to get control of main, then they leave the trap wire. That way, if they choose to go to mid or B, they will know as soon as RQ makes their move out of A.
If RQ makes it out of A.
They even check wine. So they say, okay, well, if no one's working off of all this utility, are you guys just playing far back out? What's going on here? RRQ is hiding a lot of information.
Or are you even on the site? I mean, they might be
sure, yeah.
encouraged to go in for a cheeky little peek outside of A main, and that could be painful. 2G's just jump spotting for this. Oh, dinked!
Well, she's got to pay for that one. The paint shells are in. Does jump to the other side.
Shrouded step away. Paranoia has been spent, though. And maybe that's what they were looking for. 30 seconds left, and now they're rotating.
Yeah, the thing is now those nanostorms are going to do so much damage in terms of time. They have to clear it beforehand. Just have to commit. Here's the thing, RQ also couldn't over-rotate, so it's really anybody's game. Everyone knows exactly what's happening now. Oh no, the 0 point.
Oh, Elmi Moore. 15 seconds.
Flips can't provide support. The fragment.
Spike's got to go through. Oh, but Flips just outside the edge of the dark cover finds a shot anyway. The spike will go down, however. And now Sugar Zero trying to watch for the angle. The trip goes through. Laz finds the shot. And Dep's pulling out utility, trying to fend them off, trying to get to wallbang, but EJ tries to go for the crouch spray instead. Trades come through, and we're back to a 2-on-2.
But how so low on RQ?
Wins. They're so darn low, but they need the shots anyway. ZETA are just hunkering down in Boathouse. Come to me.
But 2G is creeping
One
close.
more shot, and he gets the first. Dep, he's the last one. Flips is trying to tap it, trying to bait out the peaks, but he rushes at the last second, and Dep, the child of God, forces ZETA over.
40 rounds of absolutely impressive Valorant here on Ascent. Map 3 of the upper semifinals, and ZETA Division, they missed the chance to go play in front of the massive home crowd at Masters Tokyo. But this time they say we will not be pushed to the edge. We will stride forward towards the far lands of Champions Los Angeles.
Big moves, big improvements. We questioned the roster swap, the role changes, but it still works out anyway. The fundamentals, the mechanical skill of such a player like Dep.
42 kills. Yes, it was a long game, but 42 kills, only 26 deaths, and 11 assists here for Dep. I mean, listen, no one got out of this without a scratch. Everyone took damage, but everyone showed up when they needed it as well. And at the end of the day, Dep with just a couple extra superhero rounds, as he always has done when ZETA Division and the entire Valorant fan base of Japan needed most.
He brought them back from that brink of death at that one point in overtime. It was like a 2-on-4. And Dep still manages to find every single kill from there on out. We went the distance, but the players proved their focus. And despite ZETA winning this and going forward in the upper bracket final, I don't count out RRQ.
I mean, both of them showed that clearly when they're in the zone, they have the right to fly to Los Angeles. They both proved it. But for ZETA, it is about having to need a bit of a faster start, because if they come on prime like this, at this form, maybe at the end of map 1, things are completely different. On the side of RQ, again, it is about on certain maps just really keeping focus, but on any given day, either of these teams could have gone to Champions LA, and they both proved that through a singular best of 3.
One best of 3, our very first day in this double elimination bracket, and this is what we have. Oh, the next series is just going to be even more insane, but again, the win for ZETA, it means so much. ZETA and their story with how they kind of missed their shot at Masters Tokyo, now redeeming themselves.
Yeah, and that's the important part, because here's the thing. For RRQ, they were a team that started to show promise, but everyone said, okay, it was a beat lane, which is why you probably didn't make it to playoffs. You're probably on an upwards trajectory. So this was expected almost. But for ZETA Division, no, even though you made playoffs, it was still so shaky. And you needed something to say, no, we deserve to be a top team in Pacific. And right off the bat, in the double elimination bracket, in the upper bracket, they proved themselves in front of the crowd here today for LCQ Pacific.
I mean, again, we have to think about it, right? It's crazy, it's good in this overtime map, but starting things off, it's not all clean. That Haven was questionable, but they did recover on split.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was the story of ZETA Division and Masters Reykjavik. So this is one of those teams where if I find it difficult to really argue in theory, right? Because in theory, you shouldn't have to rely on these super plays, but that's also when they shine the most. And they have such insane players when they're put on the spot. Dep, Last, Sugar Zero, coming back. We haven't been able to shout his name much during the regular season of Pacific, and today we said it with our hearts out.
Yes.
ZETA Division is back in form.
100%. I mean, honorable mention, 10 on this raise as well. And
Yes.
Crow, he's got 33 assists. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, listen, Crow, the changes with Crow here and there on different roles off of the IGL, it's starting to come back together, and the Des mentioned it. We've often put him on that spotlight to say, you have to be the one to improve. Well, when they needed it most, he pulled his weight.
I mean, he really did. So many of these rounds on the attack starts off, or even on the retake with his flashes, especially on this KO. It's good, it's sharp, but that's the thing. It's not over yet. We've still got so much more left because this is still LCQ. It's not the last day.
Yes, it's far from the last day for both of these teams. And
feels like it.
Yeah, and ZETA Division, sure, they go on to the upper finals, and if they can win that tomorrow, they will get one extra day. And, of course, whoever wins that upper finals gets that ban advantage. But it's going to be either Team Secret or Gen G, and who knows what that match looks like next.
Yeah, and that's the next one that we've got cooking up. But still, I mean, coming back to this one win so far, incredible performances. RRQ, such a valiant effort, such a valiant attempt. And it makes you just think what happened in this overtime. They were winning so many rounds.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. The universe looked down and said, oh, we left depth there. We need to bring him back. We need to bring him back to the heavens. And then he started to soar and fly above the entire team of RRQ. But, of course, it was the rest of the team as well.
Yes.
Just the reads that they had, both of them. But ZETA just continue to stay focused just a bit more, just a step further in that overtime on Ascent.
He really is that guy. He is him. I mean,
it's him.
It's always those moments where you just think, all right, RRQ probably has this one. But ZETA, Depp somehow has this like plot armor to carry himself over, finding incredible kills, even though he's not on Jet.
Exactly, yeah. Even though he's not on Jet, right? Had the most impact on that Sova, which we haven't seen in a very, very long time. But the other thing is I mean, how many? There were like 3 sets of overtime where we said, okay, it's tied, but it seems like momentum's still on the side of RQ, and then it's Laz, and then it's Depp, and then it's Sugar Zero, Depp again towards the end. And then you have to start to question, okay, maybe the momentum didn't matter. It's really just about staying in the zone.
It really is. But while we were talking, giving the players a little bit of time to breathe, now they're ready for the interview. So don't go away. We're going to toss it to Jen for an interview with 10, who was on that race.
Thank you, casters. I'm standing here with ZETA Division's 10 after their long overtime and yet their precious victory. Now, congratulations, 10. That overtime on Ascent felt like forever. It felt like it was never going to end, but you guys made it through. You guys pulled through. So how do you feel right now, and what can you tell us about what happened tonight?
お疲れ様です。アセントのオーバータイムも長すぎて終わらないんじゃないかって思うぐらいでしたけど、最後には勝てて本当に良かったです。今のお気持ちを教えてください。
いや、そうですね。ちょっと今までバロラント人生でこんな長いオーバータイムしたことなくて、ランクとかでも、今まで一番興奮しました。
This was definitely the longest overtime in my Valorant career, including my ranked competitive games. So definitely one of my most exciting game.
So what was on your mindset during that overtime then?
オーバータイム中何を考えてましたか？
もうなんかお互いやりたいことをもうやろうみたいな。多分 RRQ もこっちも多分もうやりたいことをやろうって感じになったと思うんで、まあ自分たちのプレーを見直してこうちゃんと押し付けようっていう感じでしたね。
So I think RRQ and ZETA we both wanted to do something and then try to push through it. So what we did was reflect with our plays and then play it on from there.
All right. Now I gotta talk to you about ZETA's major changes. Now Deb is on Breach and Sova, and yet he's considered one of the most consistent and explosive jets in the Pacific. So why and when did this change come through?
デプさんはパシフィックリーグの中でもやっぱりすごいもう最高のジェットだと言われてましたけど、まあ今日はブリーチだったりソーバーだったり使われてて、それはなぜ理由があるのか、そしていつその変更があったのか教えてください。
まあ変えたの自体は1ヶ月前ぐらいでだいたいあんま覚えてないんですけど詳細にはまあちょっと自分たちがこう自分たちの力を発揮できる構成をしようってことで、まあ僕はレズを担当しました今回は。
So we had this changed a month ago, and then the reason is that to maximize our potential. That's why I was put on Raze.
Okay. yeah, you really popped off on that race, especially on split, and you were there for the teammates when it was needed the most on Ascent as well. But I feel like these changes kind of put a lot of pressure on you. So with all these changes to the team, does it change the way you play the game, or does it change the way how you feel about what you need to do in terms of responsibility or pressure?
レイズ今日大活躍でしたけれども、やっぱりレイズになって責任感だったりプレッシャーを感じて、天さん自体の気持ちだったりプレースタイルに変化があるのかななんて思うんですけど、どうでしょう？
まあプレッシャーは正直あんまないですね。とりあえず自分の一番得意なキャラがレイズなので、もうできる限りチームのために、やろうっていう感じです。
I felt no pressure because my favorite and my best agent is Rice. So I just did what's the best for my team.
Right now, last question. Tomorrow it's gonna be Genji or Team Secret. Who do you think you'll face, and who do you want to face?
明日はジェンジーとチームシークレットどちらかと対戦することになりますが、どちらと対戦することになると思いますか？そしてどちらと対戦したいですか
？They're all looking at you now.
まあチームシークレットが 2-1 で勝つと思います。
I think Team Secret will win in 2-1.
Oh, 2-1. Okay, they gotta have a long game too as well, because you guys did it. But congratulations, 10 once again. Well deserved. Now get some rest. Thank you for your insight. Now that was 10 for the post-match interview. I'm gonna toss it over to the desk to, Victoria.
Thank you, Jen and 10. Doing excellent on the Rays. And oh my god, we went into an incredible overtime. Both teams performing, fighting for their lives, and I think records were broken today.
We had many a record broken. I thought maybe we were going to break the record for longest series in general, but couldn't quite get there. But still, 40 rounds played, 21-19, the final scoreline here. ZETA take the win, and Depp establishes a new LAN kill record in a single map, dethroning Monyet, who then also dethroned one of the players that Depp just beat in Xvero, who had the previous one set of champions last year. 42 is now the record to beat. What a performance from him. I had some doubts. Yes, he has played Sova in the past, but it's been a very long time since we've seen it, and this was only, I think, the 9th time in total that he's played it. So it hasn't been that frequently, but boy, did he deliver.
I mean, look, I think Depp, I've been standing this guy for a long time because I've seen the potential. I've seen that when he is truly at his peak, he is one of the best in the business. And you can see here, even when he's on Sova, he's still able to find a lot of impact. Now, there were a few weird moments with some of his utilities. There was a recon dart that went into Narnia one of those rounds. But, overall, this is the thing about Depp, is once he gets engaged, once he gets in the flow of the game, he can just start shutting teams out almost individually. And a great game from Sugar Zero as well. Had a couple really clutch rounds, but really you have to give so much credit to both of these sides. I mean, it was a brilliant back and forth. There were so many rounds that I thought both teams were making really good decisions. Even when ZETA cut through spawn to go to A on that one round, I was like, I was screaming to rotate. I wish they would have done it a little sooner, but eventually they made that decision. But then RQ dials up an even better retake. So, time after time, both of these teams just throwing everything they had. I mean, this is like a 13-round title bout here. Absolutely amazing stuff from both squads.
Yeah, I kind of want to go all the way back, though, and to give RQ some credit, because coming out of the half, or rather getting ready to go into the half, it was them closing out last 2 rounds on that side. They make this an 8-4, and then they just go on a absolute crazy streak to be able to make this overtime if possible. I mean, ZETA, obviously some clutches necessary to be able to get that tied up, to be able to force out this absolutely wild series. But RQ were able to persevere after being down and looking pretty off in that initial half.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you know what? Kudos to ZETA. Obviously, they're winning with that putting Laz on the Cypher, switching up his initiator role. Not a super popular agent, but it really paid off well in Ascent. Now let's talk about round 11. There was a timeout by RQ, and again, this is where we saw some of their better ideas.
Yeah, no, I mean, I want to give RQ a lot of credit here.
When the streak began?
When the streak began, exactly. So this is, they're able to get through one of those trap wires, kind of causing some problems. Lockdown's going to come in. give them the space they need to get in here and get the plant down. You know, Dep's trying to do what he can to stall this a little bit, to maybe buy a little bit of time to really burn this lockdown down, and he does a decent job. Forces the fragment out from the side of RRQ to make sure that they can have a little bit of a safer plan here. Now, ZETA's got a good opportunity on this retake. Yeah, you've got Flips in B main there, kind of watching for that Laz lurk. 2G with a brilliant ult, though, is going to really send ZETA into a bit of a panic. They scramble, and the initial scramble here is good. Again, ZETA sometimes in the heat of the moment is really, really strong. Somehow, some way, these paint shells into boats, not always connecting for 10, and he pays the price from xvero, and 2G finally strikes from the back. So just a really beautiful use of the ult. 2G really strong when he's been stepping in here for RRQ across a couple different maps throughout the LCQ so far here in Pacific. So I just wanted to give them a big shout out on this round. It looked like it might be a little bit tough after ZETA was able to delay that lockdown so much, but they were still able to recover.
I mean, from there, they go on a streak, what, 9 rounds consecutively? You know, going from that half into the next one. So it was a really strong start as soon as they hit pivoted sides.
And after a timeout too, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, it was good. Ewok got in at the perfect opportunity, got them right back into the game, and put them into the lead for quite some time until something else happened.
Yeah. Actually, when you tell us about that, like what happened with this Thrifty round that started to turn everything around. This is before the overtime, you know, there's like this is a 3-part
Everything
book
we
here.
have is before the overtime.
Yeah.
So xvero, he's set up here. He's doing some things, but as you can see, the buy from the side of ZETA, it's not great. Right now, the score line, 11 for RQ, up in the lead. ZETA at 9, needing to claw this back. They had just lost the previous round, so they need to try to get themselves back into this one. Their economy is in absolute shambles. 10 looks to go ahead, take some space. Black Blast packs across. Go ahead and check that alley access. In the meantime, they realize they have 2 people widely corralled inside of the site. It's all about just how they want to pilot this one. So drone goes up over the top to try to get the scout. Elmore able to find one. xvero as well comes up with a kill, and you're like, okay, this is going to start looking good. But then they're not ready for Sugar Zero to already be up close. Same with 10. So when they swing on these corners, they're able to flush them out of Boathouse with relative ease. Now there's an Odin in the hands of the enemy. Pass over here to Dep because he's full HP, so you want him to be able to pilot that one. And obviously quite wise because then 10 goes down. Paranoia does not connect onto Dep as he gets joined in here by Sugar Zero. He'll look to just go ahead and try to dart out the front. And then from there, it's just easy pickings as Sugar Zero comes up with 3 enormous kills, setting up for the 1v1. The Flip Strider, he's completely out of utility. He doesn't have a nade. He does not have any flashes available. And it looks like he's going to get the timing, but Def gets the sense that he's going to be coming around from behind, turns around at the perfect opportunity, and manages to close out that Thrifty. That absolutely saves ZETA Division. After getting this round, they're able to string 2 more together. It puts them up now to, what would that be? That would put them at 12, and then it's the run back attempt here. As it's RQ who then need to force OT. They do so, and we know the rest of the story because it's just ping-pong back and forth off one another. But that Thrifty, had that not come through, we very likely would have been looking at a fairly normal map, a 13-10 scoreline, 13-9, and it would have been RQ moving forward in this upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And that point there with Dep, I think this is why he's going to have to be our key player for today. Like, we were a little skeptical.
Without question.
Yeah, but he pulled through.
You don't set a new land kill record and not get the key player on the day. Because yes, 40 rounds played, but the fact that the guy is averaging over a kill per round as a Sova in this extended series, it's just, it's incredible. It's impeccable.
Yeah.
I mean, 200 damage per round as well.
Yeah, a fair few of those were some Odin spams early on their defender side, but after that, I mean, throw all that out the window because he was stellar here today in these clutches, in these moments, like in the heat of the moment. Dep is one of the best players with his decision-making, with his awareness, with the way he just kind of understands and feels the game. And this is why they nicknamed him the Child of God. It's just like he just has this sixth sense about him, and throughout his entire career as an esports professional across multiple esports, this guy has been like Japan's hope. He has been their FPS like player, and you saw why today. This is why everybody's so high on this guy. I know sometimes he has a little bit of kind of ups and downs throughout the season, but still one of our best duelists we had during the regular season, and now here a little bit shaky on Haven, of course, but over onto Ascent, very comfortable here on this map.
Now all I can say is, okay, I can't be upset that I missed my pred on this one. Obviously, I went for RQ. I failed.
I'm not upset either.
I'm falling behind Paper Thin here. He's 2 ahead of me now as far
I'm
as predictions are
4-0.
concerned.
I am yet to lose a pred.
Well, there's always next game for that one. But I can't be that upset because it gave us such a gigabanger of a series this entire way throughout. I mean, if you remember, there's a 13-2 in there for the side of RQ.
Yep.
We had like one of the shortest maps we've ever seen with like 26 minutes long into one of the longest ones that we've ever had. So I can't be upset given how this series turned out. But what I will say is, please God, Dep, Do that again tomorrow. Whoever you're playing against, put up a performance like that. I do not want to see inconsistencies. I want to see that level of performance from him at every twist and turn because he is capable of it. Just show it to me.
Yeah. No, that's going to be my question. In fact, everyone is saying if as long as Def and Laz step up, this team is secured. I mean, is that reliance going to, is it enough to carry them through to the end and bring them to Champions Los Angeles? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, I think Laz probably needs to be a little bit better overall. I'm not sure. The Cypher didn't at times look super comfortable for him. I felt like the trap wires were a little bit predictable at times. I felt like he wasn't really getting full value as much as a lot of like the better Cyphers will. So again, I kind of want to see the Chamber in this spot just because he did bottom frag here, and I think with that Chamber there's some moments where he's just able to find just enough more impact that maybe this doesn't even get to overtime. But that's neither here nor there. Overall, they still get the win, so who cares?
Yeah.
Like, good enough.
Absolutely. You know what? And there's one more chance to see Chamber tomorrow for Paper Thin. But with that, we have one more really important series coming up. Another team who also wants their redemption game against Gen G. It is Team Secret. We're going to go on a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we are going to jump right into that game.
Still hiding underneath in the moment. With the way that the control or not goes on the other side, but 2GE on the edge of the dark cover, still alive. Doesn't quite land a shot.
They know this. They know that RQ has a pitch on him as well.
Oh, but here comes EJ. Will it be enough? I don't know. But he continues through. It's down to 1-on-2. He managed to get so many players down. A-Short just to check. EJ getting the first big off though.
And now that he's confirmed information.
Oh my gosh. Out the drone now, but gets pinged. Oh, head gone. Dev getting the shots now. A second one half, and he needs to go for the thing, but he can't quite make it happen with low HP. Sugar's here. Here comes Xmero. Oh, he fires it off. Oh, what a click! What a recon. Trying to give it a little bit more space. Sugar's here playing off of it, and he's watching the spike. Turns back around though. Oh no, actually, it's going through. That's all up to Dev, and he's trying through now. Xmero. Transfer is good! Up on top of heaven, looking to watch him out, but it's the dark cover that busts it out over the edge, unless Dev can do something about it. Fortis, Fortuna, Achivad, for full kill now outside of Dev.
Welcome to VCT LCQ Pacific. We just finished our first series of today with ZETA continuing through till tomorrow. But now we're going to go into our second series of today, and that's Team Secret and Gen G. Now, Gen G, they've managed to make their way here, and they're going to re-face off against Team Secret. Team Secret was so close to making to play it through playoffs into Masters, but it was Gen G who stopped them in their tracks.
Yeah, it was a 2-1 there, and Team Secret looked like they could maybe get it done, and it was an OT on the split right at the end that decided things for Gen G to barely get over the line. So certainly Team Secret's going to be looking revenge. Gen G's got to be a little tired after that long match last night.
Yep.
I think Team Secret's got a lot going for them here today.
No, they certainly do, and I think they're very much going to be hungry for it, because not only is it them getting denied, out of the playoffs by that 2-1 victory, but they also weren't able to best Gen G during the regular season. So they haven't been able to take them down quite just yet, but perhaps the third time is the charm here for the Filipino squad to try to get that win and keep themselves in this upper bracket, because if they can, that means that they then go on to face off against ZETA Division.
Yeah, that's right. Now, Team Secret from the Philippines, we saw a lot of remarkable changes coming into the league initially with Warbirds, coming into the roster as their coach. Gen G, we saw them yesterday. They did so much improvement as well.
They played the game.
They played the game. I don't want to say they did great, because you could see these moments where it should have been Talon, where we were like, we think it's going to be Talon, but then they managed to pull through in the very, very nth hour.
Yeah, again, it looked a little shaky for Gen G at the beginning with Sylvan switching back to the smokes, Meteor at times not the best, GodDead kind of having a shaky start as well. They eventually fixed that. They kind of got all on the same page. They were able to sort of outlast Talon through that grueling long match that went very late into the night here in Seoul, South Korea. So I was talking to the guys today, and their spirit seemed very upbeat. I mean, despite that late in the game, TS said, yeah, he's a little tired, but he's actually feeling really good. GodDead was just laughing and having a good time. So I think they're mentally recovered. It's just going to be like going up against Team Secret with this much prep. Is always tough for any team.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about grueling long series last night. This could very well turn into the same thing, just given how it feels like these teams, after that last set, a 2-1, that overtime, the history could repeat itself, but we're also kicking things off after 9 p.m. already here in South Korea because of how long that first series ended up being. So this one likely to go ahead and start burning that midnight oil once again. So we'll go ahead and take a look here at the head-to-head stats.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the first thing that jumps out is the pistol round win percentage in the head-to-head for Gen G, really dominating in that aspect across the 5 maps. So certainly you need to see a better performance on that from Team Secret to keep themselves in this. What's the map pool going to look like here is another big question, but everything else is pretty close to even between these two teams. Otherwise, each round win percentage overall a little bit better for Team Secret, but again, this should be a very close match. I expect this to go to 3 maps. There's a lot of good things to say about both these teams. It's just, can Gen G recover from, having to play yesterday, having to show a lot of their new strats, their new ideas, with the slight agent swap-ups coming in here for this this best of 3.
I will have to say, but one of the things that we were talking about during the pre-show, if you guys remember that, or if you were there for it, because now it was 4.5 hours ago, mind you, is that Gen G, when you're talking about those eco rounds and Secret kind of having that advantage overall, that's where Gen G was really suffering yesterday, dropping, the anti-ecos after they win the pistols, whether it was a force from Talon or not. There was numerous times where that happened. They were letting through so many eco round wins as well as 4v5 conversions for Talon. Gen G, when it comes down to that mental reset and recovering from yesterday, that needs to be something that is improved upon.
Yeah, no doubt. And just a quick look at the map pool here. I mean, Team Secret very good on a lot of these maps. Haven, Ascent, not bad on Lotus, but Gen G's really, really good on Lotus, so a lot of teams don't like to mess with them on there. Even though Gen G's win record isn't great there, they've absolutely clapped a couple teams on that map. So, yeah, Gen G here, if you cut out like half of these losses because of that streak they went on at the end, you'd be like, wow, they're really good. But then they completely.
Of course.
I know.
If you cut out all the times that they were trashed, then they would look amazing.
Right, but it's like so hard to judge for them right now where they're at, because yesterday looked shaky, but then it kind of sort of stabilized towards the end, and we kind of saw that Sylvan we're used to on the Omen, on Haven, and things like that. So the map pool is kind of hard to predict, because I don't know what Gen G we're going to be seeing here today. Is it going to be first half of the year Gen G, second half of the year Gen G, first half of yesterday Gen G, second half Gen G?
Yeah. Well, I hope for their sake it's first half. But you had mentioned TS earlier in the pre-show and a bit on the desk yesterday. And let's pull up the key players that we're going to be taking a look at. It'll be Jesse Vash, IGL for Team Secret, and TS. Yeah,
I mean,
us.
both now Sova players, as we can happily proclaim this once more. And TS was one of the brightest spots yesterday for the squad, who was, kind of top ranking throughout the entire series, while IGLing, while going back over to the Initiator after being away from it since basically pre-LCQ 2022. That was the time that we really saw him starting to pick up the smokes more consistently. So now he's back on Initiator, and he's been looking damn good. This is going to be some blast from the past. Little highlights here.
What map is this?
The Icebox is
what?
Secret wishes this one was still in the pool.
Yeah, for sure.
But Jesse Vash, of course, this guy who just will run the Sova pretty much no matter what. We see him go to the Fade every now and then, but even on maps like the Lotus and whatnot, you see him stick through this. It is his maximum comfort pick overall. And it's become proven more and more so, I think, by the likes of Comp, who's done wonders for them, to show like, yeah, this actually can work on maps like Fracture. It can be really impactful. You can get great utility timings if you're running that Sova, as long as you are a master of it. Both of these players absolutely are.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that's what makes Sova such a great agent is there's so much versatility in what you can do. There's great info gathering utility, and of course the shock darts as well, and a great ultimate that can really hamper post plants and things like that. So certainly, yeah, Jesse, you expect to see him a lot on the Sova. TS was nuts yesterday on the Initiators, just had a whale of a game. Both two maps there, the last two maps were absolutely insane. So yeah, I think this is going to be a really great, smart battle between these two teams.
Now let's talk about our predictions, because we always talk about predictions, and I know, Achilles, you are once again the odd one out here, which is this so unusual. This wasn't the case before. Gen G. Why Gen G?
Just got one of those feelings that I kind of had in the pit of my stomach last night when we had to submit these. I don't know. For some
called
reason,
indigestion.
I just have a sense that it might be. It might be. But it might happen. We'll have to just see. They haven't been able to beat them yet here for the side of Secret, so.
All right, let's go over the stage. We're going to talk more about this once the teams come out. This is LCQ Pacific live in Seoul, South Korea. Is this the redemption for Team Secret? Gen G is the team that stopped Secret from an incredible run, from reaching playoffs to get into Masters. And we can see them right here in their super pose. But then there was Gen G, who fell from grace from the regular season as one of the top contenders early on. They looking to make good on their early days performance as one of the early strong Pacific teams.
Is the wingman plushie from Envy an indication? Will we see Gecko?
I mean, it could happen. It could happen. I mean, because again, we never know what these teams are going to be cooking up. Obviously, like Global Esports, we're talking about them shifting around a lot of different roles, showing us some new stuff. Also, was Gen G. They're the ones who brought out a Gecko just yesterday on Pearl of all places. And for the first half, it was looking pretty good until Talon also got on the defending side and were able to demolish them and bring back a 3-9 But, you know, we'll ignore that aspect. But hey, they played the Gecko.
It was good ideas. Good ideas.
Do we see more of that if Pearl comes up in pool?
Yeah, it could. I don't know. I mean, it kind of depends, but we'll see what... I mean, again, Team Secret's the big question mark here. We kind of have a pretty good idea now of what this revamped, reworked Gen G is looking like coming into the LCQ in terms of the roles and everything. But the real big thought I have is Team Secret, like, are they just going to kind of stick and continue to just kind of build on these foundations? Like, it's the thing that Warbirds was talking about at the beginning of the season, right? Like, foundation first, and then let's build from there. The foundation should be set. Now let's see, you know, what the peak of the spire looks like for Team Secret.
Ever coaches Warbirds and Ella Putty. I know these two guys are buddies. You know, this is such a meaningful game, a meaningful matchup for both of these teams. Again, they last saw each other at the very end of the season back in May.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to make that run, trying to get through over to Tokyo. And Gen G was the one really just stopping them shy. Can they do it again now and send them to the lower bracket? Obviously, there is that cushion. Gen G winning yesterday, barely scraping by versus Talent, got them into this position where if they do end up losing, it does give them a little bit more time. You have that chance to rebound, but you want to be able to avoid that. But that's also something that I think is really important for Secret because they have been such a prep-heavy team. When they have so much time to get prepared for their opponents, that's when they have been able to shine the most. I mean, we heard from Warbirds after being able to take down DRX. You know, they lost the previous series, and in the interview, it's just like, well, we just actually focused all of our efforts onto this matchup right here. We kind of ignored everything else. But if they fall to that lower bracket, they have a lot less time to prep.
Okay, so bind for Gen G. So different ban this time. They left Fracture open, and it's going to be Team Secret picking Haven. They haven't beat... You haven't beaten them on this map yet. That's crazy.
Gen G's elected to go to Ascent.
Secret hasn't even lost on that map. They're 5-0.
These are the maps that we saw from them the last time around, just flipped in order. It was Ascent first into Haven, and like you're saying, the Haven wasn't exactly an even affair.
They've lost 13-8 both times, Team Secret has, to Gen G on that map. They played it both matches.
And then they floated all the way to Lotus at the end. I mean, this is also very comfortable here from the side of Team Secret. We know that, you know, Jesse Vash has been set up quite a many few trap plays when it comes down to utilizing that Sova on that map. So if it does go the distance, they might just be able to get it done, but maybe they have something else up their sleeve. This Haven, though, does concern me off the rip for very obvious reasons, as we're kind of mentioning. The last time they played, take a look at it, King went absolutely nuclear, dropped 26, 11-2, 209 damage on that Killjoy, and Jeremy went 0-7 in first kills, first deaths. Meteor had him beat at 6-2, so we need to have a much stronger opener because they're sticking with the same exact comp. It's Jeremy back on that raise.
Yeah, nothing changes here. This is just another round 3 of this battle on this map between these two teams. So
the only difference is TS back on the initiator.
Yeah. That's true. That is a good point. That we do have some agent swaps on the side of Gen G, but or the players playing those agents. The agents are the same. The players playing them are different. But yeah, I mean, I got to imagine that Warbirds has got something pretty special cooked up here. If he's willing to not only pick this, but leave it open again. Same with Ascent for the side of Gen G, because that's a map that is disgustingly good for Team Secret. So to leave it open, to then have the confidence to pick it, oh boy, both these teams are kind of saying, we've got the read on you.
Well, whatever it is, both of these teams are absolutely prepared to face off against each other today. We've got Generation Gaming and Team Secret going into map 1, Haven. We're gonna go to our casters, Will and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria, Paper Thin, Achilles. Yes, it does look a little bit weird with the map veto, but it also kind of feels like both coaches are just trying to counterpick each other.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just trying to figure out if what they've prepped is going to work, if maybe the other team, because they've always been good at that map, if they've been kind of lax. Now, also, we should note, we did see that Haven from Gen G yesterday, and quite frankly, they barely got by in overtime. And one of the players that we continue to praise, Sylvan, it took so long for him to really come online, and he never quite stabilized. Things like that, it could really bite them. And maybe that's what Team Secret's hoping to accomplish here, because let's remember, as I mentioned, these teams have been waiting to play their match for so long that, quite frankly, the first couple rounds on the first map could look shaky.
There are always a little bit of jitters coming through, but you have to shake them off, especially here at Last Chance Qualifier. Gen G, yes, they were a little bit odd yesterday on this map, but they still had that resilience to really carry them over to a win. So, I mean, have you fixed your mistakes? Do you still have that resilience, that persistence carried on today?
Yeah, and if my eyes are going to be on Jeremy. I mean, he looked a lot more relaxed on that player entrance than he really ever has during the regular season. So see if he's really gelled a bit more, able to find his groove right off the bat, because some matches he would pop off, but others he would really struggle to find that confidence to win some of those duels, to take some of those duels.
Especially as that duelist, right? But at the same time, I mean, like the desk highlighted, you still have those IGLs, TS and Jesse Vashin. They are looking a little bit better. Now Meteor just dashing into the B side, but talking about that confidence, Jeremy finds that first frag.
Yeah, such a good timing on that peak. They know that he passed the alarm bot. They realize no one else is coming in because the alarm bot is still alive. And then now the quick rotate from Team Secret as well. They're reading this perfectly.
Shock darts and flashpoints just to keep Gen G at bay, but now they're going in for those frags. NB not quite landing the shots, but Jeremy does instead. With the Ghost, he finds the triple. Dubstep coming up from behind now, and that's just going to be TS sticking down the spike plant. It's not going to be for long before Team Secret rushes in. Well, he does eliminate that first point of entry. That's going to be C-Link, but now where does he go? Do you back up? You still have the recon bolt, but you need to defend the spike, so trying to go back for the angle, Dubstep puts that shot through his head.
Yeah, so what TS does there, I mean, quite frankly, the best choice you could have made, right, to make sure it forces a 1v1 angle. If someone tries to stick the defuse, you're able to swing out, and he was looking for the 1v1s, but alas, he doesn't get the headshot right away onto Dubstep. Dubstep will do so in return. And Team Secret, but again, a good setup on B, and it's funny, we mentioned it right away, and Jeremy says, well, guess what, I came prepared, I'm ready to fight, I'm ready to take duels, I'm ready to take kills, and he starts with the top of the scoreboard in round one.
I guess that's the thing about Team Secret, right? Like Achilleos mentioned, this is a team that loves to work off of preparation, and now they've had 2 months to prepare. They didn't really switch up their roster anyway. You know, it's the same agents, same players, but that's the thing. I mean, maybe they're just comfortable on this and they fixed some mistakes. Now, a bit of a set play, paint shells outside of Garage.
Yeah, a lot of damage done onto King, and for them to do something like that on the second round after they won, again, shows the confidence that they're not committing to it. They just want to chip them to make sure Gen G cannot gain more information about the default setup so that Gen G cannot play the macro mind games. I love the semi-aggression coming out from Team Secret.
And they're just tampering with it too, right? I mean, they're not blindly going too far in, throwing paint shells a little bit, holding down C-Long, and then pumping the brakes. Gen G are the ones who needs to find some of these duels, and of course, we know Meteor has the Marshall, but with these Bulldogs and some of these Spectres, Team Secret looks darn good.
Yeah, and then the A setup as well. You have the Killjoy Dubstep waiting with a turret above his head, behind him on the boxes. All of these setups are so good, but all of them are so different than usual. And even then, they keep pushing out, forcing the issue to Gen G so that Gen G cannot get a better grasp of what the setup is. He's like, okay, well, there's the turret. Surely he's meant to peek off of that somewhere, but now they pinch.
Look at that. I mean, as soon as he takes down the turret, everyone starts inching out from whichever position they were at, C as well as B. Now closing in the distance, it's an easy burst to finish off the round.
And let's remember, again, on ecos, you know, or those half-buys, these are rounds where you want to continue to gain information, get some ult orbs, things like that. Gen G literally got nothing. All they got was, oh yeah, they have a raise, they can like paint shell out of Garage. Great. Like, that's cool. And then I guess sometimes they'll put up that turret, but they don't know. They never figured out where Dubstep was hiding off of that turret. Things like that. It's something that they have to start to try to figure out again in the next coming rounds, which means more time bought for Team Secret.
Not the first time stuff like this has happened. Although they did have a couple more thrifty wins from yesterday in that match against Talon. It's not something that Gen G is exactly known for, but they do have their rifles purchased up for this round.
And I do like the weight from Sylvan on top of the box, right? Oftentimes on the bonus, especially on a map like Haven, the defense is going to want to push out from one side, try to gain control so they can narrow their options. But this time, the early drone from Gen G as well to counteract, to make sure that Team Secret cannot swarm a lobby. So Gen G trying to return the same favor of saying, all right, Secret, you're not going to gain better control. You're not going to gain more information. We're going to wait until we're ready for our execute. But the thing is it's not like Gen G's got that much information on Team Secret either.
Yeah, that's why they're being so slow and careful about this.
my eyes are trained on Jeremy as well as Envy because these are the guys with that utility. These are the guys with that pivoting position, especially on the B site. Now it's going to be the fault line sent out. Nobody quite yet spotted, but it does signal to King that there is a player here that I want to pick out.
Yeah, and then of course that fault line signifies that the breach is somewhere nearby to help with that setup. So that means there's an extra member on B. They know they should have an absolute numbers advantage on A. Now the entry is going to be safe. The real question is can Borkum and maybe potentially Envy find the timing on that flank?
Oh, well, he does send one shock dart, and it kind of burns God Dead down to 50 HP, but that's about it. Now it's a 3-on-5 retake.
King's so ready for this as well.
Exactly. He's just watching the angles.
Oh! He gets a little too curious. He even got the turret back. I was wondering if he's just going to take a step back because they have such a heavy numbers advantage. But now a rifle picked up for Borkum. Secret could do damage here.
Whoa! Aftershock clears out Hell too, but still the rifles as they peek out. TS saves the round for Genji.
But 3 rifles dropped, no armor saved on the side of Genji. For Team Secret, honestly, considering that they lost the first members, they didn't get, the stacking game correct on the defensive side, it's not a bad bonus round at all.
Yeah, economy is still the name of the game, and it works out well for Team Secret in this one, especially with Borkum finding that frag towards the back. Gives them a little bit more space. And that's the thing about Genji, again, needing to be a little bit cleaner with how they play out some of these rounds. But you take what you can get.
Yeah, I mean, again, we often talk about it with the half armors, you can still buy right back up, but that means this is, kind of the edge of that half right now. If you don't win this one, of course, your economy goes right into shambles.
Ooh. But now positioned upside C. Borkum hears the footsteps and tries to block them off with a dark cover.
Oh, the way this is set up, though, it's so obvious. It's so obviously predicted.
Oh, but he gets a first headshot anyway. Meteor down to 5 HP too, and he gets another! Showstopper coming out from Jeremy, just maybe by a bit more space, doesn't quite connect, but still, they know that these guys are all trapped inside C-Long. You just need to connect the shots. Unfortunately, they don't, so Genji gets to rotate back, but Dubstep, so cognizant of this, actually rotates towards this position where all he needs to do is to spray and pray. Gets a quick double and then Envy to clean up.
And now an absolute economic advantage for Team Secret. But here's the thing. Because of the way the smoke was placed, they expect Borkum to be in the corner, but he twists it once more, especially after he gets paranoid and says, well, I'm just going to spray and pray in the smoke, close range, get at least 1 kill. He gets 2 for that gambit, and it absolutely pays off.
Can't believe that actually worked out, but that's the thing about the paranoia, right? It's not a full blind, it's the near sight, so within close enough distance, he actually has the sense to go in for that headshot, especially with the right crosshair placement. And Team Secret, with the way that they're controlling the map right now, this is a good lead.
Now another deep smoke from Borkum, and this is just putting that pressure that they could be poking out of C. The recon bolt fired off on the default as well, and wow!
Maybe a second.
They should have seen him. They know Envy's there as well. They should know.
They want to trade, and there is Envy. Getting the double, one from the other side as well, and Dubstep continuing to push up A. Takes down the spike carrier, so now this is a big win for Team Secret, despite a good start from Genji.
Yeah, I thought they maybe saw Envy's elbow there, but maybe not on both sides. So not quite aware that there was going to be a third member on B. Envy just finds an excellent timing, gets the double, cleans up mid. Pretty straightforward round, right? I mean, we thought maybe Genji was going to be able to do something off of that initial first kill. But it is a timeout. I mean, I don't mind it at all. You're already letting the momentum go.
Oh, this is Team Secret's map pick after all, and it's clear that their game plan revolves around a lot of this early round aggression. You're talking about that dark cover from Borkum that blocks off C, and the rest of them just kind of position themselves around B as well as A. If needed, they'll rotate. If not, B is a spot where they could actually potentially push out.
Yeah, and here's the thing about this timeout is, again, you don't have that much information, right? You didn't get any information on your Eco on round 2. And then, on the bonus of Team Secret, I mean, sure, you just played a very safe default. You got picks through King, but then you lost a lot of weapons. And of course, that was their bonus, so you don't expect that to always be the go-to default. And then you had Borkum going for a tricky play into his own smoke. So the question has to be, I gotta imagine, if you're calling a timeout here, not only are you trying to get them to regroup, but you have these ultimates, go for a team play. Don't go for these defaults that are just waiting for picks. Yes, if you win, that's great. but you actually just have to power through because otherwise Team Secret constantly pushing out after first contact to gain better control of the map.
And that's why I also think it kind of comes down to the pacing of things. That's the thing about Gen G. They are kind of good on set plays at times, especially when they're coordinated, but sometimes they take so much time to actually set that up.
You can just say it like
Going
it
a
is.
little bit faster.
They're just damn slow. All right.
Great way to
Yeah,
summarize
they're
what I
a
just
true
said.
Korean/Japanese Team East Asian team.
Okay. Well, that speeds things up. We got an opening pick,
the
and then
judge?
Jesse Vash with the judge. Oh my God! He swings out of it. He gets the triple. Eats a blade from Meteor just to stabilize, but that is such a big win for Team Secret. Now Borgum tries to get a little bit curious, but Meteor answers right back.
Rolling Thunder online, though. It is a 2v2, but maybe you use it.
Spotted.
Oh, no. Well, you definitely don't use it now.
Oh God, Meteor. It is Meteor after all, and this is a guy that has slammed down onto his opponents before, but unfortunately running out of blades, now 6 HP, tailwinding into that paint shells.
Jeremy knows where he's
a
doing
little
it as
bit
well.
painful,
Whoa,
but
no
Jeremy!
way!
He crouched down and Meteor finds the shot to his head!
That's not the ending I expected after the start to that round, because it looked like judgment was rained down, and Gen G had no return from it, but Meteor, and these are the types of clips we're used to seeing from him, like last year.
And I like it because he was a little bit shaky on Pearl yesterday, but this Meteor, especially with such a clutch, is one that inspires confidence. Meanwhile, for Jeremy, that's just got to leave a mark.
Yeah, I mean, even after you heard the tailwind into
He
the
doesn't
paint
care,
shells.
though. He doesn't care. It's a set play along with a recon from Jesse. Allows him to pick up one early pick. Now in towards Garage. Dubstep. Oh, despite being cloud bursted.
Yeah, I mean, what a swing. Just catching that first kill as well, but then having the awareness to instantly swing back because you caught vision of the other member. And again, this is how, let's remember, this is how Team Secret took down DRX on Haven, right? It was just always same tempo, same place every time. Because here's the thing, it's a 3-site map. So at the end of the day, mixing it up doesn't mean much if you're not winning your duels anyway. So we will just constantly fight for one part of the map, take over both on defense and attack, and then pressure you into this pigeonhole.
Yes, sir. Along with some shotguns and classic right clicks as well. This time, it's going to be Godhead who will not survive. And that's the thing about a map like Haven. So many different spots to always contest for control, and Team Secret are doing that to a T.
So Team Secret, they go for that recon bolt out, outside of A lobby, set up for that kill for Jeremy. Now what does that mean? So Gen G, if they want to fight for A lobby control, they have to use all of their utility, especially their Silva utility, to take control of it again, to push back Jeremy, maybe even the early fault line. But that means they have to wait because again, they're a set play execute heavy team. They have to wait that cooldown until the fault line comes back up.
I'll be frank though, for Team Secret in that round was also a little bit of that buddy system that they've got going on. Borkum actually assisted Dubstep with that paranoia. So Gen G has got to be a little bit more careful. Yes, the set plays are good, but you need to set yourself up for that. I mean, you can't just expect yourself to walk in the positions and expect them to be safe.
So Gen G, they were ready for the fault line out into A main to try to fight back for control if they heard noise. But Sylvan shadow steps forward, hears nothing as we see this duel going on, and then they save the fault line. So if they continue that default into future rounds as well, this is a good response, and then the question gets thrown back to Team Secret about what will you do about A lobby?
Well, all they have to do is to just swing out, apparently. Dubstep, hearing some footsteps outside of short, goes in for it, now sets up the Nano Swarm. Teammates are here to help out as well. So despite Gen G trying to get a little bit of space, despite previous sharpshooting, it's not going to happen again.
Yeah, I should have mentioned, of course, it is an eco this round, so this one probably won't come to fruition. But I would love to see Gen G do the same thing as a default. Listen, you're far behind, so it's going to feel like you have to keep throwing gamble after gamble to catch back up. But this one, it's not like Team Secret has a good read on exactly what your default setup was in A main.
And that's why it's a little bit odd from Gen G. After winning some thrifties, like for example in round 6 with Meteor in the clutch, it starts to taper off, and that should not happen. Now they're sitting on 4 ultimates. Where's that set play?
But Team Secret knows that this is what Gen G does, right? I mean, you just wait, Wait. Go for the set play. Look at Dubstep's position. He is ready to exit that site if they get contact early. Now that they don't, I mean, they see a little bit of a response from that recon bolt, but they know the fault line was used early, so they're thinking that Genji's going to have to wait until that cooldown. Yes, the Rolling Thunder's there, but relying on just that would be a little risky.
Jesse Vash sent in an early recon as well, and so this A presence from Genji should be confirmed by Team Secret. I think that's why they're playing so far back.
Yeah, I mean, they're just waiting for the ultimates to come out, and then they have their own to respond with as well. The Rolling Thunder prepared to be used on B as well if that becomes the eventual choice, which, based on time, I think Envy's starting to get a feeling. I mean, they're using the drone on mid as well. They're like, okay, well, if you're not going B or C because of that smoke, surely you're going to have to poke at B.
As long as Team Secret is patient enough with some of this, they're holding on to bits of utility still, you know, in the back pocket, it's enough to fend off Genji. Envy is so patient on this.
Surely you use the Rolling Thunder. Surely you don't just try to hold
Come
on.
There it is. Now he's looking for them.
Paranoia
They're
as
all
well.
tagged up. Meteor will be able to get one, though, but that is just one. From the shadows towards the back, however, it has been denied, and here comes Jesse Vash, just swinging around, swinging, and then Envy to come in. Sylvan is trying his darndest to go for some trades, but he doesn't have enough time. Maybe he could have stuck it, but then you would be susceptible to the shot. So it's going to be the shots that come through, but still the round win for Team Secret.
Yeah, Dubstep, I mean, it was too late to run away, so he just sticks close to the wall right on that last second, and then he says, well, I might as well try to do some damage, whatever I can, since we're stuck in this 1v1. Now, Sylvan will win that, but it's a very small consolation prize. But again, because of that movement, they're always hanging back, and then they purposely throw all this early Silva utility into A, Jesse Vash, to tell them, don't come here. Like, we have things prepped. Don't come here. I'm going to chip damage you. I'm going to spot you. And so eventually they say, okay, well, down to 30 seconds. Guess we're going B, where Envy is already prepared.
I guess we just do it. Now it's going to be a similar play coming out from Team Secret, especially on towards A, but with that presence made, Genji calls that B is probably clear. Now they go in deep. Not expecting Meteor to be outside of A Link, and that's going to be Borkum dead.
And I like that Meteor pulls back, right? You know that more are coming. You have the numbers advantage. You can reset.
Lockdown.
Ooh, a nice
Lockdown.
late lockdown coming out from King.
Well, I don't. The slight overlap might actually catch some players from Team Secret, and that's why they're kind of falling back for a second. But using the timing, Jesse Vash will actually find the first opening kill. Now, retake, not so bad. They might be able to push in a little bit deeper, but with those ultimates that we were talking about, Genji now gets the time to delay. Meteor holding it for it. It's going to be King coming out, swinging out, God dead. They're finding all of those kills just to secure one round win.
And a bit of that rushed lockdown coming out from Dubstep, right? Because they had to give up the entire site and Link, he had to use it from way back near spawn just to clear out the back side of B, just to clear out parts of that Link area so they can force out the fights and eventually go into the site. That meant they didn't have much more to work with to actually start the defuse and push out of the site, at which point, you know, it's Genji saying, well, we saved a lot of our ults thanks to you taking us down last round, so here we go.
Yeah, not a bad read from Genji, right? And they just need to do that even more, because that post plant was great. They just haven't really gotten that many opportunities to plant spikes so far. Let's see if Team Secret can continue with some early round aggression. And look at this from Jeremy, deep into the pocket, and they land an attack! Oh, it's a quadra kill, and then the ace! They had no idea that he was there, the sneaky Jeremy in the corner!
And this is what Jeremy's so good at. He's so quick with his turns, with his spray transfers, with his flicks. There's a famous clip of him getting an insane triple kill on Ascent on B site, and this time, sure, a little bit of a Lady Luck on his side as well with a jump in from Meteor, but they sent the drone up. I mean, that's just insane. But the thing is the double blast packs are so much faster, so the drone doesn't spot him, and they think it's clear.
I mean, that's that Raze specialist. And now, discouraged from going into A, Genji tries to explore with an operator towards C, but it's been smoked off.
And this smoke, it's been so valuable. They've never gotten information out of the smoke. Ever since he's been putting this smoke out far out into the entrance of C long, they haven't been able to peek into it. They haven't taken Garage. They've been focused on trying to fight A main, and it never worked out.
Oh. And the Hunter will hunt down the other Sova. And with that, good opening pick. A probably clear. Team Secret rotates around.
I mean, King, he's going to have an insane peek, and he doesn't get
Dear
it.
Lord.
Vorkum's so ready for that one.
Meteor still sitting on an operator. Last round of the first half, but he can't find anything out of it.
You have to wait until you group. You got to give up the operator after you enter a main or a short, and Meteor has to jump in, but it does look like he's just, the tailwind goes off, and he's not able to actually dash in either. So maybe, yeah, you just look for that first pick, which Jeremy has no business giving because he has a showstopper. You only have 20 seconds.
If they come in to plant the spike, he just pops that thing.
Meteor has to catch him as soon as he peeks out.
You gonna go for it? Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Showstopper, Meteor with the shot. Oh! Hey, and that's gonna be now Jeremy claiming free reign on this side. That is his home, where he got the ace from before. Fending off Meteor. Get out of my town. Yes, you have an operator. Yes, you're gonna get the flank, but how are you gonna deal against 4 more of my brethren? The spike is being defused, and it's going to be a 9-3 first half, William.
Jeremy is so good when he's confident. He's so good. Listen to all the things he did correctly. He's hiding. He's not even peeking because they look at the time and they say, all right, they're not going to have time to plan if you get the showstopper. He waits. He blast packs early outside of window, so he's flying out wide and he can instantly get the shot out to default. Meteor can't catch him. And then he blast packs across, so Meteor misses the shot again. But he doesn't go far. He just checks to make sure that Sylvan's in short. Once he checks it, he's able to go for the trade as his teammate spams to the wall. All of that absolutely done to perfection.
Just so present in the moment, having that confidence to go for it. I mean, a tiny bit of hesitation, and your blast pack might have gone off, and then Meteor might have gotten the shot, and it would have been a lot more durable for Gen.G, but Jeremy stepped up to the plate.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, I know that other players who have known Jeremy, and then even Team Secret, and we saw glimpses of it as well, this is another one of those players that the potential was talked about alongside Envy. However, Envy was the only one out of the 2 that showed consistent, absolute fragging power throughout the regular season of VCT Pacific. Jeremy had a couple shining moments, but then he would fall back down again. And of course, part of it is maybe that he keeps having to switch back and forth between the Rays and then the Sentinels, the Killjoy, depending on the map. But today, he is here to frag out, to top frag for his team.
I mean, a fantastic way to start things off for Team Secret. But then again, 9-3 first half. It comes down to that pistol, because Gen.G is never a team that you want to count out.
We saw what they could do yesterday. I mean, they are resilient. If they can stay together, if they can stay focused, they're resilient. They have a lot of experience, not too much globally, but they have just as much experience, as Team Secret overall, although maybe barring Jesse Bash if you count all of the other games that he's competed in. He's pretty much the grandfather of esports now.
In the Philippines, yes.
Yeah, for the Philippines.
But again, I mean, just coming back to it, maybe it's because of the 9-3, but the performances from the Gen.G players haven't been too fantastic, apart from Meteor in that one round, right? Yeah. Sylvan on the controller is something that we've been touting, and we still need to see more.
It's nowhere near it used to be at the level of praise. And guess what? This time around, Team Secret says, I saw C in my alphabet soup this morning, and that's where we're going.
Ooh. And they're just going in for a scoop. Meteor finds the first alphabet, and then the rest of Team Secret, sensing that danger, instantly pull off, which is a good move, but now back into Garage, and that could be dicey with that wall bang. Oh.
That allows him to escape as well. An excellent kill, because if he dies there, Team Secret absolutely rushes in from Garage to try to retake control of C's site to go for that spike plant. But Secret, they're waiting, right? They know that they've done damage. They're trying to make sure Gen.G gets off of the site before they can go in for the plan. Unfortunately, Meteor is just way too zoned in right now. But I start to wonder, I mean, I would not be surprised if Team Secret goes for C again the next 2-3 rounds.
Why?
Well, not only because they've done that before and it worked,
yes,
but quite frankly, that's what RQ did against DRX as well. And this is something that if the other team plays default heavy, it really puts pressure on them. because then you have to choose, do we eventually stack or not? But if you're not used to stacking and going for just absolute perfect retakes on the other side, it really ruins you. This is the trouble of the 3-site maps, is that if you go in as 5, you will always, always, always have a numbers advantage, by far.
And that's something that I guess Team Secret was counting on, especially in a series that we've seen before. They kept on going to that A site again. And now against Gen G. I mean, the first one didn't work out. Who knows what's going to happen on second? But it's still a great round for Meteor. With these tiny bits of movement, tiny bits of shots, he gets them all. And it gives his team enough wiggle room to come back for a retake.
Oh, come on, Team Secret. Where's the magic? Where's the magic? I mean, sure, Eco, we'll wait to see.
Will, you're overcooking.
Well, let me tell you who's overcooking. Jesse Bash with the shorty on attack on Sova.
Oh, God, he's just running in. Now Meteor gets a free buffet of kills, I assume, as he goes in for another. Double dips, gets one more, now triple, gets smoked off, and his teammates come in to pick up the pieces.
I almost think Meteor just backs off here. You already have your Blade Storm. Let someone else get some ult points, all right? Like, that Blade Storm's been online. Just let it sit. There you go.
And that means Scott Dead is now 5 points away from his Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, 1 point closer. I mean, the early Blade Storm is great, but you know, getting extra kills, no need to pad your stats, and it's not competitive, right? It's a pro game.
But an ace could be confidence booster, you know?
Listen, Meteor has to find his own confidence, okay? Not at the cost of his teammates' old points. I mean, especially when you're that far ahead, right? Everyone's alive.
I do think that he's got it. 9-5, and this is a great start in the second half for Gen G. They can come back into this in full, especially with the Blade Sword. Team Secret has to make this bonus round count. Well, their bye round.
Yeah, the anti-bonus. And while normally in the past, during the regular season and playoffs of ZETA Pacific, we saw them just barreling through, and they actually have the round lead. They start to decide that Meteor's way too hot right now, so we're going to wait. It is the bonus for Gen G. Given the confidence for Meteor, it's very likely that it peaks out.
Oh my gosh.
Caught a glimpse.
They need to cool him off. So they're trying to do that with the recon vault, with the fault line, and now pushing in.
It's a commitment.
However, yeah, Meteor hears those footsteps. He knows that they're coming through. Gets the first pick and instantly dashes away. Now TS is here to assist along with some of his teammates, but of course Borkum comes in to help with the paranoia as well. Meteor's too hot! Still a thorn in their sides. The planets are aligning for him now.
They can't handle him!
Another headshot! But then Team Secret fights back. Down to a 2-on-2. They should be able to get the spike plant, trying to fend them off with the nanoswarms and a dark cover on top of heaven. Borkum actually going back deeper into hell. Trying to set up for a bit of a crossfire, but the shots from King are too fast, too good. Sylvan coming to clean up the house.
Wow, they take that bonus, and because it's a bonus, it doesn't matter if it was only one person. It doesn't matter if you're down to 1 HP. What matters is you won. You even got, kept the Phantom for your troubles. Of course, some of you already had Vandals in your hands. And Meteor single-handedly bringing Gen G back into this map.
I mean, look at how he swivels around. First
The
outside of
off-angles are
long,
so good.
yes, and then back to short. And that's something that you get to bring out as that Jet, and especially when it's Meteor, the guy for Gen G, who's done this multiple times before. Maybe not the loudest performance yesterday, but this is a great start in the second half.
And now that Blade Storm should be paying dividends, especially economically. A great fault line to cut off the entry as well, not the rest of the forces. I like that adjustment.
Secret trying to continue to force this, however. And they're going in for that A split. They're getting blocked off by maybe a couple of players just hiding on the backside. But look at those shots from Envy. Borkum coming in now. All the flashes have been good, but Meteor,
he's back
out from the top of heaven, just gets denied by Jeremy.
Man, I was so scared. I thought it was going to be a Batman moment where he just flies down from the sky and then no one has any idea what's going on. But unfortunately, he's flashed, and Team Secret finally able to regain their footing. But Operator's back online for Meteor, and this is what he was really known for. The ops and the Blade Storms, the 1-point kills.
And that's why he didn't buy up in the previous round. That said, I mean, it's a good conversion from Team Secret to actually give them the first win in the second half. Along with this, they might find some momentum to carry on through.
And they're going at it again. They're going at it again. It's just A side over and over again. It hasn't been stopped yet in Pacific.
I think Warber's just happy about this. Goddead now off the ping. Oh, actually gets the flick. Envy fires back though. The Tracers have been spotted. TS is still around this site though, and now calling Sylvan in to assist. Team Secret still stubborn as ever, looking to bulldoze through the site. Envy with the Rolling Thunder. Did Sylvan manage to dodge that? Not
barely.
somewhat.
Yeah, barely gets out. He doesn't quite, escape the stun itself, but he will survive for another day.
Just spots the shoulder. Now punching through, looking for the next. However, teammates not quite gonna be able to push through a link.
You have to save it.
And yeah, operator on this retake, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, and originally he was waiting to see if they would peek out of the lockdown, make sure he doesn't get caught off guard. Well, now with that kill, he's starting to cook, which I can't blame him for, but then he sees the one way. Okay.
They wanted to take it away from him.
Uh-oh. Dubstep. He's expecting where's the safest place Meteor could be.
Dubstep is a Jet player too.
Yeah. He's actually not wrong in his move, and it's just that Meteor picks a bit of a curve. Ball. Nah. Oh no! The crowd felt that one.
Still,
everyone breathe a sigh of relief, no matter which side you were on that one.
While it is a brief moment of respite, 11-6 is the scoreline, William. And that is not going to bode well for Gen G. So, timeout being called out by Coach Bot.
Here's the thing. If I'm Coach Bile, it's like nothing feels good, right? Because even if you choose, no matter what you do, I think you have to believe, even with the timeout, even though you're trying to put in this mental game that you might stack A at this point, I feel like Team Secret is still going to go A. They're still 5 rounds ahead. I think they're still going to go. So then you say, well, do we 5-stack A on a 3-side map? I mean, you don't have ults.
It sounds insane.
Well, okay, so you're 1 point away from the Rolling Thunder. You can buy up, in some way, shape, or form. So maybe, what you do, you leave King in Garage, put Utility in C, or B, maybe, just to buy time, and then 4-man push out of A. If you don't get into a fight, you pick up the Rolling Thunder. Now you can retake on the other side of the map. Honestly, except for that, if you think Team Secret's going to come A again, which they have done, I mean, what else can you say?
Everyone back home can't see this, but Will just looks like a mad scientist theorizing everything. But you've got a point, because if this is Team Secret's playbook, and they just keep going through A, Gen G has to do something insane like that. And it might actually work out, especially since Meteor has an operator anyway.
Well, surprise, surprise. This is like the one round out of the past 6,500 rounds of Haven that Team Secret's played that they're not going to go A-side.
So the stack kind of doesn't quite work out, but thankfully they're rotating just fast enough. Borkum's already made his way all the way to backside.
Now they did get the Rolling Thunder. They cleared both sides of Link. And they have Meteor watching the back. Of course, Alarmbot's still there for the time being.
Well, Spike has been planted, though, so the timer is down to about 35 seconds.
But Borkum
Here
doesn't
comes
get hit.
the Rolling Thunder. SCBash still staying in. Oh, but it's a judge, too. Borkum's still alive.
No idea.
And now he's dancing back and forth, going in for the tango of death. The rest of Gen G trying to put off his rhythm. Pausing for a second, but still, the spike has been planted out in the open for mid.
No time.
Nano Storms as well, so
you have to save. And Borkum, not only does he go way back into the deep part of the site, because here's the thing, if they want a Rolling Thunder that, they would have to send the breach all the way back to spawn, and then they would have less numbers to pinch. But on top of that, they sell it even more by showing Jeremy in sight, trying to go for these peaks. So the Rolling Thunder's used to push them out of B site, comes at a diagonal angle, Borkum's not hit, they don't even think to check it, and he gets 3 kills.
Yeah, just look at that play, how he dodges around for it.
On that first death on Goddead, I don't think they even quite realized where the shots came from, because King's not quick on the swivel.
And that's an expensive round for Gen G. With that, match point earned for Team Secret.
And we go again! Back to A site.
With the Hunter's Fury. Oh, it pings onto TS.
Oh, the fake out, the mind games. He thinks he went all the way.
Okay.
Well, listen, a Silva knows a Silva. TS knows how to try to survive that one. And hey, because of that Hunter's Fury, that gives them the time to drone back to see if they've planted someone in short. If they haven't planted someone in sewers, it's not the usual rush into A site. So Gen G can reset a bit.
But it's only for a little, unless Sylvan does manage to hold for a couple more seconds, just for the one. And the From the Shadows from Borkum actually gives Team Secret so much initiative, so much momentum on the C site now. He has this dark cover where he can find a couple more. Only Meteor with the Operator, and that's the only automatic weapon, so Borkum has so much time to continue pushing through. And with that, the spike planted as well, this looks like it's over for Gen G.
Yeah, we're already on map point. Team Secret's been barreling through them. And sure, you have a Vandal, but you drop it right away.
And now Gata trying to peek whatever he can. Envy says that it's lights out. This map is mine. 13-6, Team Secret takes it.
I mean, if you're Team Secret, you're probably shrugging at each other saying, why did they pick this map? We've shown what we do. We did the same thing again. Sure, not the exact same. They didn't use the recon bolt right away every time into A main, but it was the same recon bolt every time they tried it, and that was most of the rounds on attack. I mean, things like that, and Team Secret just says, well, we're not going to fix it until it's broken. Clearly, it's not quite broken just yet. They have two variations, right? The hit onto B after the timeout, and then once they were stopped on that A side in that very last round, they say, well, let's quickly go to C, because that means they stacked A, and that's the trouble. Because if you keep pushing that same site as 5, the defense has to choose, do we stack or do we always go for a retake?
Yeah, it's that bit of mental conditioning, that bit of mental pressure that kind of rests on top of Gen G's shoulders. And sometimes it's just tough, right? But that said, still some good individual performance coming out from some of these players. Yes, we had Jeremy, such an incredible ace, but also Meteor at the start of the second half.
I mean, Meteor popped off. Meteor did everything he could to try to keep the team alive, but I mean, again, today, is Silva not showing up to the level that a lot of us from Korea have hyped him up to be. And listen, it's not just, those of us on the global side, the Korean cast, as a Korean fans, everyone was clamoring to see him in VCT Pacific this year, and he hasn't yet quite delivered the same performances. And then looking at the scoreboard, I mean, basically no one but Meteor showed up here on this first map of Haven.
Especially since that first half was so rough. They tried to push through, but Jeremy was just so quick and aggressive and explosive with how he takes out A long and A lobby. Gen G, maybe Haven is a map that they've got to look out for this time. However, in the next one, we're going into Gen G's map pick. That's going to be Ascent. So it's going to be a little bit different, right? Thinking about it again, we're talking about the map vetoes. Ascent is a map that Team Secret actually doesn't look too bad at. Why does Gen G
they've never dropped it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Gen G, why'd you pick that one? Why'd you leave Haven open? I mean, a lot of questions still unanswered here in the draft.
Yeah, and you got to think about it, but it's something that our desk will have to cook at as well. I mean, so far right now, it's a great performance, a great start, similar to how we saw the first map of the day.
Yeah, and look at how that ended. In a record match here for Pacific, yes.
That's why it could be really quick, but Gen G could also come back on the next one. I mean, look at how great Meteor is playing right now, and perhaps Ascent, maybe Gen G has something prepared. Like what we saw yesterday against Talon, maybe it's a little bit sloppy at times, but they always have that endurance to push all the way through.
Yes, and again, I mean, all these teams, they're showing that they picked maps for a reason. We saw that in the first match of tonight as well. We're continuing to see it this time around. I mean, sure, nothing too crazy new from Secret, but it's what has always worked for them. It's the old faithful.
Yeah, all right, all these teams trying to fight for that last chance, but again, our desk will have to break that down, so don't go away. We're gonna go to a quick commercial break, and then after that, breaking down and setting up the next map. To do it. We got an opening pick, and then Jesse Vett with the shot. Oh my God!
Jeremy knows where he's doing it as
well. Now in towards Garage, dubstep.
Well, all they have to do is to just
wait. Look at this from Jeremy, deep into the pocket, and they let down a attack. Oh, it's a quad kill. And the high town. Yes, you had that operator good move, but now back in the Garage, and that could be dicey.
And but Silva.
Oh God, he's just running, I assume. As he goes in for
Let it sit there.
Meteor hears the footsteps. He knows, but of course, Morcom aligning for him now. This guy's still staying in. He's dancing back and forth.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
ZETA Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
We won't give up. We will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Taiwan Esports,
DSM가
저희 젠지는
For the power of friendship
諦めないで勝ち上がります。
もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
Welcome back to LCQ Pacific. We just finished map 1 Haven with Team Secret winning that with relative ease and proving that, you know, they were definitely prepared today.
Yeah, they looked really, really good, especially on the defender side. I don't know what's going on in Haven today. Apparently, it's a very, very defender-sided map. So, but you know, these teams came in really well prepared. Kind of what I sort of expected from Secret. I maybe didn't expect it to be this dominant, but they clearly had a good read on Gen G here today. Just really smothered them out of this map.
Yeah, I mean, we were a little bit puzzled by the, the map choice and whatnot, but again, some of these 4v5 conversions continue to come in from the side of Team Secret. Gen G unable to close out. They do get these initial picks, but Secret looked way better than I think we could have anticipated. Again, this is a prep-heavy team, but even then, we still did think that this was going to be a bit closer, given that it's Haven, given that Gen G have won on this map versus Secret, versus plenty of other teams. They won versus Talon on it yesterday, even though it was close. I did not think that this was going to end up being, a 13-6 complete and utter blowout. So credit to them.
They couldn't even get to post plants. I mean, like, Gen G just got shut out from even getting the spike down, basically. I mean, it was just absolutely nasty stuff from Team Secret. And, I'm really curious to see the final stat lines here, because I think Meteor dropped a pretty good score. And if you're telling me...
He was the only one!
Yeah, I know. This is what I was going to say, is, like, if you're telling me that Meteor's putting up numbers like he put up on this map, and Gen G's losing that badly, I'm like, what happened? Like, how did it go that awry?
I mean, yeah, he had such impact. I mean, tops the lobby in ACS by a staggering amount. Over 100 over Dubstep, who is actually kind of the, I would say quiet MVP here for the side of Secret. He had some great moments, but obviously after Jeremy comes out with the crazy ace that we will be seeing in a little bit, it felt like it was the Jeremy show, but Dubstep was right there alongside him, comes out with over a 2.0 KD, because I think he also has 1 assist or 2 assists in there as well to boot. But Meteor was doing everything, and everyone else was basically doing nothing.
Look at them. They're just vibing. I mean,
they're always vibing.
That went exactly to plan. So now on to the next map, and you can see a little bit more stress here on the side of Gen G. But, they bounced back yesterday. Again, we've seen it with ZETA earlier today that these teams are very resilient here. Nobody's really shown us much in the way of just complete give throughout this LCQ here in Pacific. So certainly I think, on their map pick of Ascent, yeah, okay, Team Secret's never lost it. But eventually you gotta fall at some point. So maybe now's the time.
Yeah.
We'll have to just wait and see. I mean, Jeremy on this raise, he made it look excellent.
Well, that ace.
Oh yeah, it was
ZETA,
beautiful.
10. Do that. If you're gonna keep playing raise on Haven, that's the way to do it, because that was just so explosive.
It was brilliant play, but let's talk about Team Secret. They did so well, especially their map control on B site. I feel like they've always had a really good control of B site. Clinton, do you want to walk us through round 9?
Yeah. So this is kind of that oppressive nature that I'm talking about. Now, Borkum's doing a wonderful job here with these smokes. Really timely to kind of stymie Gen G from really being able to find a setup for any kind of hit or any kind of push. You've got that Killjoy utility on A, and it's posted pretty deep here, so if there is some kind of hit, Dubstep can try to play for a couple trades, really keep things in check. So this allows them to sort of smother the side of Gen G. There's another smoke that comes out from Borkum to see long, so he knows they're not getting any pressure through any of these smokes, like Will was talking about on the casting desk. So this allows them to sort of funnel in. You've got the ult here from the breach in the back, and you can just wait this out. Once that smoke is out, here in a second, you're going to see, boom, the Rolling Thunder comes through, pushes everybody off, a Paranoia to follow up, and it's just all hands on deck here. I mean, it's just, the map is controlled so well, the map is read so well here by Team Secret, and this is just a highlight, one of the best rounds of why they just dominated their defender side here on Haven.
And it's also just a lack of read from the side of Gen G, not knowing the positions. They send out that counter Rolling Thunder as he gets tucked into the cubby right outside of B, and it just hits nobody because it goes over towards that A-Link side, whereas everybody was very much stacked up on the C side. So very puzzling, very troubling beginning to the series here for the side of Gen G. My pred, I'm sweating a little bit.
We were talking about Jeremy's performance. I'm almost surprised to see actually the final stat line with him not being MVP, especially with that super ace early on in the game.
I mean, he was the one that really got the team rallied around and rolling, ready to go. He gets tucked up so very close to get that recon ping out, TP forward. Meteor just kind of happens to jump in front of him, but that third kill especially, it's just incredible. You can't help but be impressed. It's one of the fastest aces that I've ever seen, both in just people posting clips online as well as in VCT, but especially in VCT. It was so swift, so accurate. Jeremy playing it to absolute perfection, kind of doing one-up over Nats back in Tokyo, where Nats was holding things down, also on Haven, but over in the garage window area where he's able to just spray down for that 3 or 4K. But excellently done, and that really just summarizes, I think, this map in one little encapsulated clip. Jeremy set the stage, the rest of the team rallied up around him as he was just fired up. Dubstep ends up coming out as the MVP, and they just completely shut Gen G out of this one.
Absolutely. I was like, chef's kiss, because it was a beautiful 360 all-around ace by Jeremy. Now, we got to talk about Jeremy. Let's compare him to Meteor. Actually, Meteor did frag out as well, and despite all of that, the team couldn't pull through.
Well, and again, I think this is one of the key points for me coming into today. for Gen G was Meteor needs to kind of step up and be the guy, and he was, but the rest of the team fell extremely flat behind him. I mean, Sylvan had an okay map, but the rest of it was just not quite there. There were a few highlights here and there for them, man, but I mean, Meteor was really dialed in. I mean, he was snappy, he was sharp, he was reading the situations really, really well. So this is, you know, the Meteor they're going to need going into another map here. He's going to have to continue this pace. It almost feels like for Gen G to stay in this match.
I mean, especially as we're going over to Ascent. You know, we're fully anticipating that's going to be Jeremy moving off of playing that duelist. It's going to be Dubstep coming through here on the Jet because they, you know, stated in interviews before, like, he just doesn't feel as comfortable with the operator as Dubstep does. And Dubstep was a career Jet coming, you know, prior to Jeremy coming into this roster. We still see him go over to that Jet when it does come down to maps like Ascent. So we're fully anticipating that. And Meteor needs to be ready for that. He needs to be able to continue this performance, but it is a lot of onus on the rest of the squad because that, again, that image right there, that stat comparison does encapsulate this first map in a pretty big way. Because if I told you, okay, which side had the 13, which side had the 6, you would definitely at a glance say, okay, Gen G crushed and Meteor went off, but that's not the case. And that just goes to show that Meteor was having one hell of a performance, but was not supported by anybody else. Nobody else was putting up numbers. So for Jeremy to be able to come out with those lesser stats, be kind of blown out of the water in that regard by Meteor, but still have 7 more round wins, it just goes to show you that Secret were playing way more as a team in comparison.
Absolutely, and if they can carry on into Descent being Gen G's map pick this time around, and I'm pretty sure they've prepared something for this, but Team Secret looked really coordinated. They looked really tight in all their gameplay in that first map.
Yeah, I mean, again, and Jesse just does such a good job here. I mean, he's putting in his heart and soul into the season. You know, as an IGL, he really leads by example for this squad, and not only in-game but out-of-game as well. But here in in-game, you know, let's just focus on that because what we saw there with that Sova utility, he's all over the place with it. He's constantly finding value. He's constantly setting people up. Even in that Jeremy 5K, he still had a dart that landed and gave him a little bit of extra info potentially, you know, to kind of prepare for that. It didn't help that the TP there kind of led to the real disaster, but Meteor's just giving us that death glare. The tissue, as always now, for GodDead, but GodDead, the tissue has not done you so well on that breach on Haven, my friend.
I think the balance is starting to tip. I think he needs to start removing it if he wants to have his
maybe
good luck.
Maybe double up on it or stick it in your ears. I don't know. Find something different, but I assume this is going to be a mirror comp?
Mirror comp?
Yeah,
nothing shocking here. I mean, it's just GodDead back over onto the KO, which is pretty much the majority of what we've seen him on throughout the season, pretty much regardless of map. But yeah, I mean, fully mirrored compositions across the board. One of the biggest things that was lacking was TS. We were bigging him up, saying how, you know, the comparison between him and Jesse Bash, how important that matchup is going to be, both as the IGLs as well as the utility, the fragging power that they are able to offer up for their squads. That was very much lacking, as was King's presence. He was the guy that was dominant for them the last time they played on Haven. He dropped 26 kills, only 11 deaths. He was one of the biggest reasons why they were able to very comfortably take that Haven away from the side of Team Secret. He needs to have a stronger performance still with his Killjoy now going into Ascent.
That's right. I mean, this is LCQ, and today features the final 4 teams, and now we are going to go into map 2. Can Gen G step it up going into Ascent? We're going to go to our casters, Will and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Paper Thin Achilles. Again, I mean, talking about Ascent, Gen G picked this for a reason. Meteor was good. Can that go even better?
Yeah, so that's a good sign that Meteor is good, because on Ascent, we've seen time and time again the value of the Jets, the value of the operators, especially if you're good with it. It's going to be very important, but as we noted, as the Des mentioned, Team Secret did not drop a single Ascent during VCT Pacific. Now we're in LCQ Pacific, and you can only imagine that it's going to be the same trajectory, and the reason they've never dropped it, Jeremy, so good, anchoring down a site with that Killjoy. Dubstep able to shine on that Jet, pick up that operator once again. And I just want to point out, I mean, Paper then kind of hinted at it, but he talked about it during the regular season as well, about Jesse Vash's style of IGLing. He likes to hang back and give orders. And guess what? Ascent is a map that actually really serves Sova well to hang back, especially on defense, because you can still watch mid while setting up utility for your teammates.
Right, like we saw yesterday with Zafiro on RRQ, they were playing so defensive, some of those counter recons coming through at the right times. It's impactful. Jesse Vash's impact, sometimes not the loudest in server, but still outside of it, in their comms, you can feel that leadership coming through. And that's something that they need. That's something that they've always had to carry them through for wins.
We are looking at 2 half armors as well for Sylvan and TS, right? So just going for the absolute crucial utility for the execute. But they did already use that paranoid to try to get control, so that's already gone. Now just the drone ready.
Just trying to go for that A split, but you still have Jeremy with so much killjoy utility now, just trying to control tree.
Oh,
the turret is the one that does the job. The first kill for this map.
They're so weak. I mean, TS and Meteor already down to half health as well, and TS was one of the ones who bought half armor.
Well, Jesse Vash is kind of low as well. Fires off a blind shot and actually hits onto Meteor. Now the Owl Drone continuing to push through. Meteor, not gonna go for it.
Yeah, he's also so low. They can't lose any more members on the side of Gen G. Now, as soon as this door breaks open, everyone grouped up for TS, for Team Secret.
Okay. Trying to play the objective. A bit of a one-way dark cover as well. Oh my god, Team Secret just hopping off of it. Jeremy finding shots again. Oh, it's a quadra kill already. Now Sylvan trying to make use of his smoke, but no mirrors here because Envy will shatter Gen G and find the first win for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, if Envy took a lot more damage on the right click, right from the smoke, things might have been different. He might not have been as confident, but he doesn't get tagged up much. He's able to stand strong right on top of the spike and eventually be the last one standing. I mean, hey, jumping out of that one way, you have such a numbers advantage. You know you have the health advantage. You dashed in, you're going to have more people to be able to swing out of that cloudburst to get that kill, so I don't mind it. And, you know, just because of health on Envy, it didn't look that scary at any point in time.
Yeah, that's an absolutely insane 4K coming out from Jeremy, too. Now he's 3 points away from his lockdown.
Wow.
And Gen G, I mean, they got to think about how they can start finding some thrifty wins, perhaps.
I mean, that could be very crucial, especially if you're starting on
Meteor
the back
Shorty.
foot. Well, hey, it's a Jet. I like it better than the Silva.
Oh god, they're trying to do the same thing, but you're jumping against Spectre and an Ares. TS will be able to find one nice, well-placed shot, but now knowing where he is,
they don't want to give up that orb. Yeah, they know that there's a chance that he's going to at least try to pick up the orb, which he thought about, but they chase down. They make sure Gen G can't get any advantages on those ecos. And again, they did the same thing on Haven, where they said, no, you're not getting any information, you're not getting any ult orbs, you're just going to get shut down and sent right back to the very beginning where you don't have any information to work with. Same thing happens again here on Ascent.
This is a Team Secret that, when they start off like this, looks so comfortable. A team that can be really streaky at times. I mean, if they can hold on to that momentum, that will be huge. Envy swapping over to a Sheriff, of all things.
Yeah, just saying, all right, let's stick with the full bonus.
Ooh.
I mean, maybe even setting up for that operator buy right in the coming round.
And they went in for early A main control. Gen G is just forced to kind of buy time around it.
Yeah, I mean, even if you get that 0 point, because of that smoke, because it's on a one-way, you wonder, okay, what's the setup here? Now, because they got 0 pointed, they don't stick around for the orb. It looked like that was the idea, to try to really start stacking up more ult points. But they are just going to have to back off of that one. But as you mentioned, Quack, a lot of time bought. And Gen G, they didn't react off of that right away to try to take mid control, because this is their buy round. This is their anti-bonus. They don't want to take risks alone. So they don't have much to work with. Again, at the end of the day, you're already down below the minute mark with no information in A main, barely any going into B site. You're just going to have to wait, group up, and go for an execute.
And that has been Gen G's game plan.
Okay, the fake.
Spike towards A, and they're trying to set up for it. Oh, it does pull a rotation from Dubstep over to B.
Yeah, but Borkum gets stopped at B lobby, and he realizes something's off! Oh, Jesse Bash with the Ares!
Oh, not like that. Belt-fed magazine, and he just shoots. Sprays. 2 players cut through. And Gen G has to kind of recover around this. No time to plant any longer,
10 seconds
I think. But they're still going for it on B.
I mean, if he jumps down and clicks right away, then yes, he has time. But all he has to do is kill the planter. He gets more as well.
Okay, King finds some.
I mean, sure, but the mission is to stay alive. It's your anti-bonus. And that's the rifle dropped. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they take the bonus and the upgrades as well.
And it's just, again, similar start from Haven. Doesn't bode too well for Gen G. And it happens off of, like you're talking about, Will. You know, without the information, they kind of have to just group up, go in for an execute. But jumping into A main outside of that one-way dark cover because of maybe pressure from time, it's a bit of a mistake.
Well, they also didn't have the Sova, right? Because they wanted to sell the fake. And listen, in your head, I know the fake sounded like a good idea because you're like, well, let's not all group up together because we don't have any information. But that also meant you had no information on why. So either way, it was a loss. Gen G has to gain more information earlier. And the weirdest thing to me is they do it on eco rounds. Like now. They do it when they have nothing to lose. And then when they have everything to gain, they start to get scared.
That's why. That's the pressure again. And only when that weight is off their shoulders do they truly go in so deep and potentially getting some picks or information. But look at how defensive Team Secret are being, especially in this round.
But now, listen, Team Secret, they're playing this correctly, right? They're grouping up, they're making sure they're ready for the trade in mid, etc. They're making sure they don't give away weapon upgrades. But imagine if Gen G did this during a buy round and pulled Team Secret towards mid. I really hope Gen G is able to catch on to that, because otherwise, this is going to be another wash here in Map 2.
I guess they're just trying to go in a little bit more aggressive, trying to find some picks, and maybe with the group plays pushing into the A site, they might be able to actually sneak in a spike plant, at least until the barrel peeks through. Jeremy, a triple spray along with Jesse Vash to clean up the house.
Jeremy playing up to absolute potential and hype. The people who have followed him have always rated him highly, but he was very up and down during VCT Pacific, and he starts swinging right away. And as the people say, if a Filipino team starts vibing, there's no way to stop them.
They are vibing. I mean, as soon as you saw that walkout, these guys were ready for today. And this is that streak now. It's 4 in a row. How does Gen G put an end to it? Where is that timeout?
Get control of mid, but Team Secret says, no, you will not. If you do, it's because we forced you there. The early alarm bot. Jesse Vash is in their head. This is such a good read, at least for the beginning part of the round. Okay. Obviously, everyone's still alive.
But there's that repositioning from Team Secret. I do like that Gen G has a little bit more forward positioning down mid. How do you play off of it?
But look at this, right? Another early drone coming out from Jesse Vash, because that confirms to him, okay, they did stay there after the alarm bot. So we just have to keep this diagonal line from mid all the way to A, and that way we know at the very least it cannot possibly be A site. They would have to barrel through so much.
And that's kind of the read that Team Secret are getting right now, too. That's why we have Jeremy positioned around defender spawn. He hears those footsteps. He knows that they're going through. And with those ultimates as well, just kind of buying time, setting up for some retakes. GodDead.
Oh, he reads the duel.
Thought he might have been on alert, but that is a heads-up play coming out from one of the sharpest players on Team Secret.
And the thing is King wasn't able to join them on the site to plant for that lockdown. So he doesn't have a counter lockdown for lockdown. The Hunter's Fury was just used by Jesse Vash. It would have been ideal, but the most they can hope for is Sylvan on this lurk.
All right, we've seen it before, but still now.
It is just Meteor Flux team alive when they need it most. I mean, yes, King has more kills, but when it matters, when he's able to be that clutch player, Meteor is still putting up the numbers.
You need so much more of that. Still a good way to start for Gen G. Their first round on the board, and hopefully it can inspire more. With the rotations coming through, the deeper positioning, information gained, they managed to stick the spike plant.
And they have those ultimates this time for themselves, right? The Hunter's Fury and the lockdown. Well, we saw this during the overtime previously, but this time it comes out very early from Team Secret, and they've now cleared out mid. I mean, Team Secret, they're toying with Gen G's tempo. Because of those ultimates, they don't want to stay in the site.
Oh,
saw him.
Morgan's trying to reposition, but gets sprayed out in the open instead. Dubstep now on a bit of a journey of his own. But the rest of his team not quite able to defend the site. Great pop flash coming up from GodDead, and with that, Dubstep calling to save.
Yeah, now you got to wonder, I mean, credit-wise, Gen G, you do not have the safety to go on this hunt. I mean, King already on the lurk as well, so they have to assume that he probably went through somewhere on mid,
He's somewhere on the rest of the map. Now, King does have more credits, but, I mean, they're not even quite certain, I believe, you know, of the setup here for the operator. So they don't have any real high pressure to go on the hunt. They just have to focus on their own game. They didn't have to use their ultimates, right? So make sure you can keep rolling that momentum, pile on through, you know, throw your ults at the wall next round, try to get a couple more rounds on the board for Gen G.
And that's another thing, too, for Gen G, is that the way that they took this round, I mean, first off, is just Meteor actually, I guess, just entering onto the A site, on top of Generator, along with his teammates to assist, of course. But because of that, it wasn't a lot of utility, it wasn't a lot of ultimates spent.
Yeah, they have all of them, and now the most ideal thing usually is, you know, use the null command, maybe the lockdown on B site, that absolutely guarantees site take, and then you've got things like the Hunter's Fury, and that does seem to be, you know, on Team Secret's mind. They were kind of toying around with what do we position for default here on B, and it looks like the setup is, let's try to push out. You know, we have the turret there for safety if Dubstep needs to pull back.
I guess that's Jeremy coming in to help out as well. They're trying to watch some of these angles, trying to find value with that operator. However, it's been spotted, and I don't think Gen G is a team that will challenge that.
I don't think you do. I don't think you have to, though, right? You
Yeah,
noted
why.
that it's there. You noted the Sova is in mid. You noted that the turret was on B. You know there's 3 people focused on B.
Do you really want to like null command and then go in
I
for
mean,
that?
yes, you have the ultimates, right? So if the idea is let's take down the operator when we can, sure, because they had no information on A. Okay, so if you're going to commit all your ultimates, fine, I'm okay with it. But I do hope they don't make any mistakes here, because then they're going to really regret it.
Look at how Dubstep's positioning around this, too, though. I mean, instantly he backs up just around defender spawn, setting up for that retake.
Envy has his own no command. And it comes out first. Okay, instantly answered by Goddead as well.
Bit of a Hunter's Fury from TS, and it got stopped, too. Now just looking for that pick. Ooh, Jeremy with a little bit of a shimmy. Not quite able to catch out King. Dubstep, however, will be able to find that shot onto Goddead, and now all they need is to take down Sylvan, but he's being such a big obstacle. Shrouded steps into safety as well. The rest of them feeling that pressure, needing to push into the site, trying to push through, but it's going to be the trade instead. Dubstep, this is not impossible, but he's running out of time.
Yeah, no time, but he just wants to kill, just wants to deny TS from picking up and saving any weapons. Obviously, TS himself had enough credits, but Dubstep will take what he can get.
Great wins again for Gen G still, though. Off of the ultimates that they've saved up, they managed to secure yet another round, now 1 away from tying out the score.
And the good news for Gen G is that they've now shut down that operator momentum. It cannot continue to snowball. And I just want to say personally, hey, look at what happens when you use that early drone to take control of mid. You win the round. So I really hope Gen G is able to remember that, because, I mean, if eventually Team Secret responds, then you can do something else afterwards.
Yeah, right. You need to find out that early round information. Go for it a lot quicker. And they've been doing it, so it works out well. But off of the 3-round loss, now, Warbirds will be the first coach to call for a timeout.
Yeah, and I think a worthy one, right? You're starting to realize that Gen G is making these adjustments. They're going for a bit more early utility for the control. Of course, that previous round, they had the benefit of the doubt in terms of having all those ultimates online. But this time it's kind of a reverse story here, right? It's really just Jeremy putting up crazy numbers. Sure, Envy's doing just fine. I mean, Jesse Vash as well, but it's not anyone. No one else is really shining. It's really just Jeremy, who had a couple highlights early on, and then it's been a relatively quiet half here, even on the rounds that they won. It was very straightforward here on the side of Team Secret. We got quite a few Gen G fans, of course, local to Korea, that team. I mean, still a couple, quite a decent amount of Secret fans as well, but curious to see if Gen G can deliver once again for the home crowd.
I mean, it's one of those things where, first of all, Warbirds trying to fix some of those gaps in Team Secret's defense, but then Gen G also having the opportunity to work their way around it. Dubstep going for a bit of a heads-up play, but doesn't quite find anyone. Gen G actually waiting out some of these early round utilities.
Yeah, mostly they were really, it looked like they were hiding from a lot more of the util than necessarily the Blade Storm, but it works out either way. They're able to not give away any information, not give away any kills.
And now, again, the good read from Team Secret, right? Off of that timeout, they say, okay, let them use that early utility, but make sure you don't give the space, right? The alarm bot stays alive, the nanoswarm stay alive. Dubstep has now returned to the middle of the map. Overall, a good hold so far, and now it goes back to Gen G, not having any information at the 1 minute mark.
And then they group up towards B. There's another duck cover coming out from Borkum.
Right here.
And Jesse Vash has his recon bolt. At this point, at 40 seconds, he's gonna wait until the entry itself happens.
He's firing some blind shots as well.
Yeah, the nanoswarm being traded out. He's gonna fire his own shots.
There it is.
The recon bolt onto Switch. Absolutely instantly eliminated.
Well, at the very least, this does confirm the hit. Now the question is, how do you work that retake against Gen G? They've played this site before. They know how they're positioned, but Gen G still connecting on these shots, especially with some of these off angles. Sylvan inside of B main again. Now repositions towards Logs. Gets blinded by the paranoia this time, though. And with this duo, Jeremy and Borkum trying to call out the time. Jeremy down to the one-on-one. Got dead with the spike down, with the position. Just plays around with his food.
Jeremy now knows where Goddead is, and he waits for the jump peek. Jeremy with a 4K in the focus to bait that out. He doesn't find him on the site.
And that's just smarter on the 1v1. Tap in the spike, buy in out that wall bang, and then figuring out how to play off of his enemy's position.
Yeah, so heads up on that, right? I mean, it's either the wall bang or coming through the alley, and he's trying to bait out both. He was so sure that it was going to be that side of this map as well, especially after the wall bang. He just waits for the jump peek. He just is in Goddead's head.
And that's one of those things for Gen G. They started to find some momentum. You cannot crack under pressure. They need to find more successes. Team Secret are adjusting. Look at the Odin from Jeremy now.
Yeah, so mid shut down. A-Site's got Killjoy Util. It's got a Paranoia waiting for you as well. Oh, the drone's gonna get a little more value than they would have hoped to give away, though. But, okay, well, it doesn't matter.
Shoots through blindly through the dark cover anyway. Still Meteor alive on the site, and they managed to sneak through. King coming from the back of A short now. He'll be able to prove to be annoying. Spike should be planted relatively soon, but again, firing, spraying blind shots. It forces some of these players out of position. Dubstep trying to play off the Cloudburst, still managing to flick through his back. TS low HP, Spike not down, can't do all that much. Just has to land the shots, but they're trying to make him sweat. Ooh!
The ping it lands. Borkum wasn't ready for the recon bolt.
Well, now Dubstep's just waiting for him. He knows he has the time.
I mean, at some point,
all you got to do is react.
Yeah, TS wants to try to go for a
all
spam
you gotta
and a swing.
do. He repositions. Gets the flick anyway. It's a headshot too.
Wow, real good patience from Dubstep. TS is constantly just trying to bait out the location of Dubstep. Dubstep doesn't waver. He just spams him to keep him in place before he swings out the other side. TS is not ready for it.
And in all of these rounds, yes, sometimes it's a little bit messy, a little bit chaotic, but you have to admit that at the end of it all, Team Secret as a team looks cool as a cucumber. Gen G, on the other hand, sometimes when the pressure is against them, they start to falter.
Yeah, I mean, they go for the fake plant, which I think is good, right? You aren't quite confident in the post-plant scenario that you have, so you want to bait out at least one more kill, get a bit more breathing room. But if you can't win that duel, suddenly it looks like a really bad choice. I mean, of course, hindsight is 20/20, but that's a rough one. And here's the thing. Sylvan finally trying to put some kills to his name, but the entire team not able to follow through, even Meteor, except for that clutch. He hasn't really shined at all in these rounds.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, you started things off with Jeremy, with the Odin around Tree, and that was great, but King was good on that bit of a flank. Off of that, they should have had a little bit more time and a little bit more room to stabilize themselves, but all of a sudden, all it took was just Dubstep dashing into the site around Generator. And suddenly, all of their positioning, all of their shots went haywire.
Yeah, and Dubstep, really good choice, right? He goes on top of Generator, and then he throws the Cloudburst down and drops. And, you know, Meteor's just walking away from Gen as well on quad, and maybe here's to drop a missile, the gunfire. It can be tough sometimes, when there's so much chaos going on. But either way, he doesn't catch vision. And so all of Gen G still not in a good post-plant scenario. And then we do see the early 0 points going out on both sides. So that's just an equal trade. But Gen G, they're trying to speed things up after the timeout.
Which is not bad. The drone clears out Wine, and now they set up for potential execute onto the A site. Look at Meteor trying to pitch down on towards Heaven, trying to hold down this position.
The important thing is Team Secret seemed ready for this. So Meteor, he has to reconsider if he's going to push out.
Oh, the
Team
dash!
Secret's so ready for this!
He goes for the jumping shot too. The dark cover is nice, though, but then peeking out of it. He heard some footsteps and thought that it was safe to peek out. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Lockdown lineup could go through, but the thing is, they don't quite have the numbers. Unfortunately, the lockdown still continues to tick, and that's down to Sylvan and TS. One from behind, one inside of Wine, and the positions all too aware.
Team Secret looks clean. Team Secret looks very clean, and they're starting to frag out across the board once again. Sure, in the early part, it was just Jeremy, but that first time out from Team Secret that came out before Gen G here on this map, it did wonders, right? They got the read on the early util, what Gen G wanted to do off of it. They started to hold them off against their will, and then Gen G, now they try to pick up the tempo, but it was a set play that Team Secret was so well aware of. They had the lockdown, so they figure out, okay, they're probably going to push tree. They want to deny us this area, so we're going to back off. And because Meteor didn't get the kill, they have to try to pinch on stairs. Otherwise, they didn't really gain much more space, and Jeremy's ready for it with the judge.
And then that's another thing, too. Gen G sometimes not quite prepared to play against something unorthodox like that. And then they always just feel that pressure. Now going a little bit quicker. We like this. Going deep into mid, but they got to temper it down a little.
Oh, and the spam comes in from the wall as well. There's a turret watching from mid or from side as well. And Borkum,
he came from behind.
Oh, and the Hunter's Fury missed the chaos. Spike dropped.
And now they've got to go back and retrieve it. I thought the pop flash from GodDead was good, but Team Secret with such a great read, such a great response. Sylvan went on his own, but the trades come back through. Team Secret has full control over mid. The spike might have been retrieved, but you need to find some of these duels. Jesse Vash just comes back up on top with the trade.
Yeah, I mean, because it took so long for Jesse Vash to peek out, it did look like King maybe wasn't quite ready for it to go, be ready for that second kill. But at the end of the day, Jesse Vash wins that one. And here's the thing, what we saw in that previous round was Team Secret emptying B site. They were afraid that maybe they go for the fast ult orb onto GodDead, who was 1 point away from that null command, go for that quick hit, so that way the Killjoy utility could still buy time. Of course, the ultimate was denied. GodDead drops right away. That's how he fills up the ult point. And now, once again, it's the same setup. It's going to be Jeremy ready to empty, go out into mid so that they can hold mid for another swarm on the retake onto B.
And it's the lockdown read as well. They completely avoid it. A bit of an A crunch coming out from Dubstep and Borkum as well. And now they know, yeah, it has to be a B. All they have to do is to hold that off, but Gen G with the firepower punching them through right now.
Oh, and I like the null command right before the spike plant because that denies any potential of them trying to, jump out of those smokes with utility. Now their flank is opened up, so Gen G, they're trying to pressure to push out, but they can't get the kill into Borkum.
Yeah, with a tiny bit of movement, Borkum able to duke it out against his opponent. Down to 3 on 2. And Gen G still has the numbers. They're all positioned up on site.
Dubstep's so low on health as well. Same thing for TS.
Not much utility as well, apart from a little bit of mobility and smokes. All they have to do is to pull it out, but holding out the off angle. Another one coming out from Dubstep. He tries to go for it with the Plate Storm, but Meteor again with the aim, hurls a fireball through and picks up the 4th win for Gen G.
Yeah, Dubstep was so low by that time, right? I mean, he was trying to jump to make sure at least it's not that headshot to go through, but he lost so much health prior before he was able to get to the site. So it's just a quick shot, one bullet, quite frankly, almost anywhere, and he goes down. So, I'd love to be able to say Gen G stabilized, but it didn't look like it. They got a couple extra rounds, and now they'll swap sides, but momentum-wise, the first time out did wonders for Team Secret. The one from Gen G, not as much, and that's what I'm looking at, is the way that you're getting these rounds. I mean, yes, Team Secret is they also have Jeremy, who is fragging out of his mind, so that's a huge benefit.
And we can see that here, 17 kills. That's pretty nuts. He has an over 3.0 KDA right now just in the first half.
Yeah, just 7 deaths, right? 390 ACS as well. I mean, some of these are assists coming through with it. And again, his setups have been great. He knows how to anchor. He knows how to pivot around spots.
Yeah, curious though, if Jeremy can put these kind of numbers up on the attacking side as well, that's where the comparison to King really shines, because King's numbers aren't bad as the attacking Killjoy, right? It means he's getting those kills on the lurks, he's getting those kills on the post plants, but it's just not as impactful as Jeremy, who was able to wait and know exactly where Gen G's coming from.
Absolutely. I mean, some of these moments, again, think about the one with Jeremy with the Judge, or even just on the first few pistol rounds. He was finding so much value just out from certain bits of positioning and sharpshooting. An 8-4 is great for Team Secret, but let's see if Gen G can pick up the next pistol.
Now that sign's a response to earlier we had a fan sign that said, I came to watch the game and I met a Japanese friend, I made a new Japanese friend.
Oh, that's nice.
And now this fan is saying, I came to watch the game and I made a new Korean friend. So, hey, I mean, come watch the Pacific Games, the LCQ Pacific Games, you'll make new friends internationally.
It's the Valorant community, the Pacific community, which is always lovely and wholesome. But
yes, that's how I would describe the Pacific community.
We don't go into that territory. But still, I mean, back into the game, right? That's where, I mean, some of this, it's built on competition. And we're always talking about this being a last chance qualifier. Yes, it's double elimination now. Gen G has fought this far, but you want to be able to go through into the upper bracket.
And no frenzies on either side, by the way. I mean, sure, the frenzy got a bit of a nerf, but we've still been seeing it favored quite a bit by a lot of the teams here in LCQ Pacific. All ghosts, all headshots this time.
Just going for the A split too. Gen G completely back off.
Yeah, they emptied it. I mean, surely with a purpose. They do have the paranoia, they have the one shock dart, they have the recon bolt, so a lot of very util heavy fragment as well.
But this is now the site just completely handed over onto Team Secret. Now they're just playing, waiting outside of the dark cover. Dubstep flirting with danger. He wasn't
so
hit
good.
at all though, and now coming in. Oh my God! We own the Knights. It's all up to TS. And unfortunately for him, I mean, you need so much. The positioning now, Envy, all it takes is a little bit of a swing.
I want everyone to just remember, if you have a chance to go back in the VOD, or maybe they'll cover it on the desk. I mean, there's always so many to choose from. But look at the minimap after the spike was planted. Well, surely we see it here. Look at the way they're spread out. They're ready to swing onto tree to go into heaven. Then they have Jeremy waiting to come into tree after if Envy dies. You have Dubstep Arya in heaven. The reason they take these aggressive positions is they realize the site was empty. No util was used to block them. So they're like, okay, clearly some type of post plant is ready. And if they're giving up for this free, it has to be something new. We don't want to get caught off guard.
For me, it's also just a little bit that microplay from Dubstep right around the edge of the smoke.
Very heads up from Team Secret. And they even pressure the one-way.
Just a little bit. But the main forces are closer towards the B site, and they're making their presence known there as well.
Yeah, now they did notice that it was the Jet, so Gen G's going to have a decent idea, but they don't have much of an option to try to rotate.
Oh, what? Oh! TS! 2 shots back to back. Now Team Secret's gonna have to recover and regroup.
They don't want to give up those weapons. You got to pick up that Phantom. Now, Envy is the weakest one. Yeah, they switched it over to Jeremy.
Rotating back around. Meteor on the other side, though.
He's always good for one. Oh, he resets for the headshot.
That was quick. Swift. And back into it now, trying to control the map. Team Secret can no longer explore mid.
And here's the thing, Envy's so low. He can get scratched by that Marshall, and he's dead. I mean, quite frankly, by anything at this point with the health he has. So they're just going to go for the save. I mean, this never feels good no matter how far ahead you are. You even bought up to a Phantom on one of your members to try to snowball the lead. And then you greed a bit too much in B main. You're so Dubstep's a little bit too confident in the Phantom.
There's no one there to swing out immediately and secure that kill, you know, before you take too much damage. Eventually, he goes down.
And something that I don't think Team Secret really expected as well. I mean, King being the first one to peek out, surely there is a second player there. But TS, my goodness.
Out of charges.
At the same time, Meteor with the knowing to push down mid as well. It's a little bit of overconfidence from Team Secret, like you're talking about, Will, but also for Gen G, knowing how to play off of it. This is their first kind of thrifty win.
Yeah, and for Team Secret, you just have to look at it as like, sure, we lost a round, but let's just assume, right? It's just a bonus, or buy's kind of weird. That's just how all the third round on the half is. Still go with the same strat, because that's basically the scenario right now.
Which isn't too bad. So we're just going for that quick A rush. However, with that previous win, Gen G gets to buy up. Dubstep coming up from short will be able to take down the first pillar. Next one's going to be Sylvan hiding inside his own dark cover, and they're looking for him, but look at the repositioning. Swaps over to the tight angle outside of the generator. Down to the last player, that's Borkum. He's looking for Meteor. All of them staring down at him from above.
Shorty
swaps over to Shorty, still needs a bullet to face, but King will be there to pick it up.
Sylvan, great reposition to hug the edge of his own smoke, because he knows as soon as he gets spotted on that first initial entry, they're going to try to swarm him, especially with that wonky half buy that they have after losing the previous round. And he's able to clean up 3. I like the idea from Dubstep, right? He goes around on the side to make sure they have an opening to get into sight. It does catch Gen G off guard, but Sylvan just too much to handle. Meteor covering from above as well.
You always have to be wary of some of these sight dark covers.
Yes.
Someone could always be hiding inside of him, and this is one of those rounds where you want to see Sylvan come up huge.
By the way, that smoke, you should definitely use it in your own ranked games as well. It's so impactful.
Looking for good teammates, but still, now it's going to be Meteor with an operator, and he's trying to lock down mid.
Pinged, but here's the thing, is that Meteor, with these sniper rifles, you just got to try to avoid it.
Well, they've managed to create a bit of pressure. Still outside of short, though. And Goddead will be able to pick up the first tip of the spear. With that presence towards middle, however, I think Team Secret could actually rotate back, but they continue to press the issue towards tree, and Goddead with his own pop flash finds that frag onto Borkum.
Now, Dubstep did get a lot of space, but he has to get through TS, and he does not spot him in time, and that ruins the entire plan. Now TS can just refocus, especially as that flash kind of missed timing here. Coming out from Team Secret, they can't even enter the site from main.
And off that, I mean, the skirmish does not look too good for Team Secret any longer. They have to go in, but it's being blocked off by some of these players, some of these plays, Goddead namely being one of them. Eliminating the first problem could be good, but you're running out of time, and the spike is down. Jeremy just looking for frags at this point. Here's some hops, and tries to go in to close the distance. King, though, just going for that quick strafe shot, and puts Gen G on a 7-9.
Gen G's coming back. It's starting to look a little scary for Team Secret. Ever since they lost that second round in this half, they've allowed the Marshal to continue right into an upgraded operator for Meteor. That gives the rest of Gen G so much more confidence in the areas they hold, because they can trust in a teammate like Meteor to make sure he locks down one part of the map. And then if Goddead is finally starting to hit his shots, you know you're in trouble.
Yes, especially with those pop flashes, with how he can really lock down certain crucial choke points, especially tree. Now back into it though, Team Secret looks to pull off another kind of a rush. They are on a thrifty, so they're just trying to find whatever they can get.
But I start to wonder, right? Like, yes, in theory, okay, on your ecos, just, you know, typically go for that rush, get whatever damage you can, maybe get an ult orb, things like that. But in professional play, when the teams know each other so well, you have to start to consider, are you not just throwing away mental stacks that you can add in future rounds? I mean, this was absolutely red. The 0 point to block out the Blade Storm. They can't pick up the speed. And now the backup has arrived for Gen G.
Now going in for it, though. Dubstep doesn't care. He's looking for even more. It completely stops him, but still, Envy, Dubstep, Jeremy, all they need are pistols. Borkum with this bit of a lurk catches Sylvan. And this should not have happened for Gen G.
You know, my favorite thing in Valorant is when I explain everything that shouldn't have gone right, and then they just say, well, what if we just click heads? We could win the round that way. And it's like, you know what? You're absolutely correct. Guess what? It's an FPS at the end of the day. And quite frankly, the way that they snuck in after being stopped the initial time, that's what catches Gen G off guard.
But that's, again, something like I mentioned from before. It's that pressure coming through onto Gen G. Mental fortitude. And as soon as there's that little bit of forward presence coming out from Team Secret, yeah, they're trying to play around it. Yes, Goddead actually did get a crucial 0 point onto Dubstep, nullifying the Blade Storm. But then Team Secret just kind of being a little bit more calm, hovering around the site, looking for these players to peek out. They managed to secure a lot of these pistol frags.
Yeah, and again, just the fact that they were able to sneak in off of that smoke, and Meteor just tries to dry peek out of it, you know, off of the 0 point to see if he can catch a timing to provide backup. But that actually, you know, works against both Goddead and Meteor. So a very unfortunate round for Gen G, but an absolutely brilliant one from Team Secret. And well played. I mean, again, you know, we joke about, okay, well, you know, theoretically that shouldn't have worked, but they played it as best as they could, right? They got stopped initially, and then they said, how do we adapt from here? Cut noise, set up for advantageous angles, advantageous distance, and then they were even able to get a kill with the Classic.
Yes, that's my favorite thing too. I mean, not necessarily the kill with the Classic, but the way that they kind of went for those kills. They weren't just blindly, you know, holding down the W key, rushing into Boathouse. They just stayed around the spot. Borkum with a bit of a lurk as well. And look, Valorant's a little bit of a family affair at times, and this is always lovely.
No, I love to see it. I love to see it. I mean, you know, just bringing out, you know, your children so they can watch their favorite teams and players play. I mean, especially for the fans in Seoul and anyone who has a chance to visit Seoul during, you know, these matches going on, because, you know, you don't always get these chances, right, to see these international teams from Pacific.
That said, we're back into the game, and with a timeout, trying to stem that momentum away from Team Secret. They're trying to reposition themselves. They bought up some heavy artillery, TS on the Odin.
They spot the op as well. Oh, they realize it's stuck. They're trying to pinch on it, but Envy's there for backup.
Team Secret just covering movement, playing off of each other. Envy still up at top mid, but here comes that Odin! Oh, it got taken out just through sheer sharp shooting.
And Envy just swings on one of them each at a time, and they have no idea that Jeremy is here. He crouches under the sight line.
Not meant to happen after the Gen G timeout.
The idea of, okay, let's try to figure out where the locations are, the early drone to try to gain control of mid after you get pushed out of A main, it's all good. You spot the operator, it looks like it's stranded. Quite frankly, it almost feels like maybe a bit of acting here from Dubstep because you know Envy's there. But even the first attempt is fine. But the moment you find out that Envy is there to trade for Dubstep, you do not keep trying to get it. Just because it's stuck doesn't mean it's a free kill.
At that point, right, it's just 1v1s for Envy, and this is a guy that you can't always safely duel because of how good he is. Now off of this, looking to pull off a bit of an A rush. All 5 players from Team Secret knocking on death's door. Gen G are trying to answer. Gen G are trying to shut that down, but the fragment, the sprays, it catches Goddead instead. Meteor can't quite answer back as well. King only armed with a Sheriff, hiding around Dice. The rest of them now trying to push through along with this lockdown. They've gotten a little bit of space. They're trying to fend off these Gen G players, and they will be able to find some of these shots too. Sylvan just trying to do what he can. TS with a Hunter's Fury too, but you're right, Will.
They have no idea.
Is sneaky. And thinking about the time, what's
he gets
to stay on the clock?
Oh, he gets caught by the alarm bot out of all things.
That's going to be the other pick. Team Secret trying to hold it down. TS, the last one left alive.
I mean, that was the best shot he had, and he does bring down Jeremy so low. Trying to figure out, do I go for the free kill or the one I surely damaged?
Oh, but he's got to be careful with the sprays too because of the tracers. And just playing off of sheer contact on each other. Classic teamwork from Team Secret.
Good 2v1. I mean, so many times we see 2v1s are not as easy as they seem. The theory is easy to grasp, but the timing is, you can't always count down. It just has to be drilled in during your practices. And I don't know what else to say other than Gen G looks like they're in shambles again. Goddead peeking out a little too far after popping the null command. They know which side you're on. You don't want to risk that. And then Meteor gets stuck because of that, trying to just get whatever duels. He can't find the second one. He swings out a bit too confidently. And this is the same Gen G we started to see towards the end of the season.
And they've run out of timeouts, Will. So Meteor just trying to pull out whatever he's got in the kitchen sink, but he gets suppressed.
I mean, let's be honest. I love the coaching staff on Gen G, but quite frankly, the timeouts did not do them much good so far here on Ascent. So I don't know if that's going to be the real problem. I feel like really it's much more the players, the focus that they're keeping in the server right now.
Truly. Plays, the pressure, sometimes it is tough. I mean, playing on a stage like this with that many fans looking down at you. But that said, this is all for that last chance qualifier again, wanting to make it through to the upper bracket, and Team Secret looking so sharp right now.
Yeah, but they might be overcooking here. They're trying to sell a fake with the Jet. They push them back. Oh, but the the Omen ult. Okay, I was gonna say if you stuck that, you'd be in absolute trouble. But now you don't have much time. And look at Gen G. They finally calm down and say, oh, okay, so it was a fake into the Omen ult the entire time. So that means the spike surely is on the B side. Otherwise, why would you ult?
Yep.
Now they're ready for it. Time running down.
We don't have to do all too much. We've got the utility set up on the B side. We've got an Odin of our own. We've got those big guns. All we need to do is to make them count. Large caliber bullets need to take down large caliber men, and it's going to be TS trying to swing and pivot around. However, it doesn't quite connect. Meteor now comes in to arrive on the scene, and down to 3 seconds remaining. Envy has no choice but to stick the plant, and that gives Gen G a little bit more momentum to push in through and take on another win.
Gen G, they spot the Jet at the right time. Paranoia pushed them back, and the comms not quick enough for Borkum to not even commit the ultimate. The entire plan is shown, and then Gen G's able to calm down. They don't overcommit, they don't overheat, they don't overpeak. And hopefully, especially for a player like Meteor, you know, the team's able to rally around him once again, because if not, he keeps going for these plays where he feels he needs to be the one to get kills to open up these rounds.
That's the name of the game, too. I mean, it's always trying to work together as a team. Team Secret has been doing good in that department, but that retake from Gen G is something that we need more of. Now trying to block off information from Team Secret, trying to block off the site.
So keeping Tree and Market for potential lockdown retakes here from Gen G, but they're still playing very close on the A site. Goddead, he cannot fall here.
And Jesse Bash has a Hunter's Fury as well, so they're just prepped for this. Look at how far he's waiting, and the rest of the team doing all of the thing that they need to do onto the site, finding those entries, taking down Meteor, down to the last 2 players, and there is the lockdown. Hunter's Fury in response. Borkum just landing the shots anyway. Borkum time closes out the second map.
You know, personally, I was starting to lose faith in Borkum time, right? I thought it had disappeared. We didn't see it much during the regular season. But in one of the matches that matters most for Team Secret in 2023, he's able to close things out. And of course, I mean, the entire team playing so well. What an absolutely clean 2-0. They just pick Gen G apart, put them right back to what they were looking like at the end of the regular season. And Team Secret will be moving on to face ZETA Division in the upper finals here of LCQ Pacific.
I mean, this is an incredible way to start off their run in the last chance qualifier. Playing against their opponent, Gen G, I mean, this is a team that they've lost to twice in the Pacific regular season, in the playoffs as well. But now, they've clearly gotten some of their team plays tightened up. Some players looking a little bit sharper than before. Jeremy topping the scoreboard with 23 kills, 296 ACS. And it's their first win on the board against Gen G.
Yeah, today was the Jeremy show by all means, and like you said, it was actually Gen G who denied the potential opportunity to go to Masters Tokyo away from Team Secret, right? And that's what Gen G not looking that great during the regular season and the playoffs. So Team Secret, you know, they probably regret so much of that match, but now they come back and say, we just needed more time. We just need to be able to prep. That time, we focused so much on DRX that we really just were absolutely in chaos afterwards. But this time, they come back, they say, we've had so much time. This time, you're the first target. We will take you down no matter what. The map draft absolutely goes in favor of Team Secret. They continue undefeated on Ascent here in the Pacific region. And this time, they will be moving on, staying alive in the upper bracket of the the last chance qualifier, Pacific. Meanwhile, we do have Gen G falling down to lower bracket to meet RRQ.
Oh, and that will be another matchup indeed. I mean, RRQ versus Gen G is something to think about with how some of these players can perform. Meteor, incredibly sharp still.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I'm sure the desk will cover it, but RRQ and Gen G, they haven't played since the very first week of Pacific. That was the opening match where everyone was like, okay, Gen G really looks good, and everyone's like, RRQ looks really bad. Things have absolutely flipped.
Yeah, that's what we saw towards the end of the regular season. Both teams kind of swapping around positions. However, that's it. Gen G was still the team to actually push through into playoffs. Yes, maybe because RRQ got defeated by PaperX at the end, but they did manage to recover just a bit.
Sure, I mean, that's going to be the lower bracket, but right now, all eyes on Team Secret, because while ZETA Division, sure, they put up an absolute dramatic performance to overcome RRQ to move on to the upper finals, they also had to show so much. And while it's not much time, we know Team Secret loves to prep. You saw all the things that ZETA Division was throwing at RRQ earlier tonight. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they just cruised through on default mode here against Gen G. I'm starting to think maybe Team Secret is the favorite team.
Perhaps. I mean, again, this match, maybe call it default mode, but some of these players had great individual performances. I mean, Dubstep with some crazy plays with how he dives into the site. Jeremy with just playing that Sentinel and Raze on his own, finding so many multi-kills. It's great from Team Secret, but that's the thing. I mean, this is last chance qualifier, right? You've only got the top 4 teams left to think about, and that means only 3 teams to prep for. Team Secret could be really good.
That's true, right? I mean, they were already seeded into the double elimination bracket. So within the 2 months, or I guess a month and a half, maybe about a month for them, they really had a limited choice to prep for anyway. And surely, I mean, if you're Team Secret and you're kind of just seething because you were denied that opportunity to go to Masters Tokyo, you prep for every single possibility. You knew what the bracket looked like, coming into this tournament. I'm starting to think that Team Secret might be one of the stronger favored teams here that are remaining in the last chance qualifier.
I'm just going to disagree with you, Will, because, I mean, off that overtime game, watching depth like that with the
It was overtime!
It was insane.
Round 40!
Exactly!
Just because the hand from the heavens touched an anointed Depp again. All right, listen, I loved it. It was an amazing showing, and it's great mental focus from ZETA Division, but you can't rely on that every single time. Meanwhile, Team Secret, you go, the hot start is what I'm talking about, right? You mentioned, well, is it really default mode because some of them popped off, but that's why they were able to go on cruise control. Jeremy puts up insane numbers right off the bat in both map 1 and 2. If ZETA has a slow start again, Jeremy will run them all over.
He's got a point. Will is starting to mold again, but that's what we're going to think about towards the next day, at least for now. I mean, it's such a great win for Team Secret. You talked about them being sort of in default mode, but again, that's that early start that they've got. They always go for this early on aggression, and it works out so well.
And I will say this, right? While every team has had a lot of time to prep, you also didn't know exactly what the opponents had prepped either. You get to see it, but you only have like maybe 24, 48 hours to prep for each other as you move on in this brutal bracket for the last chance qualifier. So quite frankly, whoever keeps the momentum, in my opinion, is going to go all the way. And the way it's looking right now, Team Secret looks very comfy. Meanwhile, ZETA, they've been able to overcome to rediscover their momentum.
True, right? And then something the teams have to think about for tomorrow. But at least for right now, we will have Jen ready for the interview with Dubstep and his new kicks.
All right, thank you, casters. I'm standing here with Team Secret's Dubstep after their 2-0 victory against Gen G. Now, massive congrats, Dubstep.
Thank you, thank you.
That was a quick series, actually. Are you happy with how the team and yourself performed?
Yeah, first of all, we didn't choke. That's the main part, because obviously our last time we played against them, we choked really hard. We blew up an 11-7 lead. And I'm glad we closed it out today without any like problems, and I'm really proud of my team, and I hope we continue this next game.
Right. That's why I want to kind of ask you about the map vetoes, because it was a little bit unexpected from the both teams. You guys picked Haven, and the last time you played them, the last 2 times you played them, Gen G beat you guys. So what was the reasoning behind going for Haven?
I never really considered that we lost Haven against Gen G. It was always like a mental game, I guess, because we were always against ourselves, and I think we've overcome ourselves. Like lately, we've been really improving a lot, like individually. So I think we're still the better Haven team.
I mean, individually, you're always very consistent. I mean, it's always a pleasure to watch you play, but let's talk about Jeremy, because he was playing like superhuman. So, I mean, what have you guys been putting in his breakfast?
I mean, on the first map, Jeremy, when we were up 12, we were like on map point. He asked my manager to take some food, like, I'm so hungry. So he didn't eat before the match.
Okay.
So I think that's the life hack, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, Jeremy, for me, that's his standard performance. He's a very great player, and I hope to see him more consistent than what we saw today.
Well, I'm kind of sensing that Jeremy's super confident about ending this 2-0. That's why he wanted the food. He wanted to order the food before the second map, but yeah, that's good, that's good. Now, we have 4 teams in LCQ now. Who do you think will be the biggest competitor for you?
I think our next match, because it's ZETA division, and I've known that team for so long, and I've known like what type of mental game they play, and it's really hard to close games when you're against them. It's always overtimes. So yeah, I'm quite excited to play them tomorrow.
So when you go back, what will you tell your teammates, you know, what you should do to make sure that you beat ZETA and come out on top?
Don't choke.
Okay, don't choke, all right, simple. And lastly, you just told me that your girlfriend's here cheering for you, so anything you want to say to her?
I wanted to thank her because she put the effort to come here. It's really far, and it's no joke to be here, and I appreciate everything that she's done to me, and yeah, that's why maybe I'm really doing well right now.
All right, it's no food and love, right? All right. Will you be here tomorrow as well?
Yeah. I think for all our matches.
All right. Well, congratulations to you and your
so
girlfriend as well. Well, thank you for your insights. And that was Dubstep, everybody, with the post-match interview. Now, to sum up the day, I'm going to send it over to the desk.
Thank you. So, Team Secret secure the win in a very clean 2-0 fashion. Dubstep saying hello to his girlfriend there. No pressure, you got a girlfriend buff. I think that helps a lot. Now, we were watching these games, well, Gen G?
Games is a strong word.
What would you call it?
How would you describe these matches? Yes.
Just brutality. Overall, I mean, look, it was rough. I didn't expect, for Gen G, if they were going to win this, for it to be clean by any margin. I didn't think that they were going to be able to come in here and stomp Team Secret. But I also didn't think that Team Secret was going to come in and stomp Gen G. But I'm happy to be proven wrong, because good lord, this was such a one-sided affair the whole way through. I mean, 13-6 into a 13-8 map. A couple of round streaks scattered throughout there from the side of Gen G, but they never really found firm footing.
They read the map really well. Team Secret today looked just firmly in control from basically start to finish, other than a few kind of weak rounds here or there. Mostly it was just them doing a really good job just navigating the map, just making sure that, everybody's in the right place at the right time. Yeah, a couple of hero plays from Jeremy and Dubstep, definitely give them a little bit of a boost, of course, but you saw that from Gen G too with with Meteor on Haven and stuff. So both sides had some hero plays, but really Team Secret is just the way more well-balanced team right now. They look way more coordinated. They do a great job of kind of taking map control, keeping track of all the information, and putting themselves in spots to succeed.
Yeah, but losing out on these early trades again is something that just continues to punish Gen G. Only finding 5 first kills out of 21 rounds is just not going to set yourself up for success. Yeah, just TS at every twist and turn, I should say Team Secret, just to be for full clarity here. Team Secret at every twist and turn was just nailing their shots in a way that pretty much everybody on the side of Gen G was incapable of doing here today.
Yeah, and I think this is what we're going to be highlighting today. Some of these moments, various types of gun situations, thrifty rounds, and Team Secret was just superior, you know, in a lot of these gunplay positions and putting themselves in the right positions, like you said, Clinton. So in fact, let's talk about that. Gen G faced Judgment Day by Jesse Vash on round 12.
I like that.
Round 10, sorry. Yeah, it was pretty brutal.
It was. So this is like an interesting round because I think Gen G expects maybe a slightly weaker buy here out of Team Secret, but Team Secret opts for 2 judges, and this plays right into their hands. The way they played this, the alarm bot here going to alert Jeremy to contact, and wisely, he's just going to peace out on the back of that paranoia, throws a couple of his nanos to just buy himself some time and some space. And Meteor's like, yes, thank you for that space. I will take it, and the rest of my team will push through window, and we will surround you and collapse on you, but instead the judges come to life, and all of a sudden Meteor's sitting here like, oh no, what have I done? Like, this is not what I was expecting. And Jesse even puts a few parting shots into him there. And then the lockdown going to be available. Now, GodDead's lineup maybe just a bit off here, not too sure. Don't get to see it from the PGM perspective here. So TS doesn't have his ult until after he gets that kill into Jesse. So that's not ready to clear the lockdown. He has to back out. And then from there, it's not too difficult for Team Secret to finish the job. So just kind of like Gen G thinking they're in a really good situation. It's like space given on purpose here by Team Secret to bait Gen G into these areas where the judge is really powerful, and they put it to beautiful use.
I mean, you have to imagine that for a fraction of a second as Meteor swung that corner, he saw Jesse, that he probably thought he was fine, but then the second judge strikes, and it's just like, oh, we're all just screwed then. This is my life. This is the thing. This is what I'm just going to go through, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't expect it, honestly, you know, to be fair for Meteor, but Secret just really played it well. Now, there was another round on Ascent. There was a moment where Dubstep, I thought he was not going to make up. Like, what are you doing, Dubstep, going into the smoke?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to go ahead and dive right into round 13. And Dubstep says, you know what? I'm going to play up on Heaven just inside of the smoke. Pushes in and then just kind of weaves back and forth, and no one can hit him. Runs out of bullets. Otherwise, almost certainly would have been able to get that 4K to take down TS because he's already been tagged up. And it just leaves him in such an unfortunate position. Had he gone for a close start here on a window, would have been able to get a kill on the Envy, but then Envy just finds the timing to weave out, picks him off for a very clean and easy round. And this is the thing, is that Gen G, they like to play very structured, very methodical Valorant, and then they struggle. We were talking about this the other day. Like, they struggle when the script doesn't go to plan.
Yeah.
And Team Secret is a team that will not allow you to stick to a script. They are fully improvised. Obviously, they have their own ideas and whatnot on how they're going to approach every round, but they're able to pivot. They're able to play maniacally. I mean, look back to them beating DRX. Surely they won't go to the same site 10 times in a row. No, they keep doing it. They keep saying, like, nope, they're not going to expect it again. They're not going to expect it again. And they continue to do these wild things that you just do not anticipate and you just struggle to respond to. And that's made very evident here in this series.
Yeah, I think we saw this yesterday in Gen G's game as well. When the moment they started picking up speed was when they became more adaptable and more flexible and fluid and moving away from those set protocols that they have. So hopefully we see more of that tomorrow for Gen G. But Team Secret looked fantastic today, and they'll be facing off ZETA tomorrow, and we're going to see how that goes. Now we've got to talk about our key player. It's going to continue to be Jeremy.
I mean, how could we talk about anybody else? I mean, obviously, it's very easy to do that. But Jeremy is definitely the one that deserves the spotlight at the end of the day, because in both of these maps, he was the driving force. He was the one that was just really pushing them through, whether it was with him playing that solo entry as the Raze, back on Haven, getting himself that ace, and then coming over into Ascent when he's playing that Killjoy, swapping off that position with Dubstep as anticipated, and he just continues to put up incredible numbers. It was a King-esque performance versus King.
Exactly. I mean, this is definitely one of the most stellar performances we've seen from him, and one of the most higher, one of the highest pressure situations as well. And I like that Dubstep talked about it during the interview, where he's like, look, we just need to get him a little bit more consistency, and this guy's going to be just absolutely nuts for us. And today is if it's a glimpse of the future, then absolutely, I cannot wait to see more from him. I mean, we already know Envy's nuts. Jesse's a great IGL. Dubstep has a lot of really strong moments switching between the Duelist and the Killjoy as well. So, yeah, I mean, Team Secret so deep here in every front today. It just looked like a masterclass of Valorant.
I'll mention mentioned Borkum since you didn't, just so no
Oh,
one thinks
I
that
mean,
we're
how
throwing
can I forget
shade.
about Borkum time?
We had some Borkum time throughout this map as well. I mean,
Sorry.
some good clutch moments from him on the Omen. So, I mean,
yes.
The consistency has been something that is a little bit of a concern, not just for Jeremy, but for the team across the season. You know, started things off looking pretty hot, then dropping some series later on. Barely make it, you know, into that playoff position and then end up getting eliminated. They finally now have their revenge versus Gen G. They can say, yes, we are able to take them down. We've now sent them to the lower bracket. They keep themselves in the uppers, and I think that that is so important for them. It's still a quick turnaround as they get ready to go into their matchup. It's going to be the first match of the day. Tomorrow is the bracket, I believe, is going to be coming up soon. But that is still a quick turnaround, but if they have just been doing nothing but working on consistency coming into this tournament, then, you know, I'm
It's been Warbird's. It's what he's been saying all year. He's been saying it all year.
Yep.
Foundation is to like get the proper protocols, the proper consistency in place, and then build from there. And today you're seeing again where that's being built towards, and it is a very tall tower.
Absolutely, and it was just so clean. Now Dubstep, they do seem prepared for tomorrow. They're prepared for those overtimes. I mean, they saw it happen just now with ZETA Division. They seem to know that's how ZETA rolls. So if they can keep up this consistency and this cohesiveness as a team, they could be going into tomorrow looking really, really strong. In fact, let's talk about tomorrow. I mean, it's becoming very clear why Team Secret and ZETA were top of the seeds here coming into LCQ, and they continue on the upper brackets here. So, and tomorrow we will also be seeing RRQ and Gen G facing off.
I mean, there was no slouches on the side of Secret here today in this series. So I think for the side of ZETA, we need to see everybody fired up on all cylinders going throughout that series if they want to be able to take them down, because Secret right now, they really have a hell of a lot more momentum on their side. They're going to be able to get a lot more rest because I'm sure that ZETA's still reeling. They have a hell of a lot more to VOD review after today, just given how long things went, because you have to imagine, you know, XQQ and the coaching staff, they're going to want to go through it and say, like, and this is where we could have closed things out in overtime at this point, and this is where we could have done it in the next round, and then so on and so forth, and just look to rectify those mistakes in case it comes up again, because ZETA, they widely like to play Ascent. They finally got a win on it after a hell of a lot of time of not, but Secret also maintained that undefeated streak. So if you are ZETA, what do you decide to ban?
Well, and I have big questions about that, because these two maps you just saw from Team Secret absolutely dominant on were the same two maps that they played in the playoffs when Team Secret 2-0'd them. So certainly for ZETA, something's got to change on that Haven, whether it just be go back to the old formula or just freaking ban it. Like, just get rid of it. I don't want to see it if that's the case. RRQ, like, I'll give RRQ and Gen G some love here, because RRQ looked really strong, actually, even though they fell to ZETA in the long run. Gen G today, yeah, okay, it was an off day. I think again, we talked about this all day. Team Secret with prep is a force to be feared, a force to be reckoned with. So I think Gen G should be able to bounce back, have a strong performance, but that's going to be, I think, a very close affair between those two. I think Gen G should hopefully be able to right the ship once again and have another strong performance. We've seen them a little bit wavy here towards the end of the year, but maybe they can figure it out and put a real fight up against RRQ tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually quite in line with their performance this entire season, right? It's a little bit of this back and forth, and we're going to find out tomorrow. Tomorrow's definitely going to be an incredibly exciting day. It is it's getting close to that final squeeze when we discover who is going to be the ones who make it to VCT Champions Los Angeles 2023 for the last chance qualifiers. All right, with that, we are going to close out for today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. I'm Victoria, and
I'm 5-0 in the predictions. Let's go.
Hey, I will say this. You're welcome, Warbirds, because he told me whenever I predict for them, they lose. So it was an elaborate ruse. I never believed in Gen G. It was all for you.
Keep telling yourself
you're welcome.
that.
You're welcome, Warbirds. Anyway, Achilleos and Paperthin here, 5-0 on the predictions, as he mentioned, and maybe more tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, good night, and see you tomorrow.
Silva.
Oh god, they're trying to do the same thing, but you're jumping against
Borkum gets stopped at B lobby, and he realizes he has time, but all he has to do is kill the plan as well.
Okay, he able to actually sneak in the spike plan at least until the barrel peeks down. They hear those footsteps. King, that's a good start. Now trying to play off of it too. However, will be able to find that shot on the Godhead, and now Gen G, they've played this site before. They know how they're positioned, but Gen G positions gets a Secret with such a great read, such a great response. All they have to do is pull it out, but he wasn't so hitting it all though. And now coming in, oh my god!
Yeah, but they don't have much of an option today.
What?
Next one's going to be Sylvan hiding inside his own dark cover, and they're looking for large caliber bullets. Words Tree got it with it.
No idea that Jeremy is
trying to shut that down, but the fragment.
Cause we found love, baby, come closer. We don't need to waste no time. We want the same, but used to be lonely. You give me a different vibe, yeah. Keep the faith, let's take it slowly. You're the reason I'm still going. Take a breath, it feels